Stormbound to the Orc by Luna Draven. Content note: this is an orc fantasy romance. This is the closed-door edition. The love scenes fade discreetly to black, and the strong language has been softened. It still features a careful giant of a man, tusks, and the kind of swoony size difference both leads have feelings about. It also contains a plague and a village burned by raiders off the page, the recounted loss of a child 5 years before the story begins, recounted, not shown, on-page violence in a defensive battle, grief carried quietly by a healer who has lost more people than she can name, and a heroine who takes a life to save the man she loves. He carves small birds and breaks them by morning. She talks to her plants and refuses to be seen crying. Neither of them expects the other. You've been warned. For everyone still carrying a stone from the worst morning of their life, you are allowed to set it down. Well, you're not dead yet, so that's promising. I press my palm flat against Gideon's forehead, feeling the fever that's been cooking his brain for 3 days straight. His skin burns like a forged stone fresh from the coals, slick with a sweat that smells of rotting meat and the thin, sharp tang of desperation. The plague has its claws buried deep in this one, and no cheerful lie is going to pry them loose. That bad, then? His voice cracks like old, sun-baked leather, each word a painful effort. On a scale of 1 to 10, you're hovering around a generous 3. I dip a cloth in the wash basin, wringing out water that's already gone lukewarm from the oppressive heat in the room. The smell of feverfew and willow bark hangs thick in the cramped space, a medicinal veil that can't quite mask the underlying stench of sickness. But hey, 3 beats the grave, right? Gideon tries to laugh and ends up dissolving into a coughing fit instead, a wet, rattling sound from deep in his chest that makes my stomach clench into a tight knot. I've heard that exact cough before. It's the sound men make about 6 hours before they stop breathing altogether. Great. Another one who's going to die on me despite everything I do. I shove the thought down and focus on what I can control. His pulse, when I find it at his wrist, threads weak but steady under my fingertips. His breathing is shallow, but it's regular. The fever broke twice yesterday before spiking again, a brutal climb that left him delirious. It means his body's still fighting, still throwing everything it has at the disease. These are good signs, if you squint and ignore the part where he's almost certainly going to die anyway. Drink this. I hold a chipped ceramic cup of bitter tea to his lips, supporting the back of his head with my other hand. The willow bark extract tastes like liquid misery, but it's the best chance he's got against the fever's relentless assault. I know it's disgusting. Think of it as punishment for being stupid enough to wander into plague territory. You've got a terrible bedside manner. But he drinks, grimacing at every difficult sip. Good, he's still stubborn enough to follow orders. Yeah, well, I'm not here to hold your hand and whisper lies about rainbows. I'm here to keep you breathing long enough to complain about my attitude. I set the empty cup aside and check the poultice on his neck, where the plague boils have swollen to the grotesque size of duck eggs. The herbs are doing their job, drawing out the poison, but it's like trying to empty a lake with a teaspoon. Besides, if you wanted sweet words and gentle comfort, you should have gotten sick somewhere with better healers. There aren't better healers in the northern reaches. People say that sometimes, right before they die on me anyway. Kieran said it too, right at the end, when the poison was eating him alive from the inside and all my skill, all my knowledge, meant nothing but watching him suffer with a clearer understanding of how his body was failing. Stop it, focus on this patient. Right now, here, what you can do something about. I adjust the rough-spun blankets around Gideon's shaking frame, tucking them tight against the morning chill that seeps through the cottage's wattle-and-daub walls. Deep into the harvest season like we are means winter, coming early, a wolf sniffing at the door, and sick people need warmth above almost everything else. The fever makes them think they're burning alive, but their bodies are fighting a war that consumes every resource they've got. Try to sleep. I gather my supplies, tucking glass bottles and waxed paper pouches back into my leather bag with practiced efficiency. I'll check on you this afternoon. Try not to die while I'm gone, yeah? It makes me look bad. Where would I go? He murmurs, his eyes already drifting closed. Hell, probably, but do me a favor and wait until I'm not the one responsible for keeping you out of it. I pause at the door, looking back at his pale, sweat-sheened face against the lumpy pillow. He looks like death warmed over and served cold, but he's still breathing. For now, that's something. And Gideon, if you feel worse, send someone to fetch me. Don't be a hero about it. He manages a slight nod, already sinking toward the drugged sleep the willow bark brings. I step outside into the crisp morning and check my hands, inhaling the familiar, clean scent of herbs and medicine that clings to my skin no matter how often I wash. Feverfew, willow bark, and a hint of mint from the digestive tea I prepared for the Thatcher twins. It's better than the smell of death and failure that seems to follow me everywhere else. The village of Millbrook spreads out below Gideon's hill cottage like a collection of children's toys dropped by a careless giant. Smoke curls from chimneys where families are gathering around breakfast tables, grateful their loved ones woke up healthy this morning. 23 houses, a mill, a single tavern, and a tiny, weathered shrine to Valdris, the mountain god. The population hovers around 60 souls on a good day. 15 cases of plague in the past 2 weeks. 4 deaths so far, and counting. I dig into my pocket and pull out a smooth piece of green stone I found yesterday near the mill pond, running my thumb over its cool, slick surface. Pretty things help when the world insists on being ugly as sin. This one's the color of new spring grass, with tiny flecks of gold that catch the light like trapped stars. Kieran would have said I collect rocks like other people collect problems. He wouldn't have been wrong. The morning air carries the sharp, clean bite of approaching winter, a welcome shock in my lungs after the stifling sickroom. Storm clouds gather over the eastern peaks, dark and heavy-bellied with the promise of rain or snow. We need the moisture for the wells, but sick people don't fare well in the cold, damp weather that will follow. Come on, mountain weather, I mutter to the clouds, which are building like an angry bruise across the sky. Give me another day or two before you dump all over us. The path down to the village proper winds between skeletal vegetable gardens and withered herb plots, most of them brown and finished for the season. But Lady Bramble still has late rosehips growing wild and defiant along her fence, bright scarlet clusters that haven't been touched by frost yet. They're perfect for an immune support tea, assuming any of my patients live long enough to benefit from it. I hop over the low stone wall and start picking, talking to the plants like the old friends they've become. Looking good this morning, ladies. Mind if I borrow a few of you? Got some dying people who could use the help. The rose hips pop off their stems easily, fat and ready for harvest. I fill a small linen pouch with the best ones, leaving plenty for the plant and for the birds that will depend on them as a winter food source. Take what you need, but never everything. The first rule of herb gathering, one that too many greedy idiots ignore. A pretty piece of milky quartz catches my eye near the base of the fence, worn smooth by rain and wind into a perfect oval. I pocket it next to the green stone, adding to my collection of small beauties that make this hard, ugly world a little more bearable. Some people drink to cope with death and suffering. I collect rocks and talk to plants. We all have our methods. The village stirs as I make my way toward the main street. Children chase chickens between the houses while their mothers hang laundry on lines stretched between fence posts, the damp cloth snapping in the breeze. They are the normal sounds of normal people doing normal things, except for the worried, sidelong glances they shoot toward the houses where yellow ribbons mark the sick. The fear is like a gathering storm, but with more desperation and fewer options for shelter. Morning, Ember. Sarah Ironbark waves from her front garden, where she's pulling the last of her carrots before the ground freezes solid. How's young Gideon doing? Still breathing and complaining about my tea, I call back, pausing by her gate. I note the dark circles under her eyes and her repeated glances toward the Thatcher house 3 doors down. Both are good signs. How is your Tom feeling? His fever broke late yesterday evening. He's asking for proper food instead of your broths, so I figure that's progress. The best kind of progress. Keep him on light foods for another day or two, just to be safe. Sometimes the appetite comes back before the stomach remembers how to work. Adjusting the strap of my bag, I feel the familiar weight of dwindling supplies. The willow bark is running low, but I know where to find more. I'll stop by this afternoon to make sure he's not backsliding. You're a blessing, Ember. Don't know what we'd do without you. Die faster, just like they did in Haverton last spring and Greywater the year before that. Just doing my job, I say instead, because people need hope more than they need brutal honesty most of the time, even when hope is in shorter supply than medicine. The Thatcher house sits quiet and dark, the yellow ribbons hanging limp in the still air. Mrs. Thatcher lost her husband 5 days ago, and now she's nursing their twin boys through the same sickness that killed him. She's a tough woman, but grief and exhaustion are wearing her down to almost nothing. I knock on the door, not wanting to wake anyone who might be resting. "Come in, Ember." Her voice sounds hollow, scraped raw by too much crying and not enough sleep. The boys lie in their small bed, sharing blankets and body heat. Torin, the older twin by 10 minutes, shows the telltale flush of fever across his cheeks. His brother Luke is breathing easier, his color better, the worst of it behind him. They're maybe 8 years old, all sharp elbows and jutting knees and stubborn cowlicks that refuse to lie flat. "How are we doing this morning?" I kneel beside the bed, pressing the back of my hand to Torin's forehead. Still warm, but not the furnace heat that means I'll be digging graves by tomorrow. His fever's coming down, which is what we want to see. "Luke's been asking for porridge," Mrs. Thatcher says from her chair by the window, where she's been keeping vigil all night. Is it safe?" That's a wonderful sign. It means his body is remembering how to want food instead of just fighting to stay alive. I check Luke's pulse, finding it strong and steady. This kid's going to make it. Start him on thin porridge, maybe with a little honey if you've got it. Nothing too rich until we're sure his stomach is ready to handle real work again. "And Torin." I examine the younger boy more carefully, noting how he responds when I touch him, the steadiness of his breathing even in sleep. The plague boils on his neck have shrunk, and his skin feels cooler than it did yesterday. His body is winning the war, slow and steady. He's turned the corner. Give him another day or two, and he'll be complaining about being bored and asking for food too. I mix a mild dose of fever-reducing tea, measuring the herbs with practiced precision. Keep giving him this every few hours and make sure he drinks plenty of water. His body is doing the hard work now, we just need to support it. Mrs. Thatcher nods, clutching the small pouch of tea mixture like it's a lifeline. "Thank you, I don't know how to repay you for this." "Keep your boys healthy, that's payment enough." I give her shoulder a gentle squeeze, feeling the tension and sheer exhaustion in her muscles. The woman is about to collapse, and you need to get some rest yourself. You can't take care of them if you fall over. "I'll try." "Don't try, do it. That's a medical order from your bossy healer who doesn't take no for an answer." I gather my supplies, making a mental note to check back this evening. "I'm serious, Mrs. Thatcher. They need you healthy, not heroic." She manages a weak, watery smile. "You sound just like my mother." Your mother sounds like she had sense. Listen to her voice in your head instead of the guilt that's telling you to stay awake until you drop. I slip out of the house and continue my rounds, visiting the Fletcher family, where the old grandmother showed the first signs of sickness yesterday, then the baker's wife, who's nursing her newborn while fighting off the plague herself. Each case is different, a unique battle against the same relentless enemy. By mid-morning, I've used most of my willow bark and all of my feverfew. It's time to gather more supplies, which means a trip to the herb patches I maintain in the hills above the village. The storm clouds look closer now, pressing down from the eastern peaks like a gray wool blanket that's about to smother everything underneath. I take the path that winds up through the pine forest, breathing in the crisp aroma of resin and fallen leaves. This high up, the air feels purer, less touched by human sickness and the general mess people make of the world. My private gathering spots are hidden in clearings and meadows where the right plants grow wild and strong. The first patch sits in a sunny clearing, maybe a mile from the village, protected from the wind by a ring of ancient oaks. Willow bark, feverfew, mint, and a dozen other useful plants grow here in tended abundance. I planted some of them myself over the years. Others were gifts from old healers who taught me their secrets before dying and leaving me to figure out the rest on my own. Morning, beauties. I kneel beside a healthy stand of feverfew, its small, daisy-like white flowers still blooming despite the late season and the approaching storm. Hope you don't mind sharing. I've got sick people depending on you to keep them breathing. The plants come up in my experienced hands, roots intact for replanting next spring, assuming we all live that long. I bundle the stems quick and sure, filling my pouches with enough medicine to last another week if I'm careful with the doses. The familiar, grounding work soothes something tight in my chest, connecting me to the green, growing world that never judges or fails or dies gasping in my arms. A glint of blue attracts my attention close to the bottom of an oak tree. Another stone for my collection, this one the color of deep water with veins of white running through it like frozen lightning. I add it to my pocket with the others, small, solid weights that ground me to the earth and its quiet beauty. The willow grove lies deeper in the forest, following a small, chattering stream that runs over stones worn smooth by countless years of flowing water. The trees here grow tall and graceful, their bark thick and rich with the compounds that ease pain and reduce fever. I select several younger branches, careful not to damage the parent trees, murmuring my thanks as I work. "Thank you for the medicine," I murmur to the largest willow, running my hand over its rough, textured bark. "I hope I'm using your gifts well enough to matter." A stick cracks somewhere behind me. I freeze, every sense sharp and focused. The forest has gone quiet. No birds singing, no squirrels chattering. Even the stream seems to whisper more softly, as if the world itself is holding its breath, waiting for something terrible. Another sound. Boots on fallen leaves, someone trying to move quietly but not quite managing it. Hell. I grab my herb bag and ease deeper into the willow grove, using the thick trunks as cover. My heart beats fast but steady, a familiar thrum that floods my body with the clean energy that comes from real, tangible danger instead of the slow, creeping dread of disease. This isn't plague or sickness or people dying despite my best efforts. This is something I can run away from. The sounds multiply. Multiple people moving through the forest with a stealth that's too clumsy for hunters or local woodsmen. The metallic clink of weapons. Low voices giving directions in the harsh, guttural accent of the mountain clans. Raiders, gods damn it all to the deepest hells. Stories from other villages flash through my memory, told by other healers who escaped. Tales of armed groups sweeping down from the high mountains to loot and burn whatever they can find. These raiders target small, isolated settlements like Millbrook, places with no real defenses and plenty of supplies to steal, especially when the target can't fight back. The village lies between me and the raiders, unaware of the danger creeping toward it through the morning forest. Mrs. Thatcher with her sick boys, Gideon burning with fever, Tom Ironbark just starting his recovery, all of them helpless against armed men. I should warn them. I should run back down the path screaming at the top of my lungs, giving everyone a chance to hide or escape, or at least fight back with farm tools and desperate, hopeless courage. But raiders move fast, and I'm just one person with an herb bag and a few smooth stones in my pocket. Before I could reach the village, they'll already be there. My warning might save a few lives, or it might just get me killed along with everyone else. The voices grow closer, rough and casual, as they discuss their plans as if they're talking about the weather. Remember, we want supplies and coin, not just corpses. Dead people don't tell you where they hide their valuables. What about the healer? Gray said there's always a healer in these mountain villages. Take her if she's young enough to be useful. Kill her if she's not. Healers cause trouble if you leave them alive to patch up any survivors. My blood turns to ice water in my veins. They know about me. Someone scouted the village, told them Millbrook has a healer worth taking or killing. This isn't a random raid. They've planned this attack, chosen their target, and decided my fate before I even knew they existed. Well, that's just fantastic. Nothing like being marked for death by complete strangers on a Tuesday. I ease further back into the trees, moving as quietly as I know how. The stream offers suitable cover, its constant murmur masking the small sounds of my retreat. If I can work my way upstream, maybe I can circle around them, get to higher ground where I can see what's happening. Or maybe I should just run. Head deeper into the mountains, find some cave or forgotten shelter, wait for the raiders to take what they want and leave. Save myself and hope the villagers survive without me. The thought tastes like bile and cowardice in the back of my mouth. These are my people, my patients, my responsibility, even if they're all about to become another one of my failures. But I'm one healer with a bag of herbs against a dozen armed raiders who kill for a living. What am I supposed to do? Fight them off with feverfew and a healthy dose of righteous indignation. Think ember. Use your brain instead of drowning in your own regrets. I can't save everyone. I can't heal what I'm not there to treat. But I can't help anyone if I'm dead, either. Sometimes the smart choice and the right choice aren't the same thing, and sometimes you have to live with being smart instead of right. The sound of running feet erupts from the direction of the village, followed by shouts and then screams that cut through the morning air like broken glass. They've started their attack. I'm out of time for moral debates and useless self-recrimination. I run. Away from the village and the raiders, up the mountain, following the stream into the wild. My herb bag bounces against my hip as I navigate fallen logs and slippery rocks, my feet finding purchase on terrain I know by heart. The forest closes in around me like a protective embrace, hiding me from view and muffling the sounds of destruction from the valley below. Behind me, thick black smoke rises from the direction of Millbrook. Orange flames lick at the morning sky, consuming homes and lives and everything I've worked so hard to protect. I'm sorry, gods, I'm so sorry. The stream leads me higher into the mountains, toward wild country where few people ever venture and fewer still survive. There are no trails here, no shelters, no supplies except for what I carry in my bag. But there are also no raiders, no fire, no death following at my heels like a faithful dog. The storm clouds press lower, heavy with moisture and the promise of misery. Rain would help put out the fires below, but it would also make survival up here next to impossible without proper shelter. I need cover, and I need it soon, before the weather turns from uncomfortable to deadly. A memory surfaces from my apprentice days, something old Master Cornelius once mentioned about caves in the high mountains. Natural shelters used by hunters and hermits, spaces where a person could wait out the worst of the weather. Most of them were empty, forgotten, safe from human violence, if not from human comfort. Thunder rumbles overhead, echoing off the mountain peaks like the laughter of angry gods. The first fat raindrops splatter against my face, cold and sharp, and carrying the promise of much worse to come. I need to find shelter now, before the storm breaks in earnest and turns these hills into a frozen death trap. I follow the stream higher, my lungs burning in the thin air, my legs shaking from exhaustion and adrenaline. Each step takes me further from my old life and deeper into a future of complete uncertainty. But each step also takes me further from the flames and the screaming, from failure and death, and the crushing weight of a responsibility I can never quite carry without it breaking me. The stream curves around a massive, moss-covered boulder, revealing a narrow valley hidden between steep walls of stone. Trees grow thick here, sheltered from the worst of the wind, and the sound of water suggests deeper pools where fish might shelter. It looks like a place where caves might form, carved out by centuries of patient water. I scramble up the rocky slope, my eyes searching for any dark opening that might offer protection from the coming storm and whatever else might hunt me in these woods. The rain is falling heavier now, turning the stone slippery and dangerous. My clothes stick to my skin, cold and uncomfortable, while my herb bag grows heavier with absorbed water. There, a dark opening between two fallen stones, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through, but deep enough to offer proper shelter from the elements. I peer into the darkness, seeing stone walls that stretch back further than my eyes can follow in the gloom. The air smells of damp rock and old earth, clean and empty of any human presence. Perfect, nothing like a creepy, dark cave to make everything better. I squeeze through the narrow opening, feeling the rough stones scrape against my shoulders as I work my way inside. The space opens up once I'm past the entrance, becoming wide enough to stand and move around in. It's dry, which is the most important thing, protected from the wind and the rain and anyone who might be following me. I set down my heavy herb bag and pull out the stones I collected this morning, arranging them on a flat rock like tiny, personal treasures. The green stone, the quartz, the blue stone with its white veins. Small salvaged beauties set against all the ugliness, reminders that not everything ends in fire and death and screaming. Outside, the storm builds to its full fury, the rain drumming against the stone and the wind tearing at the trees. Inside, I'm dry, safe, and more alone than I have been in my whole adult life. I should feel relieved. I should feel grateful for surviving when so many others almost certainly didn't. Instead, I just feel empty, hollowed out, like something essential has been carved out of my chest and left behind in the burning village to bleed out while I watch from a safe distance. My people are dead or scattered or worse, and I ran away to save myself. It was the logical choice, the smart choice, the choice that keeps me alive to help other people another day. It doesn't make it feel any less like cowardice. I pull my knees to my chest and listen to the storm build outside my newfound shelter, trying not to think about Mrs. Thatcher and her boys, about Gideon fighting off his fever, about all the patients who needed me and got fire instead. The guilt sits heavy in my stomach like spoiled meat, mixing with exhaustion and fear, and the bitter knowledge that sometimes doing the right thing means having to live with consequences that feel wrong. The cave stretches back into darkness, offering depths I haven't yet explored and secrets I haven't uncovered. Tomorrow, if the storm passes and I'm still breathing, I'll need to find food and water and figure out how to survive in this wild country where orcs and worse things are said to hunt in the shadows. But tonight, I just need to rest and try to forget the smell of smoke and the sound of screaming, and hope that being smart instead of heroic doesn't end up eating me alive from the inside out. I close my eyes and let the steady rhythm of the rain on stone lull me toward a fitful sleep. My collection of river stones clutched warm in my palm like small, hard promises that beauty still exists somewhere in the world, even when everything else has burned down to ash and memory.
The knife slips again, carving a deep gouge where smooth, elegant curves should be. "Stone, take it," I mutter, examining the ruined wooden figure in my oversized hands. What I had intended to be a sleek mountain cat now resembles something a clumsy youngling would hack together on their first try with a dull blade. The fever makes my hands unsteady, turning the simple, meditative act of carving into an exercise in pure frustration. I set the mangled piece of wood aside with the others, adding it to the growing pile of failed attempts that litters the cave floor around my sleeping furs. 5 years of exile, trying to create something beautiful instead of just destroying everything I touch. The results speak of my failures more eloquently than any words could. Wind howls outside the cave entrance, carrying the sharp bite of a winter that has arrived early to make an already challenging survival even more so. The storm I watched build all afternoon from the high peaks has turned vicious, bringing a freezing rain and winds that could knock a grown, healthy warrior off his feet. It's excellent timing, considering the fever has left me unsteady enough without having to fight the mountain weather. I shift my position on the furs, feeling the sharp pull of infected wounds across my ribs. The gashes, a gift from a cornered mother bear, refuse to heal, seeping a poison into my blood that makes my skin burn and my thoughts drift like smoke on the wind. It's been 3 days since the fever started, 3 days of fighting a profound weakness that could get me killed if anything dangerous finds this high, isolated place. But showing weakness, even to myself, means death for an exile, even when there's no one else around to witness my failings. The cave stretches deep into the mountain's belly, carved by water and time into a series of chambers that provide perfect defensive positions. I chose this place when I first fled into the wilderness, cataloging every entrance and exit, every shadowed alcove where an enemy might hide. The main chamber where I make my camp offers clear sight lines to 3 different escape routes, while the narrow entrance forces any attacker to approach single file. They are old habits from a warrior's life I can never reclaim. Habits that keep me breathing, which is more than most exiles manage. I pick up another piece of wood, testing its grain with fingertips that dwarf the small branch. This one might become a bird if I can manage not to butcher it like the cat. Something with wings, something that can fly free from the crushing weight of other people's expectations and false accusations. The knife begins its work again, shaving off thin curls of wood that smell of pine sap and clean mountain air. My hands know the motions even when my mind drifts, muscle memory guiding the blade through cuts that reveal the shape hidden inside the grain. Thunder rumbles overhead. The storm has teeth now, weather that kills travelers caught in the open and sends even the hardiest mountain predators seeking shelter. I should be thankful for the protection these stone walls offer, should consider myself fortunate to have found this sanctuary, which has sheltered me through the long exile. Instead, I sit here carving wooden figures I'll destroy before dawn, trying to coax a sliver of beauty out of a world bent on crushing anything gentle or hopeful. The wood splits under my fevered grip, ruining another potential bird. I set the pieces aside and reach for my water skin, noting how the simple motion sends a lance of fire through my infected ribs. The wounds need proper cleaning, need herbs I don't possess, and a level of care I can't provide for myself. But tending to injuries means admitting weakness, and I have not let myself do that in a very long time. You should have been more careful with that bear, should have finished it quicker instead of letting it mark you with those claws. The memory surfaces without invitation, bringing with it the scent of blood and wet fur and the desperate, primal fury of a creature protecting its cubs. 3 days ago I found the beast raiding my winter stores. The fight was brief but vicious, ending with the bear dead and my ribs laid open to an infection that refuses to respond to the crude remedies I can manage on my own. I touch the bandages wrapped around my torso. The fever is growing worse despite my efforts to ignore it, clouding my judgment and making my hands shake with a weakness that could prove fatal if anything dangerous wanders this high into the mountains. But exile means facing death alone. It means facing everything alone. Years of proving to myself, if no one else, that I'm stronger than they believed, more resourceful than they ever expected, capable of enduring anything this unforgiving wilderness can throw at me. And yet I still carve these wooden figures like a youngling seeking approval. I still crave the comfort of other voices, of companionship, of belonging to something larger than this isolated cave. Talking to yourself again like an addled old hermit, I tell the fire, watching the flames dance across the stone walls that know all my secrets. So long in the wild and you've forgotten how to be silent. The criticism tastes bitter, mixing with the heat of the fever and the metallic tang of infection in my mouth. I should be thankful for this solitude, should appreciate the freedom from clan politics and the constant pressure to prove my worth through violence. Instead, the oppressive silence presses in against my skull, making me speak aloud just to hear a sound other than the wind and my own labored breathing. I shift my position again, trying to ease the pressure on my wounds. The movement sends fresh waves of pain through my torso, sharp enough to make my vision blur at the edges. The fever is getting worse. I can't fight it down. The thought should frighten me. It should drive me to seek help or abandon this position for somewhere safer. Instead, it brings a strange, quiet peace. This is longer than most exiles survive. If an infection claims what battle and starvation and the mountain winters could not, then at least the struggle will end. The child had yellow hair, like wheat ready for harvest. The memory cuts through the fever dreams like a sharpened blade, bringing with it details that still wake me screaming some nights. Not because I killed her, but because I failed to prevent her death, failed to be the protector I was trained to be since I was old enough to hold a blade. The weight of that failure sits heavy in my gut, a poisoned guilt that continues to fester. I flex my hands, testing the grip strength that has kept me alive through countless battles and long seasons of mountain survival. Still strong despite the fever, still steady enough to wield my weapons, though my latest carving efforts suggest otherwise. My reflexes are slowed from the infection, my judgment clouded, but it hasn't broken me, not yet. As the storm winds intensify, the rain turns to hard sleet that rattles against the stone like angry spirits trying to force their way inside. The cold air turns my breath to fog in the cave's chill. Winter weather, arriving early to make survival even more challenging than usual. A sound cuts through the storm's roar, something different from the wind or the rain or the natural voices of the mountain. Footsteps, stumbling and uncertain, approaching from the direction of the main entrance. Someone seeking shelter from the weather, drawn by the same basic survival instincts that led me to this place all those years ago. I go still, every sense focused on the approaching presence. The wooden bird I was about to start remains motionless in my hands while I catalog what my ears are telling me about the intruder. Light footsteps, too quick and small for another orc. A human most likely, but what human would venture this high into wild country alone? The weight distribution suggests someone small, moving with the desperate urgency of someone fleeing danger rather than seeking it out. My carving knife disappears into its sheath with practiced silence. I set aside the piece of wood with careful precision, knowing it was another small, potential beauty destined for eventual destruction. My body coils with readiness despite the fever, my muscles remembering the combat training that exile hasn't erased. The footsteps grow closer, accompanied by labored breathing and a muttered commentary that sounds female. Young, maybe, or at least not aged past her fighting years. Her voice carries grim determination under the exhaustion, along with a sharp, sarcastic humor that finds absurdity even in the most desperate of situations. Interesting, most humans I've encountered in the wild die screaming or begging. This one sounds like she's ready to argue with death itself. I position myself in the deep shadows near the cave entrance, where I can observe without being seen. The fever makes me unsteady on my feet, but not so weak that I can't defend my territory if necessary. This cave has been my home through the whole exile. Whatever drove this human up into the mountains isn't going to drive me from the only sanctuary I've claimed for myself. The footsteps reach the cave mouth, bringing with them the scent of rain and fear and something floral that doesn't belong in this harsh, unforgiving country. Herbs, maybe, medicine, supplies a healer might carry, if any healers were foolish enough to venture into orc territory during the first storm of the season. Well, this is just perfect. The words carry sarcasm, delivered in a voice that sounds more annoyed than afraid. I watch from the shadows as a small figure stumbles into the cave entrance, shaking water from rain-dark hair while cursing the weather in a language that would make a seasoned warrior blush. She is human, female, young enough to move with a quick, nervous energy despite her obvious exhaustion. She carries a heavy leather bag that looks laden with supplies, and her practical clothes suggest someone accustomed to hard work rather than soft living. She takes 3 steps into the cave before her eyes land on my fire. "Oh, come on," the sarcasm is back, delivered with the weary, put-upon tone of someone whose day has gone from bad to worse to ridiculous. Of course, someone else found the good shelter first. I remain motionless in my chosen position, watching as she approaches the fire with cautious, measured steps. Her movements suggest wariness rather than outright fear, the actions of someone assessing a situation rather than panicking at a potential danger. She's tiny, even accounting for the distance between us. She can't stand much past my chest height, and the realization makes me aware of my own frame in a way I have not been in years. "Hello," she calls out into the cave's depths, her voice carrying both a challenge and a genuine curiosity. "I know you're in here somewhere. People don't just abandon a perfectly good fire in weather like this." She is clever and braver than most humans I've ever encountered, to walk alone into unknown territory and call out to potential threats instead of fleeing back into the storm. I could kill her now, one quick movement from the shadows, my hands around that delicate throat, and the problem of her presence would disappear forever. It would be a clean solution, the brutal pragmatism that keeps exiles alive in hostile territory. Instead, I study the determined set of her shoulders. She stands ready to fight or flee, outmatched by whatever emerges from the darkness. There's something interesting about that kind of stubborn courage, something that reminds me of the qualities I once valued in myself before they were beaten out of me. "I'm not leaving," she announces to the empty air, settling herself cross-legged beside my fire with the quiet confidence of someone claiming new territory. "The storm's getting worse, and I'd rather take my chances with whoever lives here than freeze to death outside, so we might as well get acquainted." She opens her bag and pulls out supplies, spreading them with the quiet efficiency of someone accustomed to making camp in difficult circumstances. Dried food, a water skin, and what looks like an extensive collection of medical supplies. A healer then, or at least someone with a healer's knowledge. The scent of herbs grows stronger as she works, a mixture of familiar and unfamiliar fragrances that speak of extensive training and experience. This is real medicine, not the crude remedies I've been attempting to use on my infected wounds. This is dangerous thinking. She is human, an enemy, a creature that would hand you to clan justice the instant she learned what you've done. The warning comes in a voice that sounds like my father's, stern, practical, and without mercy. But my father was the one who cast me out 5 years ago, choosing my exile over defending my innocence. His wisdom has proven to be less than reliable. "Look," the woman says, addressing the shadows where she must sense my presence. "I'm a healer. I don't carry weapons. I don't fight unless someone is trying to kill me, and right now I'm far more interested in getting warm and dry than in causing trouble for anyone." The irony of it tastes as bitter as old blood in my mouth. Here I sit, fevered and infected and dying from wounds I can't treat, while a human healer makes camp beside my fire as if she belongs here. "I've got food and medicine if that matters," she continues. "I'm willing to share for shelter until this storm passes." It's a proposition of cooperation instead of violence, of mutual benefit instead of the usual pattern of predator and prey. The arrangement makes perfect sense for 2 people caught in deadly weather, regardless of what species they are. I could step from the shadows now, reveal myself, and see how long her courage would last. It would be a simple thing to watch her flee back into the killing storm, proof that human bravery extends only as far as human ignorance. But the fever is burning hotter now, making my thoughts drift again like smoke. The infection is spreading through my blood, poisoning the strength that has never failed me before. By tomorrow, I might need help to survive. "And she claims to be a healer." "I can hear you breathing," she says, pulling what looks like tea supplies from her bag. It's heavy breathing, like someone who's fighting a fever or an infection. That's treatable, you know, if you're willing to let me look. She knows I'm sick, she knows I'm vulnerable, and instead of pressing that advantage, she offers aid. Either she's the most foolish human ever born, or there's something different about this small woman who walks alone into orc territory during killing storms. These wounds need proper attention. They need skills I don't possess and remedies I can't provide for myself. My pride and my caution are at war with stark necessity and the growing certainty that I will die without help. The storm howls with renewed fury, promising a swift death to anything caught in its path. The driving rain and wind make the cave entrance fade to a wall of black, making travel impossible even for desperate people with nowhere else to go. We're trapped here together until the weather breaks. Two people from species that have been killing each other for generations, forced into an unlikely cooperation by circumstances neither of us can control. I take a deep, slow breath, tasting her scent on the recycled air of the cave. Herbs and medicine and a fierce determination, mixed with the clean smell of rain and the subtle, unique fragrance that clings to her hair. They are human scents, enemy scents, but they carry nothing that speaks of immediate danger or hostile intent. I step from the shadows and into the firelight. She looks up as my massive form emerges from the darkness, and I watch her eyes widen with a shock that she can't quite hide. 7 feet of scarred orc warrior, armed and fevered and more than capable of crushing her without effort. The stuff of human nightmares, manifested right beside her comfortable fire. But she doesn't scream, she doesn't flee or beg or collapse with terror. Instead, she looks me up and down with the cool, clinical assessment of someone evaluating a patient, taking in my size and my scars, and the careful way I'm holding myself to protect my infected wounds. Well, she says, her voice dry with that same sharp humor I heard earlier, you're running a fever. When was the last time you cleaned those wounds?
The blizzard has teeth, and it's trying to eat the mountain whole. Wind howls through the peaks with the raw fury of something starved and desperate, driving snow horizontal across the rocky slopes until I can barely see 5 feet beyond the relative safety of the cave entrance. What started as a driving rain yesterday afternoon has transformed into something murderous, weather that kills seasoned travelers and reshapes entire valleys. I've lived in these mountains my entire life, and I've never seen a storm build this fast or hit this hard. I press deeper into the cave, grateful for the solid stone walls that muffle the worst of the wind's tormented shrieking. My herb bag feels lighter against my hip after spending half the night treating infected bear claw wounds on someone the size of a small building. The memory of how this whole arrangement started still makes me shake my head in a kind of weary disbelief. Well, you're running a fever. When did you last clean those wounds? Not the diplomatic opening most people would choose when meeting their first 7-foot-tall orc warrior. Thane had growled his name like a threat, then fought my every attempt to help for the better part of an hour. In the end, he'd submitted to my medical bullying with the grudging tolerance of a predator too fevered to bite. That tolerance was fragile, though. Between bouts of delirium, he'd surfaced just long enough to track my movements with those golden eyes, every glance a calculation about whether I was a threat worth the effort of dealing with. The fever had done what my bedside manner couldn't. It had worn his resistance down to something almost manageable. The fire crackles in its carefully constructed stone pit, casting dancing shadows across the walls while the storm rages outside our temporary sanctuary. Thane sleeps in the deeper part of the cave, his massive form barely fitting on a bed of furs that would accommodate 3 people my size. Even while unconscious from the potent sleeping draught I'd given him, he radiates a heat like a forged stone. The fever had broken after hours of stubborn resistance to my treatment, and to me. Gods, he's enormous. How does someone get that big and still move so quietly? I remember the moment he stepped from the shadows yesterday, all that scarred muscle unfolding to its full towering height, hostility filling the cave like smoke. He depositioned himself between me and the exit, those massive hands hovering near the blade at his hip while he assessed whether I posed any real danger. It was the stillness of a predator deciding whether to strike. For a long, cold moment, I'd been certain he was going to kill me. Then the fever hit him like a fist and he swayed. The predator was a patient now. The storm intensifies outside, the snow piling up against the cave mouth in deep drifts that are sealing us inside. Even if the weather cleared this very instant, the paths down to the valleys would be impassable. We're stuck here together until the mountain stops trying to kill everything on its slopes. Could be worse. At least he hasn't tried to eat me or hold me hostage for ransom yet. My fingers find the blue stone in my pocket and roll it slow, its weight a small, steadying thing against the shriek of the storm. The familiar ritual grounds me, connecting me to my habit of finding small, tangible beauties even when everything else seems designed by malicious, ugly spirits. You collect stones. The observation comes from behind me, rough and slurred at the edges, the voice of someone surfacing through layers of fever and drugged sleep. I turn to find Thane awake, or near enough. He's propped up on one elbow, studying me with golden eyes that are glassy with the remnants of fever, but still sharp enough to miss nothing. He's been drifting in and out for hours, each waking spell a little longer than the last, and each time he surfaces, he seems surprised to find me still here and still breathing. "You've been watching me," I reply, not bothering to make it a question. "How long have you been awake?" "For some time." He pushes himself to a sitting position with movements that are steady but careful, mindful of the fresh bandages I'd wrapped around his ribs. "You speak to them, the stones, as if they are companions." Great, the enormous orc warrior I'm trapped with thinks I'm crazy because I talk to rocks. They don't argue back or complain about my medical techniques, I tell him, tucking the blue stone back into my pocket. That makes them better conversationalists than most of my patients. Something that might be amusement flickers across his stern features. "I did not complain about your invading techniques." "No, you just lay there like a carved statue while I poked at your infected wounds and muttered about moss-brained orcs who decide to fight bears without having a proper follow-up care plan." I settle myself cross-legged beside my herb bag, noting how his attention tracks my every movement. Most people at least have the common courtesy to wince when I'm cleaning out infected gashes. I have extensive experience with wound treatment. The careful way he phrases it suggests a long history of stories he's not ready to share. Pain is manageable with the proper focus. Right, because everyone accumulates that many scars from friendly sparring matches. I study his face, cataloging the careful control that never quite slips, even with the lingering effects of fever and exhaustion. It speaks of military training, the brutal discipline that comes from years of combat and field medicine, from being in situations where showing weakness could get you killed. "Your clan's healers taught you well," I observe, curious to see how he responds to direct questions about his past. That kind of pain tolerance doesn't just develop overnight. Any warmth disappears behind walls of careful neutrality. My clan was thorough in their instruction. Past tense again. Something serious separated him from these people who trained him so well. But pushing for details now seems cruel, especially when he's already sharing his shelter with someone who, by all rights, should be his enemy. We all have subjects that are too painful to discuss with strangers, stories that still hurt too much to tell. "Well, their thoroughness is the reason you're still breathing," I tell him, turning my attention to checking the supplies in my herb bag. "Those wounds were trying their best to kill you. Another day without proper treatment, and we'd be having a very different and much shorter conversation. You saved my life." The admission comes quietly, almost reluctantly. "I am grateful and in your debt." A debt, well, that's not a complicated thing to drop into orc-human relations at all. "You don't owe me anything," I say. "I'm a healer. Helping people who are hurt is what I do, regardless of who they are or where they come from. Regardless of their species." There's something careful and probing in his voice, as if my answer to this question matters more than a casual conversation would suggest. "Especially regardless of species." I meet his gaze, letting him see I mean every word. Pain is pain. Infection is infection. It doesn't matter if you're human or orc or anything else in between, everyone deserves medical attention when they need it. He studies my face for a long, silent moment, searching for something. Whatever he finds there seems to satisfy him, because some of the rigid tension leaves his massive shoulders. That is not the attitude I would have expected from a human healer. Meaning most humans wouldn't treat an injured orc. And honestly, a week ago, I might have been one of them. My people's stories about orcs aren't bedtime fables. They're warnings carved from generations of raids, border wars, and burn settlements not so different from Millbrook. The fact that I'm sitting here calmly chatting with someone whose people have been killing mine for centuries isn't wisdom. It might just be the stupidity of exhaustion and having nowhere else to go. But the fever has stripped him down to something raw, and what's underneath the scars and the sighs isn't what the stories promised. He expects the worst from my people. I'm not entirely sure he's wrong to. Yeah, well, most healers haven't spent years learning that herbs don't care about politics, I reply, injecting enough lightness into my voice to diffuse the heavy moment. Willow bark works the same on everyone. An infection responds to the same treatments regardless of who's carrying it. A practical wisdom. It's practical selfishness, more like. I've got a reputation to maintain as someone who can keep people breathing. Having patients die because I refuse to treat them would be bad for business. He makes a sound that might be a low chuckle, barely audible but genuine. You speak of healing as if it is a trade craft. It is a trade craft. I learned it from someone who learned it from someone else, passing down knowledge and techniques through generations of people who figured out how to turn plants into medicine. I gesture around the well-organized cave, taking in his neat supplies and the defensive positioning of his camp. It's the same as whatever trade taught you to arrange everything for maximum tactical advantage and minimum vulnerability. His expression grows thoughtful. You observe much for a healer. I observe everything. It goes with the territory when your entire job is figuring out what's wrong with people and how to fix it. I pull out some dried meat and a small loaf of hard-travel bread, simple food that will keep us fed while the storm continues to rage. Speaking of which, you need to eat something. Your body is still fighting off that infection, and healing takes a tremendous amount of energy. He accepts the food with deliberate movements, his hands that could crush stone handling the simple fare with a surprising delicacy. Everything about him suggests a controlled power, an immense strength held in check by a rigid discipline, and what seems to be a genuine concern for my safety. He's being careful not to intimidate me. He shifted to seem less threatening, softened his voice, and kept those massive hands open where I could see they meant no harm. The realization brings a strange, unexpected warmth to my chest. I can't remember the last person who put that kind of care into my comfort. Most people either dismiss me as the bossy village healer who talks too much, or they want something from me I'm not willing to give. The storm shows no signs of breaking, I observe, glancing toward the entrance where the snow continues to pile up in drifts that now reach to my waist. We might be stuck in here for another day at least. These mountains are unpredictable in the late autumn. He follows my gaze, assessing the weather with the practiced eye of someone who has survived multiple harsh seasons in this wilderness. The cave is well supplied for an extended occupation. We will not lack for the necessities. He says it like the arrangement has already become some kind of partnership, the word slipping out as if it cost him nothing. Good thing I enjoy your company, then. I tell him with enough sarcasm to make it clear I'm joking. There's nothing worse than being trapped with someone who has terrible conversation skills. My conversation skills are adequate at best. They're better than most of my patients. You haven't complained about my bedside manner or asked stupid questions about your very obvious injuries. I settle in to eat my meal, noting how he continues to monitor the cave entrance even while he's focused on his food. Though you have this habit of talking like we're conducting formal negotiations instead of just sharing some travel rations. I apologize, formal speech is a habit. Drilled in by the same people who taught him pain tolerance and tactical thinking, no doubt. Don't apologize. It's kind of refreshing. Most people I know would be complaining about the storm and the accommodations and how long it's taking their wounds to heal. I tear off a piece of bread, noting how he waits for me to eat before he begins his own meal. You're polite, too. Your clan must have raised you with good manners. A flicker of pain passes behind his eyes at the mention of his clan. There, and gone so quickly, I might have imagined it. But the careful way he sets down his food suggests that the topic carries a weight he's not ready to share. He's not ready to talk about whatever separated him from his people. Well, their thoroughness is keeping us both comfortable right now, I say, steering the conversation towards safer ground. This is a good cave. It's a defensible position, you've got a source of fresh water, and there's plenty of room to move around without feeling trapped. It has served my needs. There's something wistful and lonely in his voice when he says it, as if an adequate shelter is a poor substitute for what he wants. I study his profile while he stares into the fire, noting the careful control that never quite hides the profound loneliness that lies just beneath the surface. How long has he been alone up here? What brought you to this mountain? I ask, my curiosity overcoming my caution. It's pretty far from the main orc settlements, assuming the old maps are still accurate. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. Circumstances made a departure from the traditional territories necessary. Necessary, not chosen. Something drove him out here. Circumstances have a way of doing that, I agree, keeping my voice neutral and non-judgmental. Sometimes the only choice is to find new territory and make the best of whatever situation you land in. He glances at me, a keen intelligence surfacing behind the gold of his eyes. You speak as one who understands necessary departures. He's too perceptive by half. Everyone leaves somewhere eventually, I deflect, not ready to discuss raiders or burning villages or my recent failures. Some of us just end up a little higher in the mountains than others. Indeed, he doesn't press for any more details, respecting my boundaries in the same way I'm trying to respect his. The mountains offer a sanctuary to many who find themselves displaced. Displaced, an interesting word for him to reach for, and a careful one. We finish our meal in a companionable silence, listening to the storm rage outside our temporary shelter. The wind carries strange voices sometimes, howling, melodic notes that sound almost like words in languages that neither of us recognizes. It's mountain weather at its most vicious, the kind that kills travelers and leaves their bones to bleach in the spring sunshine. Your wounds will need fresh bandages, I tell him when we've finished eating. The infection is responding well to the treatment, but consistent care prevents any setbacks. You are very thorough in your healing methods. I'm thorough because sloppy medicine kills people. I gather my supplies, noting how he positions himself to make the examination easier for me. Most infections that claim lives do it because someone got careless with the follow-up care. He nods in understanding, and the gesture suggests personal, hard-won experience. My clan's healers stressed a similar attention to detail. He keeps circling back to them. Someone trained him well in more than just combat. I unwrap the old bandages, checking each wound for signs of either improvement or deterioration. The angry red of the infection has faded to a much healthier pink, while the deepest gashes are showing proper healing around the edges. His body knows how to repair itself, given the adequate support of my remedies. Much better, I murmur while I clean the wounds with a fresh solution. Whatever you tangled with did some serious damage, but you're going to recover just fine, as long as you don't do anything else stupid. I shall endeavor to avoid any further encounters with protective mothers who are defending their young. There's a dry humor in his voice that makes me glance up at his face. It's the first hint of an actual personality I've heard from him beyond his careful politeness, and it suggests that there's more depth to him beneath that formal, stoic exterior. He has a sense of humor, who would have thought? That's a good policy. Mothers with claws are unreasonable about territory disputes. I apply a fresh poultice to the deepest of the cuts, noting how he holds still despite the medicine's inevitable burn. Though I have to ask, what were you doing close enough to a mother's cubs to trigger that kind of violent response in the first place? His face tightens and goes guarded, reminding me he hides secrets as significant and as painful as my own. The situation was complicated. Everything about him is complicated. But I don't push for any more details. We all have our painful stories, our subjects that are too raw to discuss with strangers. That he's sharing his shelter and accepting treatment from a human woman already suggests that he's extended far more trust than the circumstances would require. Complicated situations have a way of leaving scars, I observe while I wrap fresh bandages around his ribs, both physical and otherwise. Indeed, he says. His eyes are losing focus again, the fever pulling him back under despite his efforts to stay present. His sentences have been getting shorter, his pauses longer, and now his head drops forward in that slow, heavy way that tells me the sleeping draft and the sickness are winning the battle for his consciousness. Rest, I tell him, and for once he doesn't argue. He settles back onto the furs with a controlled descent that turns into something closer to a collapse at the end, his massive body going slack as the fever drags him under again. Within minutes, his breathing has deepened into the steady rhythm of drugged sleep. I sit by the fire and watch him, this enormous, dangerous stranger who should by every story I was raised on be my enemy. The fever made him almost soft, almost open. But fever talk is cheap. People say all kinds of things when their body is cooking their brain. Tomorrow, or whenever the sickness finally breaks its hold, the real version of him will surface. The one who growled his name like a threat and reached for his blade when he first saw me. That's the version I need to be ready for. The blizzard may have teeth, but it's not the storm I'm worried about anymore.
Consciousness returns first as a scent. Not the familiar damp earth and cold stone of my cave, but something sharp and clean. Willow bark, honey, and a clean, floral fragrance that has no business existing this deep in the mountains. It cuts through the last remnants of the fever fog, and with it comes memory, fractured, humiliating memory. The human, the healer. During the fever, when the sickness burned my defenses away, I had talked to her like she was someone I could trust. I remember fragments, her sharp voice cutting through the delirium, my own words coming loose and unguarded. I let a human see past walls that took 5 years to build, and I did it because I was too weak to stop my own mouth. Fool, careless, fever-addled fool. The pain comes next, but it is not the white-hot agony of infection. It is a deep, tended ache across my ribs. The burning is gone. My thoughts feel clear for the first time in what must be days, sharp and cold as the mountain air, and the clarity brings with it a rigid, defensive awareness that the fever had stolen from me. I remain still, cataloging my surroundings through senses honed by 5 years of survival. The wind howls outside, a murderous shriek that I recognize, a true mountain blizzard, but inside the cave another sound, the soft scrape of a boot against stone, the rustle of a bag. She moves with practiced quiet near my sleeping furs. Still here, still close enough to be a threat if she chose to be. I force my eyes open. The light from my fire pit is low and steady, and kneeling beside it is the source of the scent, the sound, the reason my wounds no longer burn. The human healer who had bullied her way past my resistance while the fever held me down. She kneels beside my sleeping furs as if she belongs there, her small hands sorting through pouches and glass bottles with an efficiency that speaks of long practice. Auburn hair escapes a practical braid to frame her face. Her eyes are focused on her task, but they flick to me the instant my breathing changes. She assesses me with an interest I've only ever seen from seasoned clan shamans, measuring my symptoms and recovery with a detached competence. But no shaman I've ever known looked quite so delicate or spoke with such irreverent, biting humor, and no shaman had ever heard me speak so freely of things that should have stayed buried. Well, look who's rejoined the land of the living, for real this time. The voice cuts through the cave's silence with a casual confidence, carrying none of the fear that should accompany being trapped in a cave with an orc who is no longer too fevered to be dangerous. You look better, she adds, eyes are clear, that's new. She's right, my mind is sharp in a way it has not been since before the bear's claws found my ribs, and with that sharpness comes the full weight of what the fever stripped away, my caution, my control, the careful silence that has carried me through 5 years of exile. The things I spoke of during the fever, my voice is a dry scrape against a burnt throat, but the words are precise, deliberate, the formal cadence that serves as armor when I have no other kind. How much of it do you remember? She glances up, her green eyes sharp. You mean the bits about your exile, your clan, the formal apology you gave me for bleeding on your own furs? She caps a small glass bottle with a practiced twist. All of it. I have an excellent memory. Occupational hazard. The confirmation sends ice through my veins. Everything I said while the fever held my walls open, she heard it. She carries it now, this small human stranger, knowledge that could be leverage or weapon or simple gossip depending on what kind of person she proves to be. I study her face, searching for any sign of malicious intent, any indication that she plans to use what the sickness forced from me. I find only the same matter-of-fact competence from before, the look of someone who has a job to do and very little patience for unnecessary drama. The things I said in the fever will not be spoken of again. It is not a request. It emerges as a command, rough and final, the voice of someone accustomed to being obeyed, the voice I should have used from the beginning before the sickness made me careless. Relax, big guy, your secrets are safe with me. I'm a healer, not a gossip. She glances up from her supplies, her gaze quick and clever and missing nothing. Besides, who exactly would I tell? The rocks, the blizzard. A healer who keeps secrets, a practical claim, but I cannot afford to trust it, not when the fever forced from me truths that could be used as weapons by anyone with the will to wield them. She handled my wounds with competence while I was helpless, yes, but competence is not loyalty, and kindness during a crisis proves nothing about what follows it. You should not have stayed. The warning comes out rougher than I intend, sharpened by the shame of having been so exposed. The fever has passed. I am no longer helpless. You understand what that means. She snorts in an elegant sound that is both dismissive and amused. Oh, you're terrifying, especially after spending the last day letting me poke around your open wounds while you told me very polite stories about your childhood. She waves a hand at the blizzard howling beyond the cave mouth. Also, where exactly would I go? Into that. Her sarcasm hits me like a splash of cold water, shocking in its complete and utter lack of caution. During the fever she had been bold, but I had assumed that was the courage of treating a helpless patient. Now, facing me clear-eyed and at something closer to full strength, she shows no more fear than before. This small female treats my size and my strength like they are minor inconveniences, hardly worth acknowledging. I test my body, cataloging the damage and the recovery. The fever has indeed broken, but a profound weakness lingers in muscles that usually respond with reliable power. The infected wounds no longer burn with a constant fire, though they pull and ache with each small movement. She could have killed me, she could have cut my throat while I was helpless, taken whatever supplies I possess, and claimed my territory for herself. Instead, she healed me. The reality of that choice creates a confusion that cuts deeper than any of my physical wounds. Exile has taught me that survival requires constant vigilance, that kindness is weakness, and that mercy gets you killed. Yet here sits a human healer who risked her safety to preserve mine, offering care without asking for a single thing in return. This is not the order of the world as I know it. The world I have survived is one of blood and stone and solitude. Her presence is a stone dropped into a still, dark pool. The storm trapped you here, I observe. The wind's howl has risen to a deafening shriek. Lucky me finding the one decent shelter for miles around. She organizes her supplies with movements that suggest long practice at making camp in rough country. Mind you, finding it already occupied by something that could crush my skull like a grape wasn't part of my original plan. That she can name the disparity so casually should reassure me. It should prove she understands the danger she is in. Instead, it only makes me conscious of every inch of it. She's tiny compared to me, delicate in ways that make my own hands feel like clumsy, dangerous weapons. When she moves, there's an economy of motion that speaks of someone accustomed to making every gesture count, but there's also a fundamental vulnerability there that awakens protective instincts I thought my exile had buried long ago. Instincts I have no right to feel for a human, for someone whose people have burned orc settlements with the same casual cruelty that her raiders showed her village. Our two peoples have spilled each other's blood for longer than either of us has been alive. The fever made me forget that. I cannot afford to forget it again. Yesterday, during the fever, you mentioned raiders, she says without looking up from her work. Armed groups moving through the mountain passes. You said you'd seen signs of them in the lower valleys. Another thing the fever forced from me. The knowledge sits bitter in my throat that she now possesses tactical information I would never have shared with a clear mind. Days ago, before the sickness took hold, I had encountered signs of human military activity in the lower valleys. Boot prints in organized formations, cold fire sites that spoke of disciplined camps, evidence suggesting coordinated attacks. And you told me about Millbrook, I reply, testing how much of the fever conversation was real and how much was delirium. They burned your village. Her hands still for just a moment, the only outward sign that my words have hit their mark. When she continues sorting her supplies, her movements carry a controlled, deliberate tension that speaks of a recent and profound trauma being managed. The name of her village comes out of her flat, scraped empty of the pain it must carry. The raiders hit us at dawn. I was out collecting herbs in the hills when the attack started. By the time I could have gotten back, there was nothing left to save. The timeline fits with the storm patterns and my own fevered memories of sensing someone approaching the cave. She's been running through hostile territory for days, carrying her heavy medical supplies and whatever other belongings she could grab before fleeing for her life into the unforgiving wilderness. No wonder she looks at me with such a casual fearlessness. After watching her entire world burn to the ground, an injured orc must seem like a minor threat. Millbrook lies in the disputed territories, I observe, testing my knowledge of the regional geography against what the clan's scouts used to report before my exile. It's a human settlement, but it lies outside the protection of your king's armies. It lies outside the protection of anyone with any sense. A bitter edge creeps into her voice, controlled but unmistakable. It was the perfect target for anyone looking to raid for supplies without having to face any serious resistance. The strategic assessment makes perfect sense, but it also raises some uncomfortable questions about my presence in these mountains. Orc war bands sometimes operate in the disputed territories, taking advantage of the political chaos to settle old scores with the human settlements. If my clan's warriors had taken part in the destruction of her village, then my species would bear some of the responsibility for her losses. I am sorry for your people's suffering, I tell her, and I mean the words more than a simple diplomatic courtesy would require. The loss of one's home is a burden I understand. She looks up at me then, studying my face with the same cool, clinical attention she had given to my wounds. Something in my tone must have revealed more than I had intended, because her expression shifts from an assessment to a genuine, personal curiosity. You told me about your exile too, during the fever. She says it gently, which somehow makes it worse, that it wasn't voluntary. The words land like a blow to the chest. Of everything the sickness pulled from me, that is the wound that cuts deepest. So long spent guarding that truth, of keeping the shame locked behind teeth and discipline, and the fever handed it to a human stranger like it was nothing. What I said in the fever, I begin, my voice hardening. Was true, she finishes, meeting my gaze without flinching. They banished you for crimes you didn't commit. A political necessity demanded a sacrifice, and you were convenient. Those were your exact words. Hearing my own confession repeated back to me in her blunt, matter-of-fact voice strips away any hope that the fever had garbled the truth into something less damaging. She knows everything the sickness forced from my guarded tongue, and there is no taking it back. You speak of injustice like someone with a great deal of experience, I observe, intrigued despite myself by her casual, almost dismissive understanding of political manipulation. It's hard not to gain that kind of experience when you're the village healer. You see everything. You can tell the sick from the fakers, you see the spouses who are getting beaten, the merchants who are cheating their customers, you know what the local lord is hiding from his tax collectors. She gestures with a small cloth she was using to wipe a bottle. People tell healers things they won't tell anyone else. You learn to read between the lines. She moves to check the bandages across my ribs, and I tense. But her hands are gentle, certain, finding every single tender spot with a clinical surety. I cannot recall the last hand that touched me without meaning harm. The thought hits me with the force of a physical blow. 5 years. 5 years of exile had taught me to treat every single interaction as a potential threat, ingraining a belief that my survival required a perfect, unbroken isolation. The only touch I had known was the bite of a bear's claws, the impact of my fist, the scrape of stone. This small human, who should be an enemy, touches my wounds with a healer's care. Not a warrior's rough patching, but something gentler, and the gentleness is the true shock, greater than the storm or the wound itself. Your touch is gentle, I say, the words escaping before I can stop them. I regret the observation. It sounds too personal, too intimate for the careful distance I know I should maintain. It's part of the job. You can't heal someone if you're afraid to touch them. But her voice softens just a fraction. Though I have to say, you're the most cooperative patient I've treated in years. Most people whine about every single thing I do to them. I lack the experience of proper medical attention, I admit, watching her hands work with their practiced efficiency. The admission feels strange, like I'm revealing a weakness to someone who should be my prey rather than my caretaker. The clan's warriors tend to their own wounds. Well, the clan's warriors do a hell job of it, judging by the state of these infections. She checks my bandages with movements that speak of countless similar treatments on countless other patients. Had anyone tended these before me, honestly? I tend to my own injuries, I tell her, deflecting the larger implications of her question. Right, and how's that been working out for you? Her tone carries the exasperation that suggests long experience with stubborn patients who refuse proper care. Because from where I'm sitting, your self-treatment nearly got you killed. The assessment stings with an accuracy I cannot deny. Without her competent care and her proper medicines, the infection would have claimed me within days. I owe my life to this small human who treats my wounds like they matter, like I matter. Your point is made, I concede, flexing my hands against the unfamiliar sensation of being cared for by someone else. Your methods have proven superior to my own. My methods have proven superior because I know what I'm doing. Her voice is sharp, but it softens again. Medical training isn't just about mixing herbs and hoping for the best. It's about understanding how bodies heal, what helps them, and what makes things worse. It is knowledge that goes beyond simple plant lore, into the deeper mysteries of flesh and bone, of blood and breath. Knowledge that let her see past my size and my species to the wounded creature underneath. You possess skills worthy of the clan's own shamans, I observe, noting how she approaches each task with a confidence that is born of deep training rather than simple guesswork. Yet you work alone, without the support such profound abilities should command. Clan shamans, her mouth quirks in what might be a flicker of amusement. Is that supposed to be a compliment? The lamp burns low between us, casting a warm light that pushes back the cave's oppressive darkness and creates a small circle of shared space. It feels almost intimate, despite the careful distance we both continue to maintain. Outside, the storm continues its relentless assault on the mountain, sealing us into this temporary sanctuary where two refugees from two very different disasters are beginning the delicate, dangerous work of learning how to coexist.
A full day and night have passed since Thane regained true consciousness, and in that time, the cave has transformed into a block of ice. I blow on my fingers for what feels like the 10th time this morning, watching my breath form little white clouds that have no business existing indoors. The storm that trapped us has only intensified overnight, bringing a wind that screams through the high stone passages like something out of the deepest hells, and a penetrating cold that seeps through the rock walls as if they were made of parchment instead of solid mountain stone. We are on our 3rd day trapped in this shelter, and the weather shows no signs of mercy. My mind keeps circling back to that reality. 3 days of sharing this confined space with someone whose every movement serves as a constant, physical reminder of the difference in our scale. 3 days of trying to maintain a distance while tending wounds on a torso that belongs in heroic ballads, not in the gritty reality of a damp cave. Focus on the practical problems, Ember, like the fact that you're both going to freeze to death if this keeps up. The fire's eating through the wood faster than I can treat an infected wound, I mutter to myself, checking my herb supplies for the 4th time this morning. The repetitive, mindless task is better than thinking about how his shoulders seem to block out half the firelight. At this rate, we'll be burning my spare clothes for fuel before nightfall. Thane shifts his position near the dwindling flames, and my eyes follow the movement before I can stop them. My eyes seem to be tethered to him. He's been trying to maintain a polite distance since our first real conversation, keeping a clear space between us despite the cave's shrinking zones of warmth. It's noble of him. It's also impractical, given that we're both likely to freeze if we keep being so courteous about our personal boundaries. Stop staring at how he moves. You're a healer, not some starstruck tavern girl gawking at a traveling warrior. But God's help me, he moves like water for someone who is built like a fortress. Every gesture is controlled and deliberate, as if he's calculating the amount of space he takes up and adjusting his mass. It should be reassuring that he's trying so hard not to intimidate me. Instead, it just makes me aware of why he needs to be so damn careful. The cold will become dangerous before this evening, he observes, his voice a low rumble. He flexes his hands, testing their responsiveness in the chill air. His hands, they are powerful, capable of such brutality, yet I've only seen them handle things with care. The fire will not sustain enough warmth through another night. That's a brilliant assessment, I reply, massaging the feeling back into fingertips that are already going numb despite my gloves. Do you have any ideas for heat sources that don't involve us burning all our clothes? Or are we just going to sit here and catalog the obvious until we're both too frozen to complain anymore? Sarcasm. It's the healer's best defense against acknowledging uncomfortable, inconvenient truths. The uncomfortable truth is that for 3 days I've stolen glances at him, watching how firelight catches the scars across his green skin. He glances toward a thick pile of furs arranged near the cave's back wall, and something in his expression makes my stomach clench with an immediate, visceral awareness of what he's thinking. Oh no, he's thinking about sharing body heat. My sleeping furs retain warmth, he says, his voice carrying the same careful, measured tone he would use to negotiate a peace treaty. They would provide adequate protection from the cold for, he pauses, and the silence stretches. For both of us, if survival required such measures. Sharing his bed. Because the gods have a twisted sense of humor and enjoy putting me in situations guaranteed to test my already frayed boundaries. I study the sleeping area he has arranged, noting how the furs make use of the natural windbreaks in the rock while staying close to the fire for any residual heat. My healer's training tells me that it is the only spot in this entire cave where we will both survive until morning. The part of my brain that isn't thinking clinically tells me I'm about to spend the night pressed up against him. Professional, keep it professional. This is about survival, not about whatever foolish, inappropriate thoughts you've been having about the size of his hands. Sharing a sleeping space with someone who could roll over in his sleep and crush me, I observe, forcing my tone to remain light despite the nervous flutter that started in my chest. What could go wrong with that plan? Something flickers behind his golden eyes, an expression I can't quite read. I do not move in my sleep. Years of living alone have taught me stillness. I would not harm you. It hits deeper than it should. Under the sympathy runs a personal curiosity about what could drive someone into so long a solitude. What kind of pain breeds the rigid control he wears like a suit of armor? Don't get distracted by his tragic story. Focus on surviving the cold. Right, no crushing the small human. It's good to know we have that rule established. I gather my supplies, trying to project a confidence I do not feel. Though, fair warning, I sometimes talk in my sleep. You might wake up to me explaining in great detail how to treat various infectious diseases. That would be acceptable. He arranges the furs with methodical movements that suggest he's thinking about the spacing and positioning. Your voice is not unpleasant, even when you are discussing medical procedures. High praise, indeed, from someone who hasn't heard another voice in years. I should feel flattered instead of vaguely disappointed by such a careful, neutral compliment. The fire gutters lower, sending long, dancing shadows across the stone walls, while the temperature in the cave continues its steady drop toward a level that will kill us both if we're too proud to make a practical decision about our own survival. It's time to be a healer, not a nervous woman who's worried about sleeping next to the most physically impressive person she has ever encountered. All right, here's the situation, I announce, kneeling down beside his sleeping area. These furs will keep us alive, but only if we're close enough to share our body heat. And that means real proximity, not just a polite, respectable distance. My medical assessment takes in the arrangement he's made. There are thick pelts layered for maximum insulation, all positioned to block the wind that whistles in from the cave entrance while remaining close enough to the dying coals for any residual warmth. He has survived for years in this unforgiving wilderness, which means he knows what this kind of mountain cold can do to an unprepared human. Especially a small, stubborn human who is insisting on maintaining her boundaries, even when it might very well kill her. I understand the requirements, he replies, the words a low gravel in his chest. Shared warmth for our mutual survival will require a close positioning. Trust him to make it sound both detached and somehow far more intimate than it needs to be. My pulse quickens. This is just a medical necessity. There is nothing more complicated about it than basic survival and the simple conservation of body heat. Your wounds need checking before we settle in for the night, I tell him, digging into my herb bag for a plausible excuse to touch him. We can't have an infection setting in while we're just trying not to freeze to death. He nods and unfastens his heavy leather shirt, his movements deliberate around the bandaged areas of his torso. Even while trying to accommodate my medical needs, he dominates the small space, all broad shoulders and corded muscle that make me feel like a child playing at being a real healer. Stop noticing his body and focus on the medical aspects. You're here to keep him healthy, not to gawk at his impressive architecture. But when he removes the shirt, my clinical objectivity takes a direct and fatal hit to the head. Sweet, merciful gods. The healer in me clocks the wounds, the inflammation down to almost nothing. The unprofessional part of my brain, however, notices how his chest seems to span wider than I could reach with both arms, how the powerful muscles shift beneath scarred green skin that tells stories of battles, and a kind of survival I can barely imagine. By the gods, I say. He tenses. Is there a concern with the healing? No, no concern at all. Everything is progressing well. I move closer to examine the bandages, aware of stepping into his personal heat signature, like approaching a working forge. I was noting how fast you heal, a very impressive recovery rate. because that sounds so much more professional than admitting I'm having a series of inappropriate thoughts about my patient's anatomy. His skin radiates a palpable warmth as I unwrap the bandages, the dangerous heat of the fever now replaced by the natural, healthy heat of someone built like a walking furnace. The largest wound is closing cleanly at the edges, and my fingers linger over it while I try to ignore how his breathing deepens whenever I touch him. He's responding to my touch. The realization sends a jolt of heat through me. The deepest of the gashes will need a fresh binding, I announce, forcing my voice to remain steady despite how my pulse is now skipping at his proximity. This might be a little uncomfortable. I can endure a certain amount of discomfort. His response comes out rougher than usual, as if my examination is affecting him in ways that are mirroring my own reactions. Your hands are very gentle for someone with such sharp words. Is he just describing a healer, or is that something more personal, slipped in under the cover of a wound check? I clean the wound with careful motions, ever mindful of how he is holding himself motionless under my ministrations. He's not tense. He's controlled, and holding it takes everything he has. It's as if he's using every bit of the discipline he possesses just to remain still while I work. You don't have to turn into a carved statue every single time I examine you, I tell him, applying a fresh layer of herbs to the healing tissue. I'm not going to hurt you with my terrifying medical procedures. It is not a fear of pain. His voice drops to barely above a whisper, carrying undertones that make my hands still against his ribs. It is an awareness of proximity, of the differences between us that require a very careful attention. The clinical phrasing doesn't do a very good job of disguising what he means. My hands look small and pale on his chest. My whole body would fit inside his arms, so he stays careful around me. He's thinking about the same things I am, about the sheer difference in our sizes, and about what that might mean for us sharing such a close space. Right, the whole overwhelming the tiny healer concern. I finish bandaging the wound, my fingertips brushing against skin that feels like warm, living stone. Your self-control is genuinely impressive, you know. Most of my patients fidget through the whole treatment. Most of your patients have not had to learn discipline through harsh necessity, he replies, remaining still while I work. But I catch his hands flexing against the furs, as if he's testing his own grip strength. Exile teaches a very careful control of both movement and reaction. There's that word again, carrying implications I'm not supposed to notice or ask about. But the careful, pained way he says it, as if he still isn't sure he should be trusting me with it, makes a fierce curiosity burn under my ribs, right alongside the growing awareness of his sheer physical presence. Focus on the medicine, don't get distracted. There, I rock back on my heels to examine my work, checking the fresh bandages to make sure they're secure. That should hold you through the night. Try not to tear anything open while we're sleeping. The fire has now burned down to just a bed of glowing coals, casting a faint red light across the stone walls, while the temperature continues to drop toward a level that is dangerous. Outside, the wind howls with enough fury to shake the mountain itself, driving a mixture of snow and sleet that would kill anyone caught out in the open. It's time to make a practical decision about our survival, regardless of any personal comfort or social awkwardness. Okay, here's what we're going to do, I announce, unlacing my boots with decisive movements. We'll keep our essential clothing on for both warmth and modesty, but we'll lose the outer layers that would prevent any heat transfer. I'll take this side, you can take that side, and we will share our warmth without anyone getting crushed. That arrangement is acceptable, he agrees, removing his own boots with the same precise, controlled movements. Though if you should become too cold during the night, you should move closer rather than suffer for the sake of propriety. As if I could simply press myself against all that controlled strength and let myself be warmed by someone who radiates heat like a living forge. I'll keep that in mind, I tell him, settling down onto the furs in my lightest tunic and leggings. The pelts feel soft and thick beneath me, layered deep enough to provide a good insulation from the cold stone floor. Though I should warn you, I seek out heat when I'm cold, just in case you wake up with me attached to your side. I would not object to a closeness that is for the sake of warmth, he replies. Your safety is more important than my personal space. A week ago, no orc alive would have said those words to me, and meant them. He settles down onto his portion of the makeshift bed, his movements so controlled and careful to avoid crowding me, despite the very limited space. Even while trying to give me as much room as possible, his presence fills the sleeping area, all broad shoulders and long limbs that make me aware of his sheer scale compared to anyone I have ever shared such close quarters with before. This is fine. This is just two people sharing their warmth for the sake of survival. There is nothing complicated or personal about it whatsoever. I pull the top layer of furs up and over both of us, creating a shared cocoon that traps his considerable body heat and makes the space feel intimate. "Well," I announce into the darkness, just to break the sudden tension. "This is by far the strangest patient care I have ever had to provide." "Is that the term for it?" His voice carries what might be a hint of amusement, rumbling through the confined space. I had not realized human healers shared their sleeping furs with every patient. "It's emergency thermal regulation," I correct, shifting to find a comfortable position that doesn't put my elbow into his ribs. "It's a very technical medical intervention. There is nothing personal about it at all." Of course, a medical intervention. But I can hear something that sounds like a smile in his voice, the first genuine warmth I think I've detected from him since we started this whole awkward arrangement. "Then, I am very grateful for your professional attention to my thermal regulation needs." Professional attention to my thermal regulation needs. The formal, stilted phrasing, delivered with such a gentle humor, makes my breath catch. There's wit tucked away under all that careful, quiet politeness, and I keep being surprised by it. I close my eyes and try to focus on practical considerations. Temperature regulation, his healing progress, a mental inventory of my supplies for tomorrow. Anything and everything except for how his breathing sounds in the quiet darkness, so steady and deep, or how his warmth seems to reach across the small, shrinking space between us like a silent invitation to move just a bit closer. As I lie here in the dark, listening to a steady breathing that isn't my own for the first time in longer than I want to calculate, I can't quite seem to remember why maintaining my distance feels important. The snow keeps banking higher against the entrance, walling us into this borrowed shelter until the weather shows us some mercy. We're committed to this now. We're sharing this space and this night, regardless of any complications or any fraying boundaries. "Sleep well, little healer," he murmurs into the darkness, his voice soft with something that might be a genuine, personal affection. "Tomorrow the storm may pass, and that will bring with it new possibilities." The word carries both promise and uncertainty in equal measure. Tomorrow we will have to decide what comes next, whether this strange, temporary alliance survives the light of day, or whether it dissolves back into a careful distance between two strangers from two very different peoples. But for tonight, warmed by the thick furs and his considerable body heat, anchored by the steady, quiet presence of someone who has chosen to show me a surprising gentleness when a brute force would have been so much easier, I am safer than I have been since the raiders burned everything I had once called my home. My boundaries can wait until morning. For now, I'm just thankful for this warmth, and for the simple, profound fact that I am not alone. I match my breathing to the steady rhythm of his, letting the sound pull me down toward sleep, while his presence creates an anchor point in a world that punishes anyone foolish enough to care about other people. The last thing I'm aware of before sleep claims me is the sound of the wind and the storm outside, and beneath it all, the steady, reassuring heartbeat of someone who, against all logic, makes me feel protected instead of threatened.
A full rotation of the sun has passed in the howling dark outside our sanctuary, marking our fourth day confined by the storm. She shivers in her sleep, and the small, unconscious sound cuts through my chest like a sharpened blade finding old, unhealed wounds. I've been watching her since well before the fire burned low, cataloging each slight movement her body makes against the furs, while the storm rages outside with no sign of showing any mercy. For days we have sheltered together in this cave, 4 days of learning how someone so small can fill a space that was carved for someone else. Her very presence has changed everything about this cold stone sanctuary I have called my home. The fever dreams are gone, but a new, more potent kind of awareness remains. Every breath she takes, every small shift of her body against the furs we now share for warmth, every unconscious sound she makes in her sleep, my senses track her with the same sharp precision I once used to hunt mountain deer. Except now I am not hunting to survive, I am doing something far more dangerous. She trusts you not to harm her, do not prove that trust to be misplaced. I adjust my position with movements that are careful enough to avoid disturbing her rest, angling my frame to block the worst of the cold drafts that seep through the ancient stone. The cave entrance remains almost completely sealed by snow drifts that now reach well past my shoulders, a testament to the brutal weather that has kept us trapped here. Mountain storms in these disputed territories can rage for weeks on end when the wind patterns align in just the wrong way, and this one shows every sign of becoming a legendary one. The fire has burned down to glowing embers again, casting a dim, pulsing light that transforms the cave walls into a living tapestry of dancing shadows. The fire's dying and the cold is creeping back in. I should build it up, but moving would wake her and she's finally asleep, so I leave it. Instead, I allow my body temperature to rise, a conscious manipulation of the blood flow that all orc warriors learn during their training. It is a useful skill for surviving harsh winters, though I have never employed it for the comfort of another. She sighs in her sleep, a soft exhalation that carries the faint scent of the healing herbs she has been using to treat my wounds. Even in unconsciousness, she smells of her work, of dedication and skill, and a fierce determination to preserve life. It is a scent I associate with safety, with care, with the novel experience of not being alone in this unforgiving world. The clan stories painted human women as breakable things, good for bearing children and little else. This one treats my wounds with steady hands and meets my eyes without flinching. She is strength in a smaller frame, a will that would shame half the warriors I trained beside. The wind shifts outside, driving a fresh assault of snow and ice against the cave mouth. The sound is a howling fury that speaks of death to anyone caught unprepared in the open. We are fortunate to have this shelter, fortunate that my fever broke when it did, fortunate that her skills were equal to the challenge my infection presented. So much fortune built on such fragile circumstances. A day's difference in timing and we both might have perished, me from the infection, her from the storm. I flex my hands again, studying them in the ember light. These hands have taken lives, have dealt death with cold efficiency when clan duty demanded it. But they have also carved small wooden figures in lonely nights, have tended to wounded animals found in the wilderness, have learned a gentleness I thought exile had stripped away. Now they have learned something new, the discipline to remain still and careful in the presence of someone whose very fragility demands a constant, vigilant control. But gentleness is a lie for creatures like me. The rage still lives in the marrow, waiting. How long until the monster wakes and reminds her why her people build walls against mine? The responsibility for her safety sits heavier than armor across my shoulders. The cold is the smaller danger. The larger one is me, the violence that is my birthright and my curse. Stone take this unending weather, I murmur to the silent cave walls, testing my voice against a silence that once felt comfortable, but now just seems hollow without her sharp, sarcastic commentary to fill it. She is as warm as a forge fire, yet the mountain continues to show us no mercy. Her breathing changes then, small, hitched sounds that suggest her dreams are troubled by whatever horrors drove her up into these high, lonely peaks. I know something of troubled sleep myself, of long nights when the past refuses to stay buried beneath the weight of one's conscious control. But where my own dreams carry the heavy burden of exile and a bitter betrayal, hers hold the sharp sting of fire and screaming, the fresh memory of raiders burning everything she had worked so hard to protect. We are both runaways from disasters of our own, thrown together by nothing more than chance and bad weather in this small, borrowed shelter. I flex my hands in the dim, flickering light from the fire, studying the network of old scars that mark years of both survival and violence. These are the same hands that had carved the small wooden figures in the darkness, and then destroyed them before the dawn. They are the same hands that somehow had managed a gentle enough touch to tend to her scattered supplies when her own exhaustion had left her too weak to organize them herself. Yesterday, when that profound weariness had claimed her, I had arranged her small herb pouches with movements that were precise enough to handle a spider's silk. I had positioned each bottle where she could reach it, had cleaned and readied each tool for whatever medical emergency might arise. It is strange how easily hands that were trained to be deadly can learn a new tenderness when the motivation is strong enough. The storm intensifies outside, the wind shrieking through the high peaks with enough force to make the mountain itself seem to shiver. The snow continues to fall in thick sheets, so dense that the visibility beyond the cave mouth has now dropped to nothing. These territories belong to no one. Both sides claim the high country, neither holds it, so it draws raiders and outcasts and swallows anyone who crosses it alone. A healer fleeing a burned village, an exile who has forgotten how to live among his own kind. She shifts her position in her sleep, seeking more warmth, and the small movement brings her closer to my side. She's close enough now that I can smell the faint scent of herbs and honey in her hair, close enough to feel the delicate, radiating heat of her smaller body through the multiple layers of fur and fabric that separate us. The urge to wrap my arms around her, to surround her with my protection and my warmth until nothing from the cruel outside world can reach her, makes my muscles tense with a rigid restraint. Instead, I regulate my body temperature with the same iron-willed discipline that had kept me alive through 3 brutal winters alone, making myself as useful as a living heat source without allowing for a proximity that she has not chosen. Be as gentle as the river moss, be as patient as the mountain stone. Do not give her any reason to fear what sleeps beside her. But these internal warnings cannot silence the deeper, growing awareness that becomes stronger with each passing hour we spend together. Her voice loses its sharp, sarcastic edges when she thinks I'm not listening. How her hands move with an unconscious, fluid grace when she works, so competent and sure, despite their small size relative to my own. The particular, focused quality of attention she gives to everything around her, marking the smallest of details with the same precision I use to read the terrain for any potential threats. She treats infected wounds with a casual, almost dismissive competence. She discusses our survival priorities with a keen tactical understanding, and she shows no fear of sharing these close quarters with someone who could crush her throat with ease. Either she is brave or she is naive, perhaps she is both. The light shifts outside the cave, the heavy snowfall reflecting what might be the late afternoon sun through the thick wall of white that continues to seal us off from the rest of the world. Time moves strangely here. No duties measure it, no obligations. Only her breathing and the slow warming of the narrow space we share. There are no clan expectations here, no complicated political considerations, just 2 people from 2 very different species who are learning whether a cooperation is possible when their very survival depends on it. The answer apparently is yes, it is more than just possible. It is something that is approaching a level of comfort, despite every logical reason for a deep and mutual distrust. She stirs as a true consciousness returns, making small, soft sounds that suggest she is waking without the terror that should accompany finding herself sleeping beside a creature from her people's nightmare stories. Her breathing changes its rhythm as a full awareness settles over her, and I remain motionless, giving her the space to remember where she is and why. Gods, her voice cuts through the morning quiet with the dry, wry humor I have learned is her primary method of processing any discomfort. I'm still breathing, and I'm still uncrushed, though I think that my personal definition of what makes up good survival instincts might need a serious revision. Something warm and unfamiliar flickers to life in my chest. She has counted my presence as compatible with her own survival, not a threat to it. Your instincts have served you well enough, I observe, testing to see whether conversation will flow between us in the daylight as it does in the quiet darkness of the night. You have been confined for days with a warrior of a different species, and yet you show no outward signs of distress. Twice my size, she pushes herself into an upright position, her movements careful around muscles that must be aching from sleeping on the hard stone, despite our makeshift accommodations of fur. That's being generous. I'm pretty sure you could use me as a war club if the mood ever struck you. The image should horrify me. My strength could become a weapon against her, and we both know it. Instead, she names the disparity the same way she names the weather, plainly, without fear, without any of the terror the old clan stories claim all humans feel before an orc warrior. I have no interest in using you as a weapon, I tell her, my formal words feeling inadequate next to her own blunt directness. Your safety takes precedence over any other consideration. You keep saying that, she says, settling cross-legged on the furs, a position that puts her at eye level with my chest when I am sitting. Even trying to minimize the height between us, she barely reaches my shoulder. My safety, as if it matters to you. It does, and the why of it is something I do not understand myself. More than it should, I admit, the honesty of the words scraping my throat raw. More than logic allows, given that we met only days ago, under circumstances that should have made us enemies. She tests the word on her tongue as though probing a wound for infection. Is that what we are, what we're supposed to be? It is the question I have been avoiding since she first spoke to me with a healer's competence instead of a human's prejudice. She's everything I was trained against, the settlements pushing into our hunting grounds, the traders whose sicknesses kill our young. And she is the healer who kept me breathing when the infection would have taken me, who shared her warmth and asked nothing back. Both are true, that is the problem. By the old laws, yes, I tell her, my fingers tracing the scars where human steel found me in battles I barely walked away from. Your people and mine have spent generations killing each other. This country is disputed only because neither side has ever won it outright. She turns it over, thoughtful, filing it away. But you don't seem interested in killing me, and I'm not running away screaming about the terrifying orc monster. The phrase should sting. Human parents frighten their children to sleep with creatures like me. Instead, her dry delivery turns the insult almost fond, a gentle mockery from someone who already sees past the reputation to whoever lies beneath it. You lack a certain fear, I observe. She holds my gaze, gold eyes and all, the eyes that send most humans backward a step, which means either uncommon courage or uncommon foolishness. Both, she says, reaching for her supplies, close enough that I could close a hand around her arm before she drew breath. Instead, I watch in case the uneven floor takes her balance. For what it's worth, you're not what the stories led me to expect. I can imagine the tales she was raised on, the ones passed down wherever humans bar their doors against my kind. They would be stories of creatures who kill for pure pleasure, who eat human children, who know nothing of honor or mercy or any other emotion beyond a simple rage and annoying hunger. They would be stories that justified a mutual hatred, to make any kind of cooperation impossible between two species that might otherwise find some common ground. What did the stories tell you to expect? I ask, curious about how my people must appear in the human imagination. What manner of monster was I supposed to be? Violent, incapable of any rational thought or conversation. She caps a small bottle with more force than is necessary, her movements sharp with what might be a personal experience with these kinds of prejudices. Not someone who would spend 3 full days regulating his body temperature just to keep a human healer comfortable. She notices the details. She catalogues the small, near-invisible courtesies and names them out loud, which no one has done in 5 years. Regulating my temperature is a practical necessity, I tell her, though the words feel inadequate to describe the constant, focused attention I am paying to her comfort. Our survival requires a certain cooperation when our resources are this limited. Cooperation, she repeats, and her tone says she hears the part underneath, the part that is not arithmetic. Right, it's all very logical. There is nothing at all personal about making sure that I don't freeze to death. It should be accurate, that phrase, the detached care one traveler owes another in bad weather. The truth is more complicated than I want to examine, and she knows it.
5 days. We've been trapped in this cave for 5 full days. My thoughts endlessly loop, time to the knife scrape on feverfew. The storm hasn't just continued. It's settled in, a living, malicious entity determined to scour the flesh from these mountains. The wind no longer just howls. It shrieks, a high, thin sound that vibrates in my teeth and makes the very stone walls feel brittle. 5 days of sharing air fire, and for 2 nights now, a single sleeping space with Thane. My professional definition of a temporary patient is in need of a serious and immediate revision. I wake pulled from a dream of fire and running by an encompassing, steady warmth. For a disorienting moment, I'm not in a cave. I'm somewhere safe, somewhere whole. Then a sound cracks outside, sharp, like metal on stone. I freeze, my heart hammering against my ribs. Raiders? Here? I strain into the darkness, listening past the wind. The sound doesn't repeat, just the groan of ice shifting under the storm's weight. But the adrenaline spike leaves a metallic taste in my mouth, a reminder that the sanctuary of this cave is fragile, if they find us. I force a breath, grounding myself in the warmth beside me. Then I open my eyes. The first thing I see is a vast, scarred landscape of green bronze skin, the expanse of Thane's chest rising and falling in the slow, deep rhythm of sleep. My head is pillowed on his bicep. My hand is fisted in the fur pelt draped over his ribs. At some point in the night, seeking warmth, I must have burrowed against him like a limpet. And he let me. I freeze, my breath catching in my throat. He's so still. For someone built like a walking avalanche, he sleeps with an almost unnatural lack of movement, as if that iron control he maintains while awake extends even into his unconscious. He radiates heat like a blacksmith's forge, a living, breathing furnace that has kept the deadly mountain cold at bay. The first night we'd shared the furs, born of sheer, chattering necessity when the fire died low, I'd laid ramrod straight on the very edge of the pelts, my entire body clenched in anticipation of him moving, of him rolling over and crushing me without even noticing. I'd barely slept. Last night, the second night, exhaustion had claimed me. I'd mumbled something about emergency thermal regulation, and he'd rumbled in agreement. I must have relaxed in my sleep. Relaxed enough to press myself against all that scarred orc muscle as if he were a personal hot stone. Gods, I'm a professional. Carefully, moving by inches, I extricate myself. I lift my head from the solid curve of his muscle, slide my hand from the fur, and prepare to roll away to my own side of the bed. His eyes snap open. Golden, alert, and focused on me. There's no sleepiness in his gaze, no disorientation, just an immediate, quiet assessment. He doesn't move, doesn't startle. He just watches me. Sorry, I whisper, my voice rough, stealing your heat. It is given freely, he rumbles, his voice thick with sleep but still carrying that absurd, formal politeness. The cold is severe. Right? I scramble upright, pulling the furs with me to cover myself, aware of how small I must look, bundled in pelts with my hair a mess. Well, my thermal regulation is complete, for now. I move to the fire pit, my back to him, and begin the morning ritual. My hands are shaking, and the cold is only part of it. It's the intimacy. The simple, domestic act of waking up next to someone. It's been so long, and it's never been with an orc. I hear him rise behind me, the soft sound of pelts shifting and the quiet, controlled grace of his movements. He's giving me space, staying on his side of the cave, dressing in the dim light. He's making himself non-threatening, and the sheer, considerate effort of it makes my chest ache. I poke the embers, adding a few precious, hoarded sticks of wood. It's day 5, I say, just to break the silence. The storm sounds worse. It is. He joins me by the fire, settling cross-legged. He's so large, he seems to suck all the space from the air, yet he folds himself with a precision that keeps him a careful, respectful distance away. The passages will be blocked by snow drifts. We will not be leaving today. Or tomorrow, by the sound of it. I pull out my herb bag and begin my morning inventory, the familiar task a balm to my jangled nerves. Which brings me to our next problem. I hold up a nearly empty pouch. Willow bark. We're down to maybe 3 more days of doses if I'm frugal, and the feverfew is even lower. My supplies won't last another week of this. His brow furrows, a slight crease appearing between his eyes that I've learned means he's running calculations. The mountain passes often remain closed for weeks during storms of this intensity, he says, his tone measured. Exactly. I jam the stopper into a small glass bottle harder than the task calls for, the sharp click punctuating my frustration. Which means I'll be improvising treatments with whatever we can forage once the weather clears enough for me to venture outside. Assuming, of course, that anything medicinal is stubborn enough to grow at this altitude. There are plants, he says, his voice quiet, hardy plants that grow even in these heights. I have learned to identify them during my time here. I look up from my sorting, my hands stilling. Medicinal plants. A slight flush darkens the green of his cheeks, a fascinating sight. Basic field medicine was part of our training. His hands flex, as if remembering old lessons. How to stop bleeding, how to splint broken bones. But 5 years alone teaches one to expand such knowledge. The mountain is harsh, but it provides for those who learn its language. He leans forward, his presence sharpening to a point, and points toward a damp, shadowed patch of rock near the cave's entrance, where moisture seeps through the stone. The gray-leafed moss that grows on the underside of the shadowrock, he says, his voice dropping into a teaching cadence. It draws poison from a wound if packed fresh, and in the deeper passages where the water drips there is a pale fungus. When dried and powdered, it slows bleeding. I stare at him, then I get up, walk to the patch of rock, and pinch off a piece of the moss. It's unassuming, no more than a damp smear. I bring it back to the firelight, rub it between my fingers, and sniff. The scent is sharp, earthy, with an astringent tang I recognize. It's related to the river moss I use, but stronger, more concentrated. This would work, I murmur, my professional curiosity overriding my surprise. It's astringent, it would draw toxins. I look at him, seeing him with new eyes. This isn't just a warrior. You've used this. And the small, bitter red berries of the ironwood, when crushed and boiled, make a paste that closes bleeding, he continues, as if reciting from a text. And the root of the crush weed can be chewed to numb pain, though it tastes regrettable. The revelations add another, unexpected layer to him. This isn't just basic warrior first aid. This is a healer's knowledge, a survivor's knowledge. So you've been treating yourself all this time? I ask. No wonder you tried to downplay that infection when I first found you. You're used to handling everything alone. Handling, perhaps. His gaze drops to the fire. Successfully treating? He trails off, then his golden eyes find mine again. I would not be alive now without your intervention. My knowledge has clear and very painful limitations. Everyone's knowledge has limitations, I say, touched by his candor. The trick is recognizing them before they get you killed. You knew enough to stay alive for 5 years in complete isolation. That's more than most trained soldiers could manage. It was just surviving. His voice is a rough thing, raw with a history I can only glimpse. Enduring. One day to the next, carving wood I would only burn, hunting game I had no one to share with. I had forgotten what it meant to live until. He pauses, and when I look up, his expression has shifted to something vulnerable, almost uncertain. Until what? I prompt. Until you invaded my sanctuary. His words are so low I have to strain to hear them over the crackling fire. And reminded me that isolation was a choice, not a necessity. That survival could be more than just not dying, that it could include connection, purpose beyond mere continued existence. The words settle between us. My usual defenses, sarcasm, deflection, a sharp retreat behind my professional duties, all feel cheap and wrong. He just offered me a piece of his soul, stripped of all its armor. He deserves the same in return. Setting aside my herbs, I meet his gaze. I didn't invade, I say, taking a breath to commit to the truth. Seeking shelter from a storm led to unexpected discoveries. I found someone who treats a complete stranger with more consideration and care than most people show their own families. Someone who shares his food without hesitation, who makes me feel safer than I have in years. The mention of safety brings a sharp, sudden sting to my eyes. Safe. Stranded in an orc-esque cave through a killing blizzard, and I feel safer than I ever did at home. The irony is so bitter it threatens to choke me. A wave of grief for Millbrook, for Gideon, for the Thatcher twins and their mother, washes over me and I have to look away. Every one of my patients, all my people was gone, and I had turned and run. You are not safe, Thane says, his voice quiet, misinterpreting my sudden silence. You are grieving, it is not the same. I know what it is, I snap, the grief turning to anger as it always does. And I am safe, here with you, which is ridiculous. I huddle closer to the fire, wrapping my arms around my knees. I should have gone back, I should have tried to help, I just ran. You would be dead, he states, not with cruelty, but with simple, irrefutable logic. A healer cannot heal if she is dead. You survived. That is the first and most important victory. It doesn't feel like a victory. No, his voice is heavy with an empathy that feels ancient. It never does. We sit in silence for a long time after that, the only sound the shriek of the wind. He doesn't press me. He doesn't offer platitudes or false comfort. He just sits there, a massive, solid, unmoving presence, sharing the silence and the grief. He lets me be broken, and he doesn't try to fix me. Hours pass. The light in the cave shifts as the unseen sun arcs across the sky, turning the wall of snow at the entrance from a dull gray to a brighter, glaring white and back to gray again. We eat a meager, cold meal of dried meat and hardtack. The tension from the morning, the vulnerability, has settled into a new kind of quiet. I watch him take a piece of wood from his dwindling pile and his carving knife. His large, scarred hands strong enough to break a man in half, move with an impossible delicacy. The blade peels away pale, paper-thin shavings, his focus absolute. I've seen him do this before in the quiet moments of the past few days. What are you making? I ask. He stills as if embarrassed to be caught. Nothing, a diversion, it passes the time. He gestures to a small pile of wooden figures in a shadowed alcove I hadn't noticed before. Failed attempts. A bird with a broken wing, a cat that looks more like a log. You're an artist, I say, surprised. I am a failed carver. The self-deprecation is stark. My hands were trained for a different purpose. They seem pretty good at this one, too. I stand, and before he can object, pick up one of the failed pieces. It's a mountain hawk, wings spread mid-flight, talons extended as if reaching for something just out of grasp. The lines are rough, but the feeling is there. A desperate yearning, a fierce determination. It's beautiful. This isn't a failure, Thane, this is alive. He looks from the carving to my face, his own expression unreadable. It is just wood. It's not, though. I trace the curve of the hawk's outstretched wing with my fingernail. You're trying to create something, to make something beautiful, in this harsh place. I think of my small, secret habit. I collect stones, I admit, pulling the smooth green one from my pocket. Pretty ones, reminders that the world isn't all ash and sickness. He looks at the stone in my palm, then back at my face. He says nothing, but a look of such profound, startling understanding passes over his features that I feel seen. As the light fades, the cold, which had held back during the dim day, returns with a vengeance. The fire is burning low, the last of our gathered wood, its embers glowing but providing little more than light. The cave is plunging into a lethal chill. Thane rises and rebuilds the heat shield, angling the flat stones to reflect every bit of warmth toward our sleeping furs. He works with that same quiet, unconscious focus, his movements economical and precise. When he's done, he takes his own thickest pelt, the one he uses as a cloak, and lays it over my side of the furs. Regulating temperature is practical, he begins, anticipating my protest, the formal mask sliding back into place. Nonsense. The crude word makes his eyebrows rise in surprise, and I can't help the small, humorless smile that tugs at my lips. It's personal, Thane, just like everything else you've done for me has been personal. You can dress it up in practical language all you want, but I've been studying you every bit as much as you've been watching me. I lean forward, ticking the points off on my fingers. When I first fell asleep by the fire, exhausted and soaked, I woke up with your thickest pelt over me, even though you were wounded and feverish yourself. When we prepare food, you test every piece for heat before you offer me any. Last night, when the fire sputtered, you didn't just add a log. You waited until you thought I was asleep, and you rebuilt the entire heat shield with flat stones to angle the warmth toward our furs. And you repositioned your own body to block a draft I hadn't even mentioned. I look him square in the eyes, refusing to let him look away. Those aren't practical considerations. That's care. That's someone choosing to put my comfort before his own, so don't you dare try to tell me it's just logic. His hands clench into fists on his knees, and the muscle in his jaw jumps. The silence stretches, filled only by the scream of the wind and the pop of the last log. You see too much, he says, but there's no accusation in it. Only a kind of resigned, weary wonder. Occupational hazard of being a healer, I reply, my voice gentling. We're trained to observe, to notice the small signs that reveal what's happening beneath the surface. And you, Thane, for all your careful control, you are easy to read once someone knows what to look for. And what is it you see when you look at me? The question emerges raw and vulnerable, stripped of all his formal politeness. He's asking me to define him, to give him a truth he can't see for himself. I take a slow breath, the weight of his question settling on me. This matters. I see someone who's been carrying guilt that isn't his to bear, I say, my voice firm and clear in the small space. Someone who was punished for having a conscience and exiled for refusing to become the monster they wanted him to be. Strength, yes, gods, of course that's there, but it comes tempered with a gentleness I've rarely seen. His power answers to choice, not to inability. And here stands a man, so long alone, he's forgotten, he might deserve companionship. His breath catches. He stares at me, his eyes wide, as if he's seeing me for the first time, as if he's the one seeing beneath the surface. It's a long time before he speaks. Your hands, he says, his voice thick. They move with an absolute certainty, even when you are treating an anatomy that must be unfamiliar to you. When you speak, you carry a natural authority. I imagine your patients trust your judgment without question. He's complimenting me, not just my skills, but me. Your dedication, he continues, his gaze intense, it goes far beyond simple duty. It is a genuine care for those under your attention. I have been watching you, too, and I have never seen such competence and such compassion housed in one person. A flush burns its way up my neck. I'm used to being called bossy, sharp-tongued, difficult. I'm not used to competent and compassionate. I fidget with the strings of my herb pouch, needing something to do with my hands. Most people don't look past the sharp edges to see the actual healing, I deflect. They want a sweet bedside manner and a gentle, constant reassurance. I provide competent medical care and an honest, unvarnished assessment. Not everyone appreciates the distinction. Then perhaps you require patients who are intelligent enough to value competence over charm. I look up, startled. There's no mistaking the wry edge under the words. The corners of his mouth are curved in a small, tentative smile. Did you just make a joke? I stare at him. An actual, deliberate joke at the expense of my former patients. Perhaps an extended exposure to your manner of speaking has influenced my conversational approach. The almost smile becomes more pronounced, a small change that transforms his entire face, softening the harsh lines and making my breath catch. Though I would not presume to ever match your own expertise in the art of sardonic observation. Gods, I breathe, the exclamation slipping out before I can catch it. There's a whole dry wit tucked away under all that formal politeness, and here I was thinking you took everything with a deadly seriousness. The smile fades, his expression growing more intent. I take our survival with deadly focus. I take the safety of those under my protection in dead earnest. His gaze holds mine, possessive and warm. But I am learning that not every conversation has to carry the heavy weight of life or death consequences. The quiet, possessive way he says it, those under my protection, makes me feel as if I've been claimed by something large and gentle. Good, I say, because I was worrying that I'd have to teach you how to relax. Speaking of which, how are you feeling? Any concerns about your long-term prognosis? His expression shifts, something far more vulnerable replacing the careful, guarded neutrality. My concerns at the moment, he says, relate more to the circumstances that will extend beyond this medical treatment. Such as what will become of the connections that are forged in a crisis once a normal life can resume. The question emerges weighted with a deep uncertainty, the fear of 1,000 lonely nights. Whether what grows between two strangers in such desperate circumstances can survive a return to an ordinary existence. He's worried I'll leave. He's afraid that when the storm ends, this ends, that what we've built here is just a product of survival, not a genuine choice. The realization makes something tender and yet fierce unfurl in my chest. He's not asking a theoretical question. He's asking about us. I let the silence sit for a long moment, the shriek of the wind filling the void. He deserves more than a quick, easy answer. Well, I say, meeting his gaze with all the honesty I have. I suppose that depends on whether the people involved want it to survive, whether they will choose each other instead of just enduring the circumstances that force them together. And what if one of those people is an exiled orc warrior? He asks, with a very limited set of social prospects and an extensive history of making poor decisions. The self-deprecating humor doesn't hide the genuine, heartbreaking fear beneath it. He still thinks his exile defines him. He still believes the lies that were told about him, instead of the truth I see right in front of me. I lean forward, closing the small space between us until I can feel the heat radiating from his body. Well, I say, if one of those people is an exiled orc warrior who has spent the last 5 days being more considerate, more gentle, and more protective than most of the humans I've ever known. If he shares his food and his warmth without ever being asked, and makes a woman who just lost everything feel safer than she has in years. I hold his gaze, letting him see the simple, unvarnished truth. Then I would say that that person's prospects are looking a lot better than his personal history might suggest.
Another full turning of the world has come and gone behind the storm's roar, marking our 6th day confined within these stone walls. Her head rests on my chest, a light, warm weight that serves as a living anchor to a hope I had long since forgotten even existed. Her breathing, deep and even in sleep, is a steady, reassuring rhythm against my ribs. I watch the slow dance of the firelight on the cave walls, my mind replaying the conversation from the day before. Her fierce, unwavering defense of me, of my character, of the very possibility of my worth, it echoes in my thoughts louder than the unending shriek of the wind outside. She sees past the exile, past the scars, past the very species that should have made her my enemy. She sees me, the weight of that realization is a heavy, unfamiliar thing in my chest. Her words from the night before and the fierce conviction with which she had spoken them had cracked something open inside me. A wall I had spent these years building, stone by painful stone, had crumbled under the gentle, persistent assault of her belief in me. I ease into a new position, the motion so soft it never stirs her sleep, and draw the heavy furs more securely around her small shoulders. Her skin feels warm and soft against mine where her tunic has ridden up at her waist. The simple, unconscious act of her sleeping in my arms is a gift more precious than any I have ever received. I have not shared a sleeping fur with another soul since my exile began. I had forgotten the simple comfort of it, the shared breath, the shared warmth. I had forgotten that silence could be comfortable rather than just empty. She stirs then, a soft sound of complaint against the intrusion of the morning. Even half asleep, she seeks my warmth, my presence. The small, instinctive gesture makes my heart, a muscle I had long thought to be little more than a hardened stone, ache with a feeling I cannot name. It is a sharp, pleasant pain, the feeling of being wanted for my warmth, when I have only ever been wanted for my strength or feared for my menace. "You're doing that thing again," she murmurs, her voice thick with sleep. She doesn't open her eyes, but her words are clear. The brooding statue impersonation. It's very dramatic, very noble warrior contemplates his tragic past, but it's terrible for your circulation. Her observation makes me aware of how I've frozen, my body locked in place by the simple, overwhelming act of watching her sleep. 6 days of this strange, intoxicating dance, of watching a woman half my size command every corner of this cave. Every gesture she makes seems to draw my attention. "Ancestors," I mutter, forcing the tension from muscles that had gone rigid the moment she had called attention to my staring. The old curse tastes familiar on my tongue, a small comfort of the old expressions that mark me as differing from her more modern world. I was not contemplating the past. I was contemplating you, firelight catches in your hair when you lean forward, how your hands look delicate when they are working with my own clumsy supplies. You hum under your breath when you think no one is listening. I was wondering what I did to deserve this moment of peace. "No, then what were you contemplating?" She doesn't move from her position against my chest, but I feel her smile against my skin. "Because you've been staring at that wall half the morning, looking like it just insulted your clan's most revered ancestors." The wall is a far better explanation than admitting that I was watching her hands as they moved through their familiar, graceful motions, and wondering what those small fingers would feel like tracing the old wounds that marked my chest with something other than a cool, medical detachment. Wondering if her touch would carry a different heat when it was motivated by a simple want instead of a professional necessity. This is dangerous thinking. She is here only because the weather has trapped her, not because she has chosen your company. Do not mistake a simple necessity for a genuine preference. "The storm," I tell her, "the wind patterns remain unchanged. We will see no relief before tomorrow at the earliest." The admission sits heavy between us, a quiet acknowledgement that our forced proximity will now extend at least one more full day. One more long night of sharing the same sleeping furs, one more morning of learning the intimate sound of her breathing in the quiet, pre-dawn hours, a growing awareness that is becoming impossible to ignore. Ah yes, the wind patterns, a very important set of meteorological considerations. Her tone carries that dry, biting humor I have learned to recognize as her primary armor against any kind of discomfort, a sharp wit she deploys to cut through any tension that thickens the longer we are shut in together. And here I thought you were just avoiding having a conversation, because my sparkling personality was overwhelming your delicate social sensibilities. The phrase makes a strange warmth unfold in my chest, despite the thick layer of sarcasm wrapped around it. She is teasing me, yes, but there is a clear affection just beneath the mockery. It is the gentle, familiar kind of ribbing that suggests a certain level of comfort, a level that is born from our days of learning each other's patterns and boundaries. She is not mocking my social inadequacy. She is including me, making me a part of a shared humor instead of just the target. "Your personality is not overwhelming," I tell her, testing the words against the cool morning light that is filtered through the endless, swirling snowfall. It is impressive in its precision, as sharp as a tusk when it needs to be, but never without a clear purpose. The archaic, almost poetic comparison makes her eyebrows climb up toward her hairline, her expression caught somewhere between a clear amusement and something that might be a pleased surprise. "Sharp as a tusk, were you just complimenting me with phrases from an old history scroll?" A wave of heat burns up my neck, a sudden, sharp embarrassment at the speech patterns that mark me as being antiquated, as someone whose long isolation has preserved a language from a different era. So long being alone with only the mountain spirits for any kind of conversation, years of speaking to cold stone walls that do not mock your outdated expressions or judge your formal courtesy as being inadequate for a more modern interaction. She must think I sound ridiculous. an ancient, lonely fool who is trying to court a woman with words that went out of fashion long before she was even born. Forgive me, my language is filled with the old expressions of a fool, which must make little sense to someone who is accustomed to more proper speech patterns. The apology tastes bitter on my tongue, a stark admission of an inadequacy I have been carrying since the very first day she had arrived. A long isolation does not cultivate a more contemporary set of conversation skills. Don't, her sharp interruption cuts through my self-deprecation. Don't you dare apologize for how you talk. It is not foolish, it is distinctive. It's formal, yes, but it's also warm, as if you're choosing every single word you say with a great deal of care because they matter to you. Why should my own words matter so much to her? She is educated, well-traveled. She must have heard eloquent speech from countless people who know how to charm a person with their pretty, empty phrases, instead of just stumbling through an outdated, clumsy formality. Words should matter, I say, testing to see whether the simple honesty feels as risky as I expect it to. 5 years of near-total silence teaches one to appreciate a conversation when it becomes available again. Again, she snorts, a sound that is both inelegant and endearing. You make me sound like I'm a book from a lending library that you've just checked out for a very limited amount of time. But she is, isn't she? Once this storm passes, once safe travel becomes possible again, she will continue whatever journey it was that had brought her up into these high mountains. She will return to her real life, to her actual responsibilities, and she will leave me to return to a solitude that had felt adequate before I had learned what her simple presence could offer. The cave will be just a cave again, cold, silent, and empty. I should make the most of the hours I have, instead of wasting them staring at the cave walls like some kind of lovesick, mooning youngling. Are you not here for a limited amount of time, I ask, before your other obligations will require your attention elsewhere? Her expression shifts, the humor in her eyes fading to be replaced by something far more complex. She settles back against my chest as if the brief conversation has taxed her, but she keeps her head angled to watch my face. She is reading me. I can feel her gaze, sharp and clinical, cataloging my tells. I don't have any pressing obligations that are waiting for me elsewhere, she says, her voice losing the sharp, protective edge that armors most of our conversations. My work goes wherever I go. My patients are whoever needs my healing, wherever I happen to be when they need it. Her words create a sense of relief in me that feels disproportionate to their simple meaning, a sudden, soaring hope that she is not just counting the hours until her escape from this place, and from me, becomes possible. Beneath the comfort, guilt gnaws at me for secretly wanting her here, and wanting this situation to continue because I'm afraid to ask her to stay. What a selfish bastard you are. You hope this storm will continue, because you are too much of a coward to discover whether she would choose to be in your company if a simple necessity were not forcing her decision. Your dedication to medical excellence is, I search for the right words, for a way to capture the profound wonder of being tended by someone who expects no payment and no political advantage in return. It is a generosity that goes far beyond what a simple duty would require. Most of the healers I have encountered in my life have reserved their skills only for those who could offer them a proper compensation. Well, most of the healers you've known haven't ever had to treat anyone who bleeds green or who stands well over 7 feet tall. Her response carries a casual, calm acceptance of my most obvious physical differences, with no hesitation or discomfort in acknowledging what I am. Besides, a true medical necessity doesn't recognize a person's species or their payment schedules. An infected wound will kill an orc just as dead as it will kill a human. When I sit, as I am now, she reaches only to the height of my shoulder. When I am standing, the top of her head does not even clear my chest. By every measure, she should fear me. Your lack of concern about our species' differences is remarkable, I tell her, my fascination with her calm acceptance of me growing stronger with each passing day. Most humans show a great deal more wariness when they face someone like me. Well, most humans haven't spent their entire professional lives just treating a person's injuries, regardless of who is carrying them. She repacks some of her supplies that do not need any kind of organization, her movements suggesting a certain nervous energy rather than any kind of genuine necessity. She's not as unaffected as she sounds. Good. And for the record, you are by far the most polite patient I have ever had. Very formal, very courteous. Someone raised you with some excellent manners. The past tense of her words carries a weight of loss I am not yet ready to discuss, the memories of family connections severed by my exile and the false accusations that poisoned everything I had once trusted. But she is right about the training, about the old clan values that had always stressed the importance of courtesy, even in circumstances that might have justified a less civilized behavior. The same clan elders who had taught me those manners are the ones who had then cast me out without even the pretense of a trial. Their lessons have somehow survived, even when their loyalty did not. Courtesy costs nothing, I reply, falling back on the old teachings that still feel safe to me, despite their questionable source. Showing a proper respect for those who would offer you their aid seems appropriate, regardless of the circumstances. Appropriate, something warm and approving flickers in her eyes, a look that makes my chest feel tight with an unexpected and long-forgotten sense of pride. Yes, I would say that treating your healer with a certain amount of respect falls under the category of an appropriate behavior, though you could relax that formal mode of address just a little. We've been sharing these close quarters for days now. I think we've moved well beyond the point of a simple stranger's politeness. The phrase is a quiet acknowledgement of the progression in our strange relationship, a recognition that a certain familiarity has now replaced our initial, mutual caution. But what level of familiarity is appropriate for us? What are the boundaries that should exist between a grateful patient and whatever else we might be becoming? What else could we be becoming? The question hangs in the cold air of the cave, a terrifying, hopeful weight. She is human, she is educated, she is skilled, she is bright. Even her sarcasm is a kind of light, a sharp, flashing thing that cuts through the gloom I have lived in for 5 years. When this storm ends, she will move on to other places where her considerable talents are needed. She will find another village, other patients. She will build a new life. And I am just an exiled orc who has nothing to offer her but an outdated sense of courtesy, a shared fire, and a dangerous, growing attachment. I am a warrior with no clan, a carver with clumsy hands, a man with a past that could get them both killed. The raiders she fled may still be in these mountains. My clan, if they found me harboring a human, would not be merciful. She deserves a life, not a half-life of hiding in a cave with a moss-brained exile. This attachment is a fool's hope. It is a weakness. It is the same vulnerability that led to my exile in the first place, caring for someone I had no business protecting, failing to see the political trap until it snapped shut on my leg. And yet, that person's prospects are looking a lot better. Her words from yesterday return, a direct counter to my spiral of self-doubt. She saw my exile and was not repulsed. My scars were seen, but she wasn't afraid. After listening to my clumsy, formal speech, she called it warm. This small, fragile, forge-strong human does not see the monster the stories describe. She does not see the failure my father cast out. She sees a person. What else could we be becoming? Perhaps the storm is not a prison. Perhaps it is a gift. A pocket of time, removed from the world, where two people who should be enemies can discover what they are, without the laws of her people or my clan screaming at them for their betrayal. She is human, educated, skilled, and I am an orc, strong, a survivor. This mountain belongs to me. Keeping her safe here is no trouble. I can hunt, gather the herbs she needs, and read the wind and the stone. She healed my body. Perhaps I can offer a sanctuary for her spirit. The thought is new, it is terrifying. And it is the first thing in 5 years that has felt more like a beginning than an end.
The storm is devouring the outside world. Wind howls along the cliffs, a long, ragged scream that seeps through cracks in the stone. Snow hammers the mountain and slides past our narrow entrance in a steady white curtain. The world beyond our small fire might as well not exist. Inside, life has shrunk to rock, smoke, and one orc who keeps pretending he is not using his body like a wall between me and every draft. I sit cross-legged on my blanket, mortar in my lap, and grind dried willow bark with steady pressure. Bitter dust rises from the bowl and sits sharp on the back of my tongue. My hands know the motion well enough that I can let my thoughts wander. 7 days. Herbs and poultices, bandage changes, and fever checks filled each one. Strength crept back into a body that had no business still belonging to the living. And every night I told myself I cannot stop tracking his breath only because a good healer watches her patients. Which is a lie, and I know it. Across the fire, Thane sits on his own tangle of furs, spine against the cave wall, long legs folded. His knife moves in slow, precise strokes over a palm-sized block of wood. Curls of pale shaving pile at his knee, soft, pale against green skin and dark fur. I try not to watch his hands. I fail. Your supplies look thin. His voice rumbles over the crackle of the fire. Will that line of bark treat the next entire village you decide to drag up into the mountains? It will treat one stubborn exile who heals faster than my stockroom. I tap the rim of the mortar with my thumb. Since you are the only patient I have trapped up here, I would appreciate it if you did not pick fights with more bears just to keep me busy. The corner of his mouth moves. Thane does not beam or grin. His expressions are shifts in stone, small, slow changes you only see if you look for them. I will avoid further maulings, he says. You have already given several lectures on my self-care habits. Lectures is a gentle word for it. I reach for the feverfew bundle beside me and pluck through stems, setting brittle leaves in a neat stack. You were one bad night away from an infection I would write down as a warning tale for other healers. Do not copy this orc, I would say. He fought a bear when he should have been in bed and then refused treatment because pride is more important than not dying. That is not accurate. He tilts the carving toward the firelight. A bird is emerging under his blade, wings half open as if holding a breath. I did not fight the bear when half dead. I fought the bear when overconfident. The half-dead part came later. A laugh slips out before I can stop it. It sounds rougher than I remember my laughter being, like it rusted somewhere along the road, and I have only just started using it again. Congratulations, I say. You have learned to recognize at least one poor life decision. Only because you pointed at it with great enthusiasm. His gaze lifts and catches mine across the flames, gold in the lamplight, steady and aware. Some other choices remain resistant. There is weight under the word. It lands between us and sits there. I look back down at the herbs because heavy feelings are easier to handle when my hands are busy with something that does not argue. My fingers strip leaves from stems in brisk, neat motions. You mean the part where you decided that the cure for false accusations and clan politics was living alone on a mountain until the weather finished the job? I drop the leaves into the mortar with the bark. Yes, that one seems stubborn. It has held for 5 years. His knife slows. I am not sure there is a remedy. Not with that attitude, I mutter. I pinch dried mint into the mortar. Its sharp scent cuts through smoke and damp wool, clearing my head. I start grinding again, stone on stone, setting a rhythm that settles my hands while my thoughts prowl. You know what you sound like? I ask. I suspect you are about to tell me. You sound like my worst patients, I say. The ones who decide they are finished before I have even mixed the first tincture. No, Ember, save your herbs, they say. I am ready to surrender to the will of the gods, and then they cough in a very tragic fashion. Do your gods like that sort of performance? My gods like people who fight, I glance up at him, and people who accept help when it is offered. His hands still around the carving for a breath. That pause is small, but I notice. Thane has whole languages in his silences now. Someone raised me to believe that taking help is weakness, he says at last. Old lessons linger. Bits of things he has let slip over the past week rearrange themselves in my head. Clan elders, accusations, a child with wheat hair. He never gives me the full tale, only fragments, but I can feel the shape of it. Guilt sharpened into a weapon and turned inward. Well, I say, someone raised me to believe that if you do not take help when you need it, you end up dead, and then your healer spends the rest of her life wondering what she should have done differently. That belief also sticks. His eyes sharpen. That keeps you awake. Among other things, I roll one shoulder. The motion tries to be casual. It fails. Dead patients, burning houses, choices I made to survive that feel like failures when I remember the screaming. Soothing thoughts, I know, I add dry. The fire pops in the hearth. A chip of coal lands near my boot and glows, then fades. Outside, thunder grumbles against the cliff face. You lived, his voice is low. That is not failure. Tell that to Mrs. Thatcher and her boys. The names taste like ash. Tell it to Gideon. Tell it to everyone who burned in Millbrook while I ran. He considers that. Thane never answers in a rush. Once, that slow thought would have grated on my nerves. Now, it feels like a solid thing I can lean against. If you had stayed, he asks, what would you have done? The same thing I have done in every village. My grip tightens on the pestle. Powdered bark stains the ridges of my fingers. Mixed medicines, purged fevers, dragged bodies back from the edge when I could. None of that stops a raider's axe or puts out a burning roof. So your presence would not have turned the raiders aside. Maybe for a few people. My throat closes around the words. I force them out anyway. Maybe I would have shoved someone through a cellar door or shouted a warning at the right moment. That is what my mind circles when I try to sleep. Every maybe. He sets the carving down on his knee. The bird rests between his thumb and forefinger, half-formed and waiting. In my clan, he says, we told stories of those who held the line. Warriors who did not yield even when retreat would have saved them. We called them brave. We sang their names when they died on their feet. Fine speeches are all well and good, I say. How many of those heroes kept helping people afterward? None, his mouth twists. They were dead. Exactly. I set the mortar down and press my palms to my knees. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is run and live with what it costs you. You chose that when you walked away from your clan. I chose it when I ran from Millbrook. Survival is not always pretty, but it is still a choice. He watches me in the quiet that follows, gaze steady and intent. The cave feels smaller around us, full of things neither of us has said aloud before now. You think my exile was a choice, he says. I think they gave you a tight corner, I answer. Die under someone else's judgment or live under your own. You walked into the mountains instead of letting them bury you. That sounds like a choice. He does not answer right away. The storm shifts pitch outside, wind howling itself down into a lower, relentless rush. Snow piling higher over our narrow entrance, locking us in deeper. Inside, Thane moves. It is not much. He shifts closer to the fire, as if chasing more heat. In the process, his broad shoulder ends up nearer to me. We have both been careful about distance, carving out invisible lines on the furs and not crossing them. Those lines slip a handspan. I am still unsure how to be in a world where I accept such help and have nothing of equal worth to place in the other pan. You do. I flick a stray bit of feverfew in his direction. It bounces off his knee and drops to the floor. You keep me alive in this God's cursed cave. His brow furrows. Your survival is the fruit of your own skill. I have only managed not to hinder it. Not getting in my way was a strong opening move, yes. I settle back against the rock wall, stretching my legs toward the fire. Heat seeps through my socks and thaws my toes. But I am talking about the part where the mountain tried to freeze me, and your answer was to turn yourself into a furnace. His face goes still. A muscle jumps high in his cheek. You noticed, he says. Good, we are admitting it. I tap the stone floor between us. Thane, I count pulses for a living. You think I did not realize you were holding your body heat high every night. I did not want you cold. His voice drops. You are small. Humans shed heat fast. It seemed efficient. I have more to spare. So you have been burning through your own strength, with fresh wounds and a tired body, because I am small. His jaw tightens more, because you are important. Something in my chest pulls tight. I feel my heartbeat against my ribs, quick and loud. To the patient, or to the man, my voice comes out quieter than I intend, because plenty of people value a healer. That is one reason. His gaze does not flinch. You are also the first person in 5 winters who has spoken to me as if I am more than the crime that follows my name. The first who has treated my wounds and then asked after my thoughts. I look down at my hands. Herb dust sits in the lines of my skin, green and brown, like rings of far too many days spent touching plants and people. I talk to everyone, I say. It is part of the job. No, his tone hardens, not against me, but against the idea. You have a different voice for me. I open my mouth to argue and shut it again. He is right, which is infuriating. With most patients, I keep a thin layer of distance wrapped around my voice, a healer's habit. You learn it after the 4th body you cannot save. With Thane, that layer slid aside somewhere between scolding him about bears and watching him bleed. I never pulled it back into place. I am still counting reasons this is foolish, I say. The list has been getting shorter every day. That does not sound like a careful plan. It isn't, I say. I am too tired to be careful. The lamp by the cave mouth has sunk to a dull wick. I push myself to my feet, cross to it, and feed it fresh oil. Flame flares for a breath, then steadies. Shadows retreat to the edges of stone. When I turn back, he is watching me. He has always watched his surroundings, cataloging exits and threats. Lately, some part of that focus has shifted. His attention settles on me with the intensity of a forge. Intense heat, but held in check. Shift over, I tell him. His brows rise. What? Shift, I point at his furs. The floor is cold and sharp, and I am about 2 nights away from prescribing stop being so noble about distance as a treatment. You wish to sit closer. He sounds as if he is translating each word before saying it. I wish to keep all of my toes, I answer. And I am tired of pretending my very own walking hearth is not a hand's reach away. The faintest hint of a smile pulls at his mouth. It softens the hard lines of his face by the smallest measure. Very well. He moves to the side, leaving a space at his right. Then, with a small, careful hesitation, he adds, "You may share my furs if you wish. I will keep a proper distance." I am counting on you keeping proper heat, I mutter, but my chest does a strange, tight thing as I cross the short stretch of stone between us. Up close, he feels even larger. Orc frames are generous by design. His shoulder sits at the level of my eyes as he adjusts his posture to give me room. The furs dip under my weight when I settle beside him. I leave a small gap at first, stubborn habit more than actual caution. Warmth hits me in a wave. He radiates it in a steady tide. It seeps into my side and sinks into muscles that have been braced against the cold for days. My hands stop aching. The knot between my shoulders eases. A sound slips out of me, low in my chest, not graceful. "Comfortable?" he asks. Shamefully, I tug one of the thicker furs over my legs. Do you know how hard I have worked to keep a professional distance when you sit there like a bonfire that breathes? I did not want to presume. Presumption is very welcome at the moment, I say. Some of us are not carved from glacier stone. Silence folds in around us, not the sharp, brittle kind from early in the week. This one has space in it. After a while, I let my shoulder lean into his upper arm. The contact is light at first, more a question than a leaning. Every muscle along his arm goes tense. His breath changes, sharpening into focus. His heartbeat thuds against my shoulder in a heavier rhythm. "Healer," he says, voice rough, "if I frighten you." "You do not," I cut in. "If I feared you, I would be at the entrance with a knife instead of stealing your warmth. I do not wish to be a danger in your life." His words land hard. Many people have wanted things from me, my skill, my knowledge, my time. Few have worried about what they are to me. "Then stop behaving like a threat I am tolerating," I say. "You are not the raiders, the plague, or the people who decided my life was worth bargaining over." His head dips a fraction. What am I then? Right now, I tap his forearm. The muscle under my fingers is solid as stone. You are a very large heat source with good manners. A quiet huff escapes him. It rumbles through his chest and into my shoulder. "And beyond that?" he asks, his voice soft, and there it is. The edge we have been skirting since the bear dragged him into my path. "You are the only person in a long time," I say, "who has not asked what I can do for them first." I slide my hand down his arm. Scars cross his skin in raised lines. Old battles, old pain. He watches my fingers move as though each touch is a thing he does not quite understand. "You say that as if it is rare," he murmurs. "It is," my throat tightens. Most people see a healer and start thinking about what hurts and what they can get from it. You listened when I talked about Millbrook, never calling me a coward for running or asking for proof I tried hard enough. You just sat there and let me say ugly things out loud. That is the least you deserved. No, my fingers curl more firmly around his arm. The least most people think I deserve is to be used until I fall over and then blamed when that still is not enough. You did not do that. He swallows. I feel the movement where his throat brushes my hair. "I know what it is to be weighed only by your worst day," he says. "I would not put that on you." The small space between us seems to hum. The storm outside could tear the mountain apart, and even that would not sound louder than what I feel in this moment. I take a breath and turn my hand, slide it down until I find his much larger one resting on his thigh. His fingers are open, palm up, as if he has no idea what to do with them. I lace my fingers through his. His breath catches. "What your warriors can do to human bodies, what orc strength looks like when it's turned loose. I've seen it," I say, "and I know the stories humans tell." "I know them as well," he says. "Most of them are true." "That isn't blindness," I say. "That's just paying attention to what you choose to do with that strength." Turning more toward him, I keep our joined hands between us. Mine looks small wrapped through his. His palm is wide enough to close around my whole wrist and crush bone. He holds careful stillness instead. When nightmares wake me, you make tea, I say. When I shake afterward, you pretend not to notice. Your bedroll is always placed between me and the entrance, with the excuse that the draft bothers you. At any noise, you move in front of me. You treat courtesy like ritual. That is just decent behavior, he says. He sounds confused. Decent behavior is not as common as you think. I squeeze his hand. You have all the power to hurt me. You keep choosing not to. That is not nothing. He looks down at our joined hands, then back at my face. There's a raw, almost stunned look in his eyes, like I have pressed my fingers to a wound he did not know was open. Strength without care is only destruction, I say. I have seen enough of that. You are something else. You stand between me and danger, and I do not feel trapped. I am covered. The word feels strange in my mouth. Honest. I trust you, Thane, I say, and there it is, dropped into the small circle of firelight between us like a stone in water. When you stand between me and the storm, I am safe. Something gives in his face. The tight band of control he keeps around himself loosens at the edges. He closes his hand around mine at last, slow and deliberate, as if giving me every chance to pull away. I do not pull away. Safe, he repeats, that is what I am to you. That is what you have been since the third day, I say. When I realized you were holding your body hot on purpose and pretending you did not notice, I kept drifting closer in my sleep. His eyes widen. You noticed even then. I am a healer, I snort. That means I'm trained to count how fast people breathe when they lie still and to hear when a heart speeds up. I let you keep pretending I could not tell. Why speak of it now? Because it stopped being a small thing days ago. I stroke my thumb over his knuckles. Because you still keep acting like you are a burden, I dragged up the mountain instead of one of the best things to happen in a hideous season of my life. My chest feels raw. The words scrape their way out, but they are honest. So yes, I say, that is what you are to me. Not a weight I dragged up the mountain, a place to lean. He looks at me like I have put a sacred object in his hands. Like I have trusted him with something he does not think he deserves. Ember, he says. My name in his mouth lands low in my body, steady and warm. Outside, the wind rages. Inside, the fire burns down to a steady bed of coals. The cave smells of smoke and mint and clean orc skin. I lean in more fully until my shoulder fits against his chest. He adjusts without thinking, easing his body to make room. His free arm lifts and settles behind me on the furs, not quite touching my back, close enough that I can feel the heat of it. If you want me farther away, he says rough, say so, I will move. If you move, I am prescribing bed rest out of spite, I answer into his shirt. He huffs another breath that might one day grow into a laugh. The sound rolls through his chest against my cheek. For the first time since Millbrook, my body believes we are not in danger in this moment. My muscles unclench, slow and grudging. My breath evens out. The storm outside fades to something distant and unimportant. My eyes drift closed. This is not the heavy drop of exhaustion that knocks me out at a work table. It is the reluctant surrender of someone who knows there is a watch set. I keep a few things in mind as sleep comes. The low thrum of his heartbeat against my ear, the weight of his hand around mine, and the slow circles his thumb moves over the back of my fingers. The mountain can keep its howling. I rest in the circle of heat we have carved out of the stone and let myself believe, for this small stretch of night, that the world will still be here when I wake.
The ninth day of the storm begins not with a howl, but with a quiet, shared breath in the near dark. The wind outside has lessened its assault, its fury abated to a mournful whisper through the high passes. She is curled against my side, a warm, solid living presence that has reshaped the very nature of my solitude. For years, this cave has been a shelter, a place of survival. Now it is the place where she sleeps. What she told me last night still echoes in the quiet spaces of my mind, settled deep in my bones. She had told me she was safe when I stood between her and the storm, that I was a place to line, not a weight she had dragged up the mountain. No one has ever named me that. She trusts me, the realization settles low behind my sternum, a weight I will carry the rest of my days. It is the honor my clan spoke of but rarely practiced. I feel the light weight of her head on my arm. My arm is numb from holding her, and I would rather it fall off than move and break this peace. She stirs beside me, a slight sound escaping her lips. The subtle movement brings me crashing back to the present. I watch as she wakes, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a trapped moth against her cheeks before her green eyes open and find mine in the dim pre-dawn light. There is no surprise in her gaze, no lingering caution from the night before. Just a soft, sleepy recognition, a quiet acceptance of finding herself in my arms that makes something deep inside me settle. "You're staring again," she says. I am contemplating the persistence of the storm, I tell her, the formal words a familiar shield, a bastion against the raw, unfamiliar emotions her presence evokes. The wind patterns suggest we may have another full day at the least before any travel becomes advisable. It should be a burden, this continuation of our forced confinement, but the thought of another 24 hours in this small sanctuary before the loud, ugly world can intrude, one more day before she is free to leave, is a selfish, grasping thing, and I am ashamed of it. Another day of cave-dwelling excitement, is it? She pushes herself up on one elbow, stretching with a languid, feline grace that makes every muscle in my body tighten in response. The fur pelt slides down, revealing the simple linen of her tunic, and I force my gaze to the fire. At least your supply situation is excellent. Most emergency shelters I've found don't come equipped with enough preserved food to feed someone of your considerable size for such an extended period. She names my size so casually, as though it is a fact like any other. Her gaze travels over my bare chest and shoulders, and there is an appreciation there that is new, no longer the clinical assessment of a healer cataloging injuries, but the knowing look of a woman. The shift is subtle, and it changes the very quality of the air between us, charging it with a low, potent hum of possibility. "You've been thinking about something heavy," she says, her perception as sharp and as cutting as one of her own surgical knives. "Something that makes those formal speeches of yours even more formal and stilted than usual, which is an impressive feat, considering you normally sound like you're addressing a council of clan elders who are about to declare war." The observation strikes closer to the truth than is comfortable. I have been thinking about her words, her trust, and the stories I have yet to tell her, the ones that explain the network of old, faded scars she has tended, and will make her see the monster the villagers see. "The story you requested," I admit, my voice scraping against a raw throat, "about the raid, the one that ended with my banishment. The truth of it requires a context that may prove disturbing to someone whose entire profession, whose entire being, is dedicated to preserving life, not ending it. Disturbing stories, Thane, come with the healer's territory." She shifts her position, moving to sit cross-legged and facing me, her expression serious and her focus on me. She pulls a fur up over her lap, a small, practical gesture of settling in. I have treated the aftermath of everything from drunken tavern brawls to devastating farming accidents, and to things that were not accidents at all. I have cleaned the wounds and set the bones of men, women, and children who have seen the very worst of what people can do to one another. Try me. The invitation hangs in the quiet between us. Outside, the wind howls a low, mournful note through a crack in the stone, a sound that seems to echo the deep, unending grief I have carried alone for so many years. I owe her this. She has seen my weakness, my vulnerability. She deserves to see the ugliness too. "My blood brother," I begin, the words tasting like ash and old blood in my mouth. "His name was Grimjaw. We were bound to each other since we were nothing more than younglings, by sacred oaths that should have meant more than the shifting winds of clan politics, or the simple, base desire for one's own personal survival." Her expression sharpens, her instincts recognizing something. A blood brother who threw you under the wagon just to save his own hide. The accuracy of her assessment makes me pause. Her eyes hold an unspoken invitation to continue without any fear of her judgment for the failures I have carried alone. "It was a raid on a human settlement in the lowlands, a punitive measure sanctioned by the elders. Our orders were to burn the winter stores to drive the settlers from the territory, not to engage the populace." I paused, the memory thick and suffocating. But Grimjaw, he had a different interpretation of those orders. He enjoyed the engagement. He saw it as a weakness in command to leave an enemy, any enemy, alive. I forced myself to meet her gaze, to let her see the truth of my people, the truth I ran from. He was a celebrated killer, Ember, honored for his efficiency. He was the point of the spear, and he saw no distinction between a soldier with a blade and a farmer with a pitchfork, or a child with nothing at all. My hands clench. I reach for a piece of wood, needing my knife, needing something to do. I force my hands to stay still. The child's name was Lily. The confession feels like lancing an abscess, releasing a poison that has been corrupting me from the inside out for half a decade. She was 6 summers old, with hair as yellow and as bright as wheat that is ready for the harvest. I was the one who found her, hiding in a large grain storage bin, while the rest of her family was fleeing from the main assault. "He found her first, it is not a question." By moments I confirm, my voice low. My task was to clear the next building. I heard a sound, a scrape, and thought it was one of the men. I entered the storage hut. The air was thick with flour dust. He had her by the arm. She was small, even for a human child. She was not crying, just frozen, and he stood there watching her, unsure of what to do or say. I look at my hands, hands that carved birds, hands that could crush a skull. He decided that she, a small, terrified child, posed a significant threat to our operational security. My voice is flat, devoid of all feeling. It is the only way I can say the words. He said, "She is a witness. She will describe us." I told him she was a child. She was no one. I told him our orders were clear. And he said, Ember's voice is quiet, a healer's gentle probe. He said, orders are for fools who cannot see the larger picture. A living enemy is a future threat. That was an old orc proverb, he said, and then he smiled. Then he raised his war hammer. My hands clench into tight, white-knuckled fists against the sleeping furs, my strength a bitter, mocking reminder of how it had failed me when it had mattered the most. He crushed her skull, a single, brutal blow. I can still hear the sound it made. The bones split apart like an overripe fruit. The detached description makes her flinch, horror for a life cut short rising over the healer's professional assessment of the injury. Her reaction reaches places in my chest the cold clan judgment never touched. She sees a murdered child where the elders saw a strategic necessity, and that, I realize, is why she chose a life of healing over one of warfare. "And when you tried to stop him," she asks, her voice low and tight with a fury straining at its leash. I was too late. The damage was done before I had even fully understood his intentions. The memory cuts as sharp as it did on the very day that it happened, an indelible, searing image of a small, broken body that was far beyond any possibility of repair. I roared. I do not remember drawing my blade. I remember little of the next few moments, but when the red mist cleared, he was on the ground. We fought. I beat him until he could no longer stand. I broke his arm and then his leg, and I would have kept going. I would have killed him, but the others pulled me away. I am not proud of how far I would have gone. Losing control was the very blood rage the elders prized in warriors like Grimjaw. And afterward, I continue, it was his word against mine. He claimed she was a spy, a runner for a hidden group of soldiers, that she had a blade, that I, in my softness and my human sympathy, had attacked him for doing his duty. And it was his word against mine before a council of clan elders who were in need of a convenient scapegoat, far more than they were in need of an inconvenient truth. She moves then, a quick, decisive shift that brings her from her side of the fire to mine. She's close enough now that I could span her waist with one of my hands, close enough that reaching for her would require only a simple movement. But to touch her now, in this moment, feels like a gross transgression, like crossing a sacred boundary that she has not yet granted me permission to cross. "They believed him," she says, her voice sharp with a righteous anger that surprises me with its intensity, rather than even bothering to investigate what had happened. It was far easier for them to exile the inconvenient truth-teller than it was for them to have to deal with the messy business of acknowledging that their most efficient and celebrated killer had, in fact, become a murderer of innocent children. "The exile was said to serve the unity of the clan," I say, the words a hollow echo as I fall back on the formal, empty justifications that have been my only cold comfort for 5 long, solitary years. Casting out a single, problematic warrior prevented the asking of larger, more dangerous questions. Questions about the leadership's recent decisions and about their glaring lack of operational oversight. The exile served cowardice that was masquerading as a form of political wisdom. Her sharp, incisive correction cut straight through generations of an accepted, self-serving, and corrupt logic. They threw you away, Thane. They discarded you just to protect a monster who murders children, because admitting his guilt would have complicated their own precious, comfortable illusions about their so-called honor. The blunt, brutal assessment reaches wounds I had long thought were scarred over and numb, and it makes something deep behind my ribs crack, something that had been frozen solid ever since the day they had stripped my arms of my clan markings and cast me out into the wilderness to die. Where I had only ever found a deep personal failure, she sees a deliberate political manipulation. She does not blame me for failing to prevent what I could not have foreseen. She blames them for choosing convenient lies over a hard, ugly truth. When was the last time anyone defended my actions instead of explaining why they had fallen short? Never. "Your father," she says, her quiet, measured question cutting deeper and sharper than any accusation ever could. Did he support the elders' final decision? I flinch, the firelight flickers. I see his face, not as a father but as a chieftain, cold as forged steel, unmoving. My father was the chieftain of the council, the one who pronounced the sentence. He told me that a true warrior's duty to his clan must always supersede any personal failings, even family bonds. My accepting of the exile with honor and quiet dignity was supposed to be my final, noble service to the very people who had raised me. Your final service to the people who were abandoning you, just to protect someone who was far worse than the heinous crime they were accusing you of committing. A fierce, righteous conviction colors her every word, a possessive anger on my behalf that I have never heard from anyone before in my life. That is not honor or duty, Thane. It is nothing more than an institutional betrayal of everything that a parent's love and protection should ever and must ever mean. Her hand moves then, coming to rest on my forearm. Her small, delicate fingers close around less than half its thick circumference, but somehow, the light, simple touch is more than enough to anchor me to the present, to keep me from drowning in the vast, dark, and bitter sea of my past failures. The contact feels like a brand against my skin, a searing, undeniable heat that has nothing at all to do with temperature and everything to do with a voluntary, gentle touch that is being offered to me with no trace of fear. She trusts me not to hurt her, when caution would tell her to keep her distance. 5 years, she continues, her thumb tracing the raised, jagged edge of an old, faded scar with a gentle precision. For 5 years, you have been carrying around a guilt that was never, ever yours to bear. For 5 years, you have been believing yourself to be a monster, just because a group of weak, pathetic people who were too cowardly to face the truth of their own actions needed a convenient villain for their self-serving story. I adapted to a set of circumstances that had seemed to be permanent, I say, my voice growing rough and thick with emotion as her light, innocent touch makes a tingling awareness race along nerves that are unused to such a profound and selfless gentleness. I adapted until a stubborn, fierce human healer invaded my sanctuary and suggested some very different interpretations of a set of long-established and very painful facts. A stubborn healer who recognizes a scapegoating when she sees one. Her fingers slide higher up my arm then, mapping the intricate network of old scars across skin that remembers the violence with a stark clarity, but now craves her careful, focused, and tender attention. Someone had to be blamed, and you were big enough and strong enough, and most importantly, honorable enough to make for a very satisfying and very convenient sacrifice. You speak as if that honor were a fundamental weakness, a flaw that required some kind of correction. I speak as if an honor that is devoid of any wisdom is what gets decent people destroyed by those who possess neither of those qualities. Her hand settles over my heart then, her palm pressed flat against a muscle that gives a sudden, hard, and betraying jump under her focused, unwavering attention. You chose your exile over becoming what he was, what they were. That is not a weakness, Thane. That is a kind of profound strength that most people will never develop in their entire lives. The quiet validation hits me deeper than I expected. Her hand feels small against the broad wall of my chest, the fine bones of it so fragile they could break under a careless grip. Yet the warmth of it grounds me, makes me feel less like a forgotten exile, and more like someone worth caring about. She believes in my worth despite all the damning evidence that should prove otherwise. She sees a fundamental virtue where the clan's harsh and final judgment had found only a profound and unforgivable failure. In her opinion, I realize with a sudden, startling, and world-altering clarity, matters more to me now than their collective approval ever did. Her assessment, I tell her, my formal, stilted words feeling inadequate to express the sudden, soaring, and terrifying hope that she has created in me with just her simple and unwavering belief. It suggests a set of possibilities that I had long, long ago dismissed as being unattainable. I look at her, hold her gaze, the fire in her eyes, the set of her jaw. But to accept such a radical interpretation feels dangerous after so many long and lonely years of believing otherwise. Dangerous how her other hand joins the first, both of her palms now pressed flat against my chest while she studies my face. What is the absolute worst thing that could happen, Thane, if you were to stop punishing yourself for a set of heinous crimes that you didn't even commit? Her position only sharpens the difference between us. She tilts her head back to hold my look, her small frame swallowed up by mine. The size of me should put distance between us. Instead, it pulls us closer. Her touch remains steady, a warm, reassuring pressure that speaks of trust where there should be fear. The worst thing is to allow myself to want what I know I cannot have, to allow myself to believe that I might be worthy of the care and the affection of someone whose quiet, steady, and unwavering judgment is now creating a fragile, dangerous hope in me, where none had lived for 5 barren years. The worst thing is to hope again. Hope is a vulnerability. It is a weakness that can be exploited. My father taught me that. But as I look at Ember, at the stubborn set of her jaw, I see no exploitation. I see no trick. I see only her. The worst thing, I admit, my voice thick and rough with a set of powerful, overwhelming emotions I do not even have the words to describe, is to discover that such a worthiness might be possible. That someone whose opinion matters might see a real, tangible value in what little now remains of me, after my long and lonely exile has stripped away everything that I had once believed that I was. Her hand moves to my face, fingers tracing the line of my jaw with a touch that makes my breath catch. When she speaks, her voice carries a certainty that reaches wounds I thought would never heal. Then stop carrying guilt that was never yours to bear. Start believing what I see when I look at you. For a long moment neither of us moves. The fire ticks low. Outside, the storm keeps up its work, and in here there is only the weight of everything I have finally set down, her hand warm against my jaw, and the slow, disbelieving understanding that the telling did not cost me what I feared. She's still here. She did not flinch. The firelight catches in her eyes, glinting gold in the green. She shifts closer, close enough that I feel the whole of her against the whole of me, and what should warn her draws her in instead. Ember, her name is rough in my throat, a warning and a plea tangled together. If I. If you what? Her fingers trace down my neck, following old scars with deliberate attention. If you show me how gentle someone your size can be. If you prove that all this controlled strength exists for my pleasure instead of my fear. Heat floods through me at her words, at the want in her voice that makes protective instincts tangle with desire until I lose the line between them. She trusts me enough for this, wants me despite every logical reason the physical reality should be impossible. The disparity, I start, formal words cracking under the weight of need. Is what I want. She rises to her knees. Stop thinking about all the ways you might hurt me and start thinking about all the ways you won't. Her mouth finds mine then, a kiss that starts gentle and builds to something fierce and demanding. I feel her hands in my hair, feel the press of her body against mine, feel years of careful isolation crack apart under the simple truth that someone precious chose me. When she pulls back, her breathing comes fast and her pupils are dark with want. Show me, Thane, show me what happens when you stop holding back. My hands settle at her waist, and the fragility of her there should frighten me. It does not, because she has decided this for both of us. And then there is no more holding back, no catalogue of all the ways I might hurt her, only the slow and careful certainty of a man learning that strength offered with reverence is its own kind of tenderness. She chose this. She chose me. She made the impossible feel inevitable through nothing more complicated than want and trust and stubborn determination. And when the night finally quiets, she stays curled in my lap, her fingers tracing idle patterns against my chest. We are doing that again, she murmurs, frequently. The promise sends warmth spreading beneath my collarbone, a future where this becomes ours, where intimacy becomes routine instead of remarkable.
On the 10th day, I wake to a new quiet. The storm still howls and claws at the mountain, but it is a distant sound now. The true silence is here, in the cave, in the small, warm space I share with Thane. I wake to the quiet rhythm of his breath, the steady beat of his heart under my cheek. The thought sends a sharp pang through my chest, relief shading into reluctant dread. This cave has become more than shelter. I push myself up, muscles protesting with a deep ache, testament to the night we spent exploring limits. Thane's hands rest on my waist, his touch steadying, his warmth an anchor. He watches me, eyes dark and unreadable in the dim firelight. "Good morning," I say, my voice still rough and a little raw, a husky remnant of the wild, uninhibited sounds I had made in his powerful arms. A sudden, hot blush heats my cheeks at the vivid, searing memory of my own complete abandon. I trust that all of your therapeutic needs were met. A low, deep chuckle rumbles up from deep in his rib cage, and I feel the vibration of it not just in my ears, but as a warm, thrumming current that runs deep in my body. My needs were met with a thoroughness that exceeded all of my wildest expectations, Little Healer. His easy, casual use of my nickname, the sated, comfortable intimacy that now laces his deep voice, makes my heart perform a series of wild flips in my chest. This is new. This comfortable, languid, and almost domestic peace that has settled between us. The charged awareness is still there, of course, a low, potent, and constant hum just beneath the surface, but it has been tempered now and deepened by the profound, earth-shattering reality of our joining. "Glad to hear it," I say, trying my best to affect a brisk, professional, and detached tone and failing. Comprehensive patient care is, after all, my one true specialty. I make a move to slide off of his lap, intending to begin the mundane, practical tasks of our day, but his powerful hands tighten on my waist, a silent, firm, and non-negotiable command that holds me in place. "Stay," he says. I settle back down, straddling his powerful, solid hips, aware of my own complete nudity, of how the cool cave air raises goosebumps all over my skin. He lets his intense, golden gaze travel over my entire body, a slow, deep, and thorough appreciation that is far more potent, and more intimate than any physical touch could ever hope to be. "You are beautiful," he says, "so beautiful that it causes a physical ache deep in my chest just to look at you." "Then you should stop looking and you should start touching," I say. His hands move then, so big and so warm and gentle, his long, thick fingers tracing the delicate curve of my waist, the sharp line of my ribs, the soft, full swell of my breasts. His touch is as light as a feather, a stark, breathtaking, and thrilling contrast to the immense, raw, and untamed strength that I now know those powerful hands possess. He is learning the intricate landscape of my body, memorizing my unique and personal terrain with a kind of focused, devoted intensity that makes my skin tingle and my breath catch and stutter in my throat. "Last night," he begins, voice hesitant, eyes searching mine for regret, "I did not harm you." The question, full of genuine concern, makes my heart swell. "Thane," I say, cupping his face, "you didn't hurt me, not for a moment. Last night was magnificent." "But the profound disparity is the very best part," I interrupt. "You are just going to have to trust me on this." I kiss him again, deeper this time, pouring all of my reassurance, all of my own burgeoning, terrifying, and overwhelming feelings, into the simple, intimate touch. He responds to me, his mouth opening under mine, his tongue meeting mine in a slow, searing, and exploratory dance. The unique, musky taste of him is familiar to me now, intoxicating, addictive, and wonderful. When I pull back, we are both breathing a little faster, a little harder, the air in the small, fire-lit cave thick with a renewed and palpable tension. "I have been thinking," he says, "about our situation, about what this means." "Oh, and what have you been thinking about?" I ask. His skin is so warm. How did I ever sleep without this furnace beside me? "I am thinking that the storm continues," he says, "and that we remain confined." He pauses. "Last night for me was no act of desperation, but I do not wish for you to feel trapped." His careful consideration is sweet. Here he is, this powerful creature, worried that I might feel pressured, as if the storm is the only thing keeping me here. "Thane," I say, my voice firm, all traces of teasing gone. I make him look at me. Do I seem trapped? His gaze searches mine, golden and intense. "You seem content, but the circumstances..." "The circumstances are what they are. The storm, the cave, that is all just a container. What happened between us, that was a choice, my choice, your choice. It had nothing to do with the wind and the snow." I press my fingers against his lips to stop him when he speaks. "Thane, I am a healer, I deal in realities, and I have spent the last 10 days with a male who is kinder, more honorable, and more fiercely protective than any man I have ever known. To be truthful, I trust you. I wanted you. The storm just gave me the time to realize it." The honest and profound declaration makes his throat tighten. I feel the swallow, a hard bob against his skin. "All right," I say. "The storm is still raging. We are still trapped, but right now we are this. And I, for one, will not waste a single moment of it. But first..." I lean down and capture his mouth with mine again, and my intentions this time are unmistakable and clear. The gentle exploration of just a few moments ago is gone, replaced by a fierce, demanding, and almost desperate hunger. I want him again, with a raw, primal urgency that surprises even me. I want to reinforce the sacred, unspoken claim that we had made on each other last night, to feel close to him again, reminding me in the most fundamental and profound way possible that he is, and always will be, mine. He groans deep in his throat, his powerful hands tightening on my hips, pulling me closer. "Ember," he warns, his deep voice and strained, guttural, and almost pleading sound. "We must be practical. The wood supply." "Then we had better make this quick," I say, my own hips already beginning to move in a slow, deliberate, and provocative grinding rhythm against his. "Or we can just generate our own heat." His hard-won control snaps. With a growl, he flips us over. The movement is fast, powerful, and I find myself on my back on the furs, pinned beneath his weight. He braces himself on his elbows to spare me the full load, but the mass of him is still all-encompassing. "You are a very demanding little healer," he growls. "And you are a great green beast who is going to give me what I demand," I retort, my hands fisting in the long, dark, and silken strands of his hair. His mouth crashes down on mine, and there is nothing gentle or hesitant about the kiss this time. It is a raw, hungry, and desperate claiming, a fierce, wild battle of tongues and teeth, and a series of desperate, guttural sounds of pure need. He devours my mouth, and I meet his raw, untamed ferocity with my nails digging into the thick muscle of his powerful shoulders. And then there are no more words. There is only the two of us, and the fierce, tender, wordless claim we make on each other again, until the firelit cave and the whole broken world narrow to nothing but his name in my mouth and mine in his. We collapse together then, a tangled heap of sweat-slicked limbs and ragged breaths. His heavy, solid weight is a reassuring presence on top of me, and I wrap my own arms around his broad, powerful back, holding on as if he is the only real thing left in a broken world. After a long, silent, and perfect time, he rolls onto his side, pulling me close. He tucks my head under his chin, his powerful, scarred arms wrapped around me. That, I say, when I am able to form a coherent thought, was more than just a simple therapeutic preparation. His deep, rumbling laughter echoes through his broad chest, a satisfying sound. It was acclaiming, he says, his deep voice soft now and filled with a tender possessiveness, so that there would be no doubt in either of our minds who you belong to. There was never any doubt, I whisper, pressing a soft kiss to his broad chest. Not from the very first moment that you stepped out of the shadows. We lay in the quiet after, the storm a muted howl outside. The air in our fur cocoon is warm and smells of us, sweat and sex. I feel boneless and more grounded than I have ever been. My cheek rests against his massive shoulder, my palm laid open over his heart, feeling its steady, slowing beat. You're quiet, I murmur, tracing the line of a scar near his collarbone. I am processing, he rumbles, his voice vibrating through me. The nature of this, what becomes of us, it is more than I had allowed myself to imagine. What had you imagined? I ask, curious. Nothing. The word is stark, and it hits me with a small pang of sadness for him. My future was a repetition of my past. Survival had always meant solitude, and even through the storm, I did not break. I did not have a place in my mind for this, for you. Well, I'm here now, I say. I prop myself up on my elbow so I can see his face in the dim firelight. I have a tendency to invade sanctuaries and complicate things. It's a professional hazard. You complicate nothing, he says. It's more than gratitude, more than desire, it's reverence. You simplify. Before you, there was only a calculation of survival. Now there is a reason for it. My throat tightens. My snarky, sarcastic armor feels thin and useless against that kind of raw, unvarnished honesty. Thane. I do not have the words you are accustomed to, he says. His touch is rough, calloused, and gentle. My people, we do not speak of such things with ease. We show our bonds, we don't speak them. They mean loyalty, protection, a shared fire, the guarding of a sleeping place. You've done all those things, I whisper, from the first night. Yes, he says, as if this explains everything. And last night, and now, this is also a part of it. This was a claiming, and it was a sharing all at once. He struggles, the formal words he relies on failing him. It is a bond, of a kind I did not know I would ever have, least of all with a human. A human, I echo, a small smile playing on my lips. Still think of me as a different species, do you? You are, he says, with a simple honesty that makes me laugh. You are small and fragile, and you speak too fast, and you think in circles I cannot follow. You are not an orc. And you, I say, settling back against his chest, are enormous, and you talk like an ancient history scroll, and you are too honorable for your own good. You are not human. And yet, he murmurs, his arms tightening around me, pulling me closer. And yet, I agree, my voice muffled against his skin. It works. We fall silent again, but this silence differs from any I have ever known. It is a full silence, brimming with us, with the 1,000 unspoken things that are growing between us in the dark. The storm can rage all it wants. We have created our own shelter, our own eye in the center of it all, and for now, that is more than enough.
Dawn light filters through snow that no longer falls with yesterday's violence, and I wake to the weight of her body pressed against my chest like a living anchor to hope I'd forgotten existed. 11 days since she stumbled into my cave. Somehow, my world has reorganized itself around the rhythm of her breathing. The storm outside whispers instead of screams now. Another day sealed together in stone walls that have become sanctuary instead of prison. Stone and steel, she feels perfect against me. Small and warm and real enough to convince me last night wasn't fever dream or exile madness. Her hair spills across my shoulder in auburn waves that catch morning light like burnished copper. When she shifts in sleep, the movement sends heat through my chest. Her body accepted mine despite every logical reason the fit should be impossible. She chose me, want drove her to it, want bright enough to melt years of careful isolation. Someone precious looked at an exile and saw a man worth keeping. Morning already, her voice carries that rough edge of recent sleep, muffled against skin that still remembers her touch. Tell me the storm's still raging so we don't have to deal with the outside world yet. My hand stills on her spine. She wants the storm to hold as much as I do, to keep the outside world a day further off. Wind continues, though less fierce than yesterday. I spread my hand against her spine, claiming the warmth of her. Travel remains inadvisable for at least another day. Inadvisable for someone my size, you mean? She tilts her head up to study my face, green eyes sharp with intelligence that never stops cataloging details. Someone your size could walk through this weather without breaking stride. My hand spans most of her back while her palm covers a fraction of my chest. 11 days have not dulled the wonder of it. She trusts strength that could overwhelm her. She reaches only to my shoulder when standing, yet she commands this space like she was born to rule over giants. How does someone so small contain such fierce certainty? Size grants certain advantages in harsh weather, I acknowledge, formal words inadequate for the fact of waking beside someone who stayed, but it also creates complications when sharing space with someone more reasonably proportioned. Reasonably proportioned. Her laugh vibrates against my ribs, genuine amusement that makes my pulse quicken. Very diplomatic way of saying you're twice my size and could lift a horse. The image makes something that might be humor rumble up from my gut, the first genuine laughter in years of solitude. Lifting livestock seems an impractical application of strength. There's that dry wit I've been waiting to see more of. She props herself on my chest, very attractive quality in someone built like a cave bear. From her mouth the comparison lands as comfort, not warning. 11 days of her working around my bulk, never flinching, never showing fear. Your comfort with disparity remains remarkable, I tell her. Most people show more wariness around someone my size. When I positioned her beneath me, she looked at me with wonder and want. She arched against a touch that covered more of her than should be possible, trusting me to overwhelm without crushing. Your responses to such applications of strength proved remarkable. The formal words crack under the weight of need that builds despite recent satisfaction. Made me believe worthiness might be possible if someone precious finds value in what others judged inadequate. The only thing inadequate about you is your ability to accept compliments. She shifts higher. 11 days of watching you be decent and considerate and careful with everything that matters, and you still think you need redemption. The words reach the old scars on my arms where the clan markings were stripped away. No one has defended me in 5 years. No one has chosen my company instead of merely enduring it. Perhaps extended isolation damaged perspective about personal value. Years of exile teach caution about hopes that might prove temporary. There is nothing temporary about choosing you, staying with you, about building whatever comes next together. She speaks of building something together, a shared life from choice, not necessity. Together requires considerable change, I say. Your work takes you to places where someone my size might prove conspicuous. Your size proves useful for patients who object to treatment. Her grin transforms her face, makes her beautiful. Plus, steady hands and a formal manner suggest excellent potential for learning medical assistance. The idea sits strange in a mind trained for warfare, fingers taught to destroy, learning instead to mend. You believe such hands could learn gentleness beyond what intimacy requires. I flex my fingers against her spine. They already know gentleness, they just need practice applying it to situations beyond keeping me warm and satisfied. Her voice drops low, and the sound of it pulls tight along my nerves, though I plan to require considerable practice with that particular application too. The promise sends fire through my chest. Again, the sounds she made with me above her, firelight on her skin, her demand for more even overwhelmed by my size. Such practice seems necessary, I tell her, borrowing her terminology while my hands map the curve of her waist. Regular treatment to ensure optimal patient satisfaction. Very necessary multiple times daily, I should think. She leans down to kiss me, soft pressure that makes the cave disappear around us. Think you can keep up with a healer's demands? The question brings back how she took my size, stretching to what seemed impossible until she proved otherwise. When I filled her, she looked at me with wonder, and for once exile felt like preparation and not punishment. I believe I can endure such rigorous attention, I reply, voice rough with growing need despite the morning's early hour, for as long as my healer deems treatment necessary. Your healer deems treatment very necessary, she settles against me, starting now. Tell me about your clan, she says, about what they were like before politics and betrayal poisoned everything. The request reaches ground I have avoided for years, a belonging that aches deeper than any wound. She holds my gaze and waits, and I find I want to give her the man I was before the banishment. They valued honor above convenience, I begin. They believed strength should protect rather than exploit, that warriors existed to serve the welfare of the clan rather than for personal glory. Sounds like they taught you well. Her voice carries an approval that makes warmth spread through my chest. The honor part survived exile intact, even when the people who taught it chose convenience over truth. The words cut deeper than any accusation. The clan's teaching outlasted the clan's loyalty. The lessons survived even the men who taught them. Honor without support becomes challenging to maintain, I admit, flexing my hands as memory brings back years of questioning whether principles mattered when no one witnessed their application. Honor without support becomes more valuable, not less. Her correction carries a fierce conviction that reaches places doubt has lived too long. It's easy to be honorable when everyone's watching and approving. It's hard to maintain principles when you're alone and no one would know if you compromised. Something bursts open behind my sternum, barriers raised over years of solitude giving way. To her, the exile made me stronger. No one has ever called those silent, witnessless choices a virtue before. Your assessment suggests possibilities I dismissed as self-deception, I tell her, voice rough with emotions that have accumulated over years of careful suppression. My assessment suggests you need better standards for measuring personal worth. She shifts to meet my eyes, her green gaze holding steady attention that makes breathing difficult, starting with recognizing that someone whose judgment you trust finds you worthy of love. The word hangs between us while my pulse hammers against my ribs. She has named love and named it toward someone the clan cast out. Such love seems, I search for words large enough and find none, beyond anything I believed exile had left me. Good thing I'm here to expand your sense of what's possible. Her smile makes my chest feel tight with a hope that deserves trust instead of careful skepticism, starting with believing you deserve happiness instead of just survival. By the ancestors, the word sits foreign after years of counting survival as the only success. But this warmth that floods through me when she laughs, when her hands shake from want and not fear, must be happiness itself, unrationed and unearned. Happiness requires someone worth sharing it with, I say. Lucky for you, I plan to be worth sharing it with for a very long time. The promise carries a weight of commitment, assuming you're interested in that level of partnership. She offers me a partnership, a thing chosen and meant to last past the day the snow clears, with none of the storm's compulsion in it. Such a partnership holds appeal beyond what formal words can express, I admit, and the honesty does not cost me what I feared it would. Then we better figure out the practical details. She settles back against my chest, like where we go when this storm breaks, and how we explain to the world that an orc warrior and a human healer decided they work better together than apart. An orc and a human crossing every line the world draws between us. It should frighten me. In her mouth it sounds like a problem with an answer, a fact to work around rather than a wall to surrender to. The disputed territories offer opportunities for those willing to work outside traditional boundaries, I tell her, calling up knowledge from years of survival in regions both sides claim but neither controls. Settlements that need healing regardless of who provides it, people more concerned with competence than politics. Settlements that could use someone who knows the mountains well enough to guide supply caravans through dangerous passes. Her voice carries a growing excitement as possibilities expand, someone built to handle anything the wilderness throws at travelers. Something warm unfolds in my chest. In her telling, every brutal year on the mountain becomes a skill worth having. Work that matters, the two of us fitted to it, a purpose past survival. Such arrangements seem achievable, given proper planning and commitment to making them succeed. I observe, formal words inadequate for the hope her vision creates. Such arrangements seem inevitable. She traces new patterns against my skin. I love you, Thane. I love your antique speech and your terrifying gentle hands, and I love that you make me feel safe, which is frankly insulting to a woman who prided herself on needing no one. The declaration races through my veins like fire. She loves someone the world calls dangerous, finds safety where it should find warning. She loves me, the exile, the failure, the warrior too gentle for clan expectations. Loves me enough to plan a future around shared work and mutual support instead of seeking more suitable alternatives. I love you beyond all measure, I tell her, my voice rough with emotions that have no adequate names. Past redemption, past clan judgment, past anything I believed exile had left possible. Good, she says, because I plan to keep loving you until you believe you deserve it. Sleep, little healer, I murmur into the darkness that no longer feels empty. Tomorrow we discover what courage looks like when two people refuse to let the world dictate their possibilities. Her breathing settles into deep rest, and I keep watch over her. 11 days have built something that will outlast the storm. I stay awake, marking every sound that might threaten her, every shift that might mean she needs warmth or room. Exile taught me how to survive. Holding her teaches something more. It teaches me what it means to have someone worth protecting. We break the cave down to what it was before she arrived: stone, ash, silence. Our prints scuff out under my boot until the floor tells no story. Ember ties the medicine, rolls tight, and checks each pouch twice. I seal the last crack against stray embers, then set the half-carved bird on the ledge outside as a marker only I would recognize. We eat the final meal in easy quiet. When she reaches for her cloak, I hold it for her. She tucks the fur at her throat, and I check the straps on my pack, the old ritual of leaving, done with new purpose. Snow still lies deep, but the wind has lost its edge. The mountain allows passage if we move with respect. I help her to the threshold. For a breath, we stand together, listening to the wide hush beyond the rock. Ready, I ask. Lead on, she says, and the word lands under my ribs like a lit coal. We step out, the cold bites clean and honest. I break the path, setting a pace that saves strength. She follows in my prints where the drift climbs near her knees. When the slope narrows, I steady her by the elbow. She does not resist. Trust makes careful work easier than force ever did. Keep her warm, keep her upright, keep her safe. By dusk, we reach the lee of a granite shoulder. I build a tight fire that smokes little and warms enough. She checks her hands while I rewrap her feet. We share the last of the spiced broth and lean shoulder to shoulder beneath one cloak, watching a sky clear to hard stars. She studies the valley dark and wide below us. A single orange point flickers far off, the trading post lamp steady against wind. Tomorrow, she says, voice low, if the trail holds. It will. I measure the route in my mind, counting cutbacks and cornices, weighing ice against daylight. We rise before first light. We follow the spine and drop at the split. If the weather stays, we reach that lamp by nightfall. She nods and tucks closer. Her breath warms the space between collar and skin. I keep my body heat steady and the fire tame. When sleep comes, I take first watch and listen to the mountain breathe, each sound sorted and placed. The night carries no threat I will not meet standing. I will get her there. Dawn waits beyond the ridge. We are ready to leave the mountain to its silence.
It's cold. That's the first and only thought, the world narrowing to this single, brutal fact. The air is a blade in my lungs, the snow under my boots a bed of broken glass. Thane takes the lead. I follow in his steps, a grim, shuffling rhythm. His massive boot prints are a blessing, a pre-packed path in the deep drift. My world narrows to white glare, the painful rasp of my breath, the measured lift and set of my feet into the holes he leaves for me. You are fine, I tell myself that with each rise and dip. You are fine, keep moving, one more step. But I am a healer. I know the lies we tell to keep a body moving, and I am lying. The heat runs wrong under my skin, too quick, too shallow, not the honest warmth of exertion, the false, slick heat of a fever returning. The cave's rest, his body, the potent broth, it all held the sickness at bay. The trail and the cold and the grinding effort of survival are calling it back. A monster in my blood senses weakness, and the infection stirs. My joints ache with a familiar, toxic throb. My head feels light, disconnected from my feet. I keep my face a mask of calm when he glances over a broad shoulder. His golden eyes are sharp, analytical. He's cataloging my posture, my breathing, the color of my skin. He is a warrior, a hunter, and I am his current, failing project. I offer him a small, tight smile I hope looks like determination. I am fine. See? Smiling. He returns to the lead without comment, but his pace slows by a fraction I am not supposed to notice. His kindness makes me feel ashamed. I am the healer. I am supposed to be the one managing the crisis, and instead I have become it, trailing behind him like a sick child. We move for hours. The world is a blinding white canvas, empty of all detail save for the dark, solid shape of Thane in front of me. He is my anchor, my wall against the wind. As long as he moves, I move. The rhythm becomes a mindless litany, his boot my boot, his breath a white plume, mine a thin and ragged thing. By midday, the spine narrows to a knife edge. The world drops away on both sides, a dizzying, terrifying fall into white oblivion. The wind shrieks, a physical force that tries to peel me from the mountain. It's no longer a howl. It's a high-pitched, malicious scream that sets my back teeth ringing. My balance, already compromised by the fever, falters. I stumble, my foot skidding on a patch of wind-scoured ice. Thane stops. He turns, his body a solid bastion against the gale. He doesn't speak, not that he needs to. The wind would steal the words anyway, he just holds out his hand. It's not a question, it's a statement, you will take this, we will cross. I place my gloved hand in his. His grip is careful, firm, engulfing mine. His palm radiates a steady heat. The world steadies while we cross. He moves first, testing each foothold, his weight a guarantee against the mountain's treachery. He is a creature of force, at home in this lethal landscape. I follow, my gaze locked on his back, my hand a lifeline in his. The wind screams, but it cannot touch me. He is the mountain, and I am in his shadow. On the far side, the path widens into a sheltered bowl of rock. I let go and pretend my legs are not shaking, pretend my heart is not a panicked bird in my ribs. I lean against the rock, fighting for breath, my lungs burning. Not now, not when we are close. We drop into the lee of scrub pine and broken rock. The air warms by a degree that feels like grace. The wind drops to a whisper. Far below, a small, dark square of roofs cuts a neat line against the snow, the post. A single lamp is now pale in the graying daylight. There, I say, and I make it sound like triumph instead of desperate, gasping relief. He studies me, his face grim, the lines around his mouth tight. He knows I am lying and failing, yet he hasn't said a word, hasn't shamed me for my weakness. He just nods, his gaze moving from me to the settlement below. We rest here, he says. His voice is a low rumble final. Drink, eat. He unslings his pack and pulls out a water skin and a piece of dried meat. The meat is rock hard, the water laced with ice chips. I force myself to chew, to swallow. My body needs fuel. My body is a traitorous engine, and I am cursing it with every bite. Work, just work. Get us down this mountain. Your hands are shaking, he observes. It isn't an accusation, just a fact. I look down and see that he's right. My fingers tremble around the waterskin. It's the cold. No, he says, his voice quiet, it is not. He takes the waterskin from me, his movements gentle. His thumb brushes my glove, and the small, careful touch almost undoes me. It is the fever ember. Do not lie to your healer. My throat closes. He called himself my healer. The irony is so bitter, so awful, that a broken sound escapes me. It might be a laugh or a sob. Here I am, being tended by the man I was supposed to be caring for. I'm sorry, I whisper. The admission is a crack in the dam, and I feel the hot sting of tears behind my eyes. I blink them back, furious. I will not cry, I will not. I'm a burden, I'm slowing you down. Stone and steel, little healer. His voice is rough, and for a second I think he's angry. He settles beside me on the rock, his shoulder and hip pressing against mine, a wall of solid, radiating heat. You are not a burden, you are my charge. There is a difference. He takes my shaking hands in his, chafing them between his palms. His hands are so large, so warm, the calluses on his skin a rough, comforting friction against my gloves. In my clan, we say, a warrior who walks alone dies alone. For 5 years, I have walked alone. You are the first person to walk beside me. Your pace is my pace. We will reach the post together. I lean my head against his shoulder, closing my eyes for just a second. The strength of him, the solid, unshakable presence of him, is overwhelming. He smells of pine and leather and cold air. You're too good for this, I murmur. for a broken-down healer who can't even walk down a hill. You are not broken, he says. You are spent. There is no shame in that. You have spent yourself for others. Now let me spend my strength for you. He says it with such simple, unadorned certainty, as if it is the most logical thing in the world, as if my life has a value equal to his, as if protecting me is not a chore, but a purpose. The tears I refuse to shed now burn, and one escapes, sliding hot down my cold cheek. He doesn't comment on it. He just lifts his free hand and brushes the track of it away with his thumb, his touch gentle. The fever is high, he says, but the post is close. We will rest here for a short time, then I will carry you. No, I say, pulling back, the shame is back. No, I can walk, I will not be carried. You will, he says, his voice leaving no room for argument. It's not unkind, but it is absolute. You will walk as far as you are able, and when you are not, I will carry you. Your strength is a finite thing, Ember. My strength is not. We will use mine so that we may preserve yours. This is not a matter of pride. It is a matter of tactical survival. I look at him at the set of his jaw, the unyielding gold of his eyes. He is a warrior. He sees this as a campaign, and I am a resource to be managed. The clinical, detached way he frames it is, God's, it's a relief. He is not pitying me. He is strategizing. Tactical survival, I repeat, testing the words. Indeed, he releases my hands and stands, offering one to me. Now, we go. We will reach the post before the light fails. I take his hand and let him pull me to my feet. My legs feel like water, but I make them hold. Okay, warrior, let's be tactical about this, I say, and together we start down. The last pitch is a long, treacherous slant of frozen crust and loose grit. Each step slides before it holds. My boots, so sturdy on the ascent, feel like clumsy blocks of wood. My vision narrows, the world shrinking to a dark tunnel with shimmering edges. The fever is a roaring in my ears, and the cold is a separate, living thing. A wolf snapping at my heels, at my hands, at my face. Do not stop, do not stop, do not fall. I am talking to myself, a desperate, silent chant. My focus is on the space just in front of my boots. One step, and another. The world is nothing but that. I do not see the post. I do not see the sky. I only see the snow and the rock and the churning gray fog in my head. I do not stop, my knee buckles anyway. It gives out without warning. One moment I am upright, the next my leg is gone, folding beneath me like wet paper. The sky tilts. The white world rushes up to meet me. I don't even have time to cry out. Strong arms catch me before the snow does. Heat folds around me. The world smells like leather and pine smoke and the unique, musky scent of Thane. I am lifted against a chest so broad it feels like a wall, my head tucked under his chin. He moves, and the motion is so smooth, so powerful, it doesn't even feel like walking. It feels like flying. Stay with me, he says, his breath is warm. Breathe, Ember, I have you and you're safe now, so just breathe. I breathe, the dark widens and contracts. Cold seeps through me while his body burns with heat. His strength carries me where mine has failed. A healer, and yet here I am, cradled like a child. The shame is a distant, unimportant flicker. All that matters is the steady thud-thud-thud of his heart beneath my ear. It is the most solid sound in the world. Joran's post, I mumble, my lips clumsy. I see it, he says. His voice is a calm reassurance in the chaos of my senses. It is close. Rest, little healer. I have the watch. Drifting in and out, I am aware of motion, of the cold on my face, of the encompassing heat of his body. I am aware of his voice, a steady undertow, speaking to me, though I cannot grasp the words. He is keeping me tethered, refusing to let me slip away into the dark, quiet cold that is starting to feel so welcoming. When the darkness opens again, the roofs are nearer. The next time, nearer still. The lamp glows against the early dusk like a single, welcoming eye that will not close. The door of the trading post looms, a solid, dark rectangle in the snow. He doesn't knock. He shoulders it open. Warm air hits my face. It's thick, smelling of tallow, ale, and unwashed bodies. A wave of sound joins it. Shouting. Voices cry out in alarm. A chair scrapes. I hear the sharp, metallic sheeing of a blade being drawn. Thane's voice comes again, low and certain, a rumble of command that cuts through the noise. It is a sound that makes the air vibrate. He is not asking. He is telling. He is speaking words I cannot hold, words I cannot understand, but their intent is clear. Help her. Gods, it's an orc, a man yells. He's got a woman. She's dead. She is not, Thane growls, and the sound is so deep, so full of menace that the room falls silent. She is a healer. She is sick and needs aid now. The floor finds my back. No, not the floor, but a bed, or at least a cot. It smells of dust and old sweat, but it is soft. Wool, rough and smelling of dust, scratches my cheek. Heavy warmth settles across me, his cloak, I know it by the scent. It covers me from chin to toe, a suffocating, safe weight. Safe. Through half-closed lids, I see a burly man with a graying beard, Jorund, I assume, standing over me, his face closed tight with mistrust and fear. His gaze flicks from me to Thane, who stands at the foot of the cot, a mountain of silent, lethal warning. He has not drawn a weapon, but he is a weapon. A healer, you say? Jorund's voice is rough. I am Ember, I force out, my tongue thick. From Millbrook. The name hangs in the air. Jorund's eyes widen. Millbrook, we heard it was gone, burned. Raiders, I whisper, he saved me. Jorund looks at Thane again, a new, complex expression on his face. Fear, yes, but also a dawning respect. An orc who saves a human healer from raiders, it does not fit the stories. They're still out there, that band. His voice drops, meant for Thane now more than for me. Hit 2 steadings east of here since the first snow, same as your Millbrook. Stores burned, folk put to the sword, no ransom asked, no reason given. Word is it's an orc leading them these days. A big one, even for your kind, carries a war hammer. At the foot of the cot, Thane goes still. Still as the stone he is pretending to be. The word hammer snags on the story he gave me in the dark, on flour dust and a small body and a hammer falling. But the fever drags me under before I can fit the pieces together. She burns with fever, Jorund says, his voice softening. He puts a rough hand to my forehead. My wife has some skill, I will fetch her. He turns and bustles away, shouting for Dalla. Thane does not move. He is a statue of green skin and leather, his golden eyes fixed on me, his presence a wall that separates me from the rest of the room. When I wake again, lamplight pools on rough, dark boards above my head. The air is warm and still. I am in a small, private room, not the main hall. The shouting is gone. My head is clear enough to name what I am feeling. Spent, his word for it. The spent that comes after you choose to keep going until the choice runs out. I am alive. The fever still hums, a low, banked ember, but the raging fire is gone. My body aches, a deep, bruised soreness, but it is my own again. Thane sits at my side, on a small stool that looks like it might shatter under his weight. His posture is relaxed, but his attention is alert, his gaze fixed on my face. He does not speak until my eyes meet his. You are back, he says. The words are quiet and sure. I am, the words come out cracked and dry. You got me here. We got here, he corrects. He reaches for a cup on the small table beside him, his movements economical and precise. He supports my head, his hand a warm, solid weight behind my neck, and holds the cup to my lips. It's water, cool and clean. It's the best thing I have ever tasted. I drink, then lie back. My gaze travels around the small, safe room. Log walls, a single shuttered window, a hearth with a low, glowing fire. Where? Jorund's trading post, he says. The owner, he granted us shelter. The journey was hard on you. I fainted. The word is a bitter admission. You collapsed, he says, his voice firm, leaving no room for my self-pity. After walking for a full day, with a high fever on a mountain that would have killed a healthy man, you did not faint, Ember. You endured until your body's limit was reached. And then I carried you the rest of the way, as I should have done hours before. I look at him at the quiet self-recrimination in his eyes. He is blaming himself for my weakness. You are an honor-bound, moss-brained fool, Thane, I whisper, my voice rough. A small smile touches his mouth. It is a beautiful, devastating thing. And you are a stubborn, forge-strong healer. He takes my hand, his fingers lacing through mine, his warmth a familiar, solid promise. Now, sleep. The post's healer, Dalla, Jorund's wife, will see you. You are safe. He is right. The trading post holds around us, a small bubble of warmth and light, while the mountain burns itself out beyond the walls. And as I fall back into a true, healing sleep, I know with an absolute, bone-deep certainty that as long as his hand is in mine, I am.
The 13th day dawns under a sky the color of a fresh, angry bruise. The air is cold, thin, and sharp in my lungs, each breath an effort. We leave the relative safety of Joran's trading post, a small island of grudging civilization in a vast sea of wilderness, and plunge back into the unforgiving embrace of the mountains. I watch her ride her pony. I insisted she ride. She insisted she could walk. We compromised, which meant I put her on the pony, and she was too weak to argue with any real force. Every steady, plodding step of its gait sends a jarring, painful shockwave through my body, a sympathetic echo of the aches she is trying to hide. She insists she is well enough. Her pride is a brittle, fragile shield against the chilling, undeniable truth her healer's mind has already pieced together. Exhaustion, lingering strain on the body's spirit, a body pushed too far, too fast after a profound trauma. The morning light does nothing to soften the harsh reality of our situation. The mountains stretch before us in an endless series of jagged peaks and treacherous valleys, each one a test of endurance that she should not be attempting in her condition. But turning back is not an option. Joran's post offers shelter but lacks the medical supplies she needs, and the valley settlement ahead is our only hope for proper treatment. If we can reach it in time. I adjust the pack on my shoulders, redistributing the weight of our combined supplies. Every ounce matters now. Every burden I can carry is one less strain on her failing strength. The ponies are sturdy mountain breeds, accustomed to the thin air and rocky terrain, but even they seem to sense the urgency in our journey, their ears flicking at every sound. She shifts in the saddle and I catch the wince that crosses her features before she can mask it. She thinks I do not notice, but I notice everything about her. Her breathing is becoming more labored. With white knuckles, she grips the reins as if fighting to stay in control. The subtle droop of her shoulders betrays an exhaustion she refuses to acknowledge. 5 years of solitude taught me to read the mountain's moods, to interpret the smallest signs of coming danger, the charged air before a storm, the silence of birds before a rock slide, the tension in the air when a predator is near. Now all that hard-won skill focuses on her, cataloging every symptom, every warning sign that her body is losing its battle against the infection. The knowledge sits like a stone in my gut, cold and heavy and unforgiving. We cannot stop, we cannot slow down, and yet pushing her harder might be the very thing that kills her. The path narrows as we climb, forcing me to walk directly beside her pony rather than a step ahead. This close, I can hear the subtle changes in her breathing, can smell the faint, sickly sweet scent that speaks of fever beginning to reassert its dominance over her system. Rest would help her, proper medicine would help more. Out here in the wilderness, I can give her neither. The helplessness of it burns through me like acid. I am a warrior. I am trained to face any physical threat, to overcome obstacles through sheer strength and determination. But this enemy lives inside her blood, invisible and relentless, and all my power means nothing against it. I cannot fight what I cannot see. I cannot protect her from her own body's betrayal. The sun is warm today, she observes, her voice carrying a forced lightness that fools neither of us. Good weather for traveling. Indeed, I reply, matching her tone though the word tastes like ash in my mouth. We both know the warmth she feels comes from the fever building beneath her skin, not the sun. She sways, a small, terrifying loss of balance. My hand shoots out, steadying her with a touch so gentle it belies the panic surging through my veins. Her skin burns even through the layers of clothing. I'm all right, she murmurs, but the words lack conviction. She's trying to reassure me, to maintain the fiction that she can complete this journey under her own power. It is a kindness I do not deserve, this attempt to spare me from worry when we both know the truth. The terrain grows more challenging as the morning progresses. Loose rocks skitter beneath the pony's hooves, and more than once I guide her mount around obstacles she seems unable to see. Her vision is deteriorating, the fever playing tricks with her perception. Soon she will be unable to ride, and then we will face an even more difficult choice. I watch a bead of sweat trace its way down her temple despite the morning chill. Her body is burning its resources to fight the infection, consuming itself in a battle it cannot win without intervention. Each hour that passes takes us closer to the settlement, but also closer to the point of no return, that invisible line beyond which even the best healer cannot pull her back from death's embrace. The memory of our morning together, the blazing joy of our claiming, feels like it belongs to a different lifetime. How fast everything can change, how swiftly certainty can transform into desperate hope. Last night I held her in my arms, secure knowing that we had found each other, that we had survived against impossible odds. Today I carry the crushing awareness that I might lose her despite everything we have endured. Tell me about the valley, she says, her voice thready but determined. The settlement we're heading toward, what's it like? She is trying to distract herself from the pain, to focus on anything other than her body's deterioration. I understand the tactic. I have used it myself countless times, filling my mind with observations and plans to avoid dwelling on the crushing loneliness. It is a farming community, I tell her, keeping my voice steady and informative. They grow hardy grains that can survive the short mountain growing season. The settlers are humans who sought isolation from the larger kingdoms, people looking for a simpler life away from politics and war. Sounds peaceful, she murmurs. It is, or it was, 5 years ago when I last observed it from a distance. I do not mention that I stayed far from its borders, knowing my presence would only bring fear and violence, that the closest I came was watching their harvest festivals from a distant ridge, torturing myself with glimpses of the community and connection I had lost. She is silent for a moment, and I glance over to find her eyes closed, her face drawn with pain she is trying to hide. My chest tightens. Ember, I say. Her eyes flutter open. Still here, she whispers, still fighting. I know you are, fierce one, I know. The endearment slips out without thought, a truth spoken from the deepest part of my heart. She has been unbreakable since the night she first staggered through my cave mouth and refused to be intimidated by a wounded orc. That savage spirit has kept her alive this long. But even the strongest spirit needs a body strong enough to contain it, and hers is failing. I walk beside her, my hand resting on her pony's bridle, a point of contact that feels both necessary and inadequate. My presence is a silent, looming testament to a strength she no longer possesses. I do not argue when she insists on riding, but my eyes never leave her, tracking every subtle shift in her posture, every flicker of discomfort. I know, the fever is winning, and we both pretend it is not. I am granting her the small, fragile dignity of her own denial, and the quiet, unspoken courtesy makes the cold, hard knot of fear coiling in my belly feel even colder, even tighter. The path grows steeper in the pass ahead, I say after a few hours of tense, silent travel, my voice a low, careful rumble that doesn't mask the sharp edge of my concern. Perhaps it would be wise for you to rest for a while. I'm fine, she snaps, the word sharper, more brittle than she intends. The lie tastes like ash. Her vision is blurring at the edges, a fact I know because she keeps blinking hard, trying to refocus on the path. A dull, relentless ache throbs behind her eyes. Her tight jaw beats a grim countdown to the last moments of her lucidity. I do not respond, but I feel my hand tighten on the pony's worn leather bridle, my knuckles white. We continue in a heavy, oppressive silence, the only sounds the steady crunch of the pony's hooves on the rocky path and the ragged sound of her harsh, labored breathing. The possessive intimacy of the early morning feels like a lifetime ago, a sweet, hazy dream. The warmth, the safety, the triumphant joy of our mutual claiming, it is all fading, receding behind the gray, cloying fog of her returning fever. In its place is a raw, primal, terrifying vulnerability that I have not felt since the day of my exile, and she is becoming a precious burden whose life depends on my next choices. Another powerful, violent wave of bone-rattling chills racks her small body, a wave so violent it makes her teeth chatter. She sways in the saddle, her grip on the reins slackening. I am there, I do not speak, just place my large, warm hand on the small of her back, a solid, steadying presence that is the only thing keeping her upright. Ember, I say, the gentleness is gone from my voice, replaced by a hard, non-negotiable command that cuts straight through the fog in her brain. Enough. Before she can form a protest, I lift her from the saddle as if she were a child's doll, my movements fluid, powerful, and sure. I cradle her against my broad, solid chest, one arm wrapped around her back, the other tucked under her knees. The world tilts and spins for her, and she buries her face in the thick fur of my tunic, sick to her stomach. I told you I could walk, she mumbles, the words slurred and weak. And I told you that you need to conserve what little strength you have left, I counter. Your pride is a formidable weapon, little healer, but it is no match for a fever of this magnitude. I adjust my hold on her, settling her more securely against my body, and then I walk again, my long, ground-eating strides unaffected by her added weight. The lead pony, now unburdened, follows behind. I see no humiliation in her eyes, only a profound, overwhelming relief in her surrender. She is too weak, too sick, too exhausted to pretend anymore, and holding her like this feels less like defeat and more like claiming what is mine to protect. My body is a furnace against her deep chills, my strength a solid bulwark against her terrifying weakness. The steady, powerful beat of my heart against her ear seems to calm her. She must drift off because the next thing I know, the quality of the light has changed, the harsh brightness of midday softening into the long, golden hues of late afternoon. We are in a small, sheltered clearing, a fire already built, its welcome warmth a gentle caress on her fevered skin. I am kneeling beside her, wiping her face with a cool, damp cloth. "You are burning up," I say. "I know," she whispers, the word a painful, rasping effort. Her throat feels as if she has swallowed hot coals. The fever, it is back. "I have been giving you the willow bark extract as often as I dare," I say, "but it is not enough. The sickness has taken a much deeper hold this time." She looks at me then, and at last she sees the fear in my eyes. It is the same primal, gut-wrenching thing I have seen on the faces of clan members as they watch their loved ones slip away. The soul-crushing dread of complete helplessness, of a desperate, hopeless battle being fought in a dark realm where raw strength and unwavering courage are meaningless. And it is a terror I never thought I would wear on my own face. "The valley," she whispers, the words a painful effort. "How much further?" I hesitate for just a moment, a small, imperceptible pause, but in that fleeting, devastating moment, she already knows the answer. "It is too far," I say at last, my voice flat and devoid of emotion. "At this pace, it would take us at least another 2 days of hard travel. You do not have 2 days, Ember." She does not argue. Even fogged with fever, she likely understands the grim calculus of her condition. The infection is moving too fast. Her body's resources are too depleted. 2 more days of this, and she will be gone. "There is a settlement," I say, "a human settlement. It is called Millhaven. It is a full day's journey from here to the south. They will have a proper healer. They will have access to the medicines I do not." The name is familiar to her, a small, insular community known for its deep distrust of outsiders, one that would never welcome a massive orc warrior, above all one carrying what they would perceive as a captive human woman. "Thane, no," she whispers, the words a play. "You can't. They will kill you. They will kill you on sight." "They will try," I say, "but they will fail before I have delivered you into the hands of someone who can heal you." "It is a death sentence," she insists. "You walk in there and you will not walk out. I will not trade your life for mine." "It is not a trade," I say. "It is a choice, and I choose you, Ember. I will always choose you." Hot, useless tears well in her eyes and spill down her flushed cheeks. "You stubborn, self-sacrificing mountain of a man," she sobs, the words messy and broken. "You would willingly walk into your own execution just for me." "I would walk into the heart of a raging volcano for you," I say. "I would tear down the gates of the underworld with my bare hands if I thought it would bring you back. Do you not yet understand, my fierce little healer? You are my life. Without you there is no survival. There is only a long, meaningless existence. It would be an exile of the soul far worse than any swift death their blades could offer." My words shatter the last of her resistance. She looks at me, tears spilling over, and the fight goes out of her. She knows she cannot deny me this. She cannot allow her fear to be the thing that seals her fate. "All right," she whispers. "All right, Thane, we will go to Millhaven." I hold her for a long time after that, my arms a circle of warmth and safety in a world that has become cold and dangerous. Love, it is a foolish, reckless, irrational emotion. But as I hold her, my heart beating a steady, reassuring rhythm against her ear, I know it is the one thing in this cruel world worth fighting for, the one thing worth dying for, and if the fickle gods are kind, it is the one thing that might just be strong enough to see us through the coming darkness. The rest of the day passes in a hazy, surreal, feverish blur. I tend to her with a gentle, focused intensity, forcing sips of cool water and bitter willow bark tea past her dry, cracked lips. My touch is a reassuring presence against her hot skin. I do not speak of what is to come, of the danger that awaits us, but it is there, a silent, palpable tension in the hard set of my jaw, in the frantic way my eyes scan our empty surroundings. As night falls, I build up the fire, its bright flames a comforting barrier against the encroaching darkness. I settle her in a warm nest of furs, my own massive body, a living wall between her and the cold night air. "You must sleep now, Ember," I murmur, my voice pitched low and soothing close to her ear. "You must rest. You will need all your strength for what is to come tomorrow." I hold her hand tightly throughout the difficult night, my strong grip a steady anchor in the chaos of her fever. And as she drifts in and out of a troubled sleep, I know that whatever happens tomorrow, whatever fate awaits us in the cold, unwelcoming streets of Millhaven, we will face it together, and that is all that matters.
The world is a nauseating, disjointed blur of motion and sound, a fever dream tapestry woven from threads of pain, fear, and a deep, bone-rattling cold that no amount of fur or body heat can seem to banish. The 14th day of my new life is also, I am becoming certain, going to be my last. My healer's mind is a distant, detached observer, cataloging my body's rapid, catastrophic failure with a cold, clinical precision. A racing heart, lungs that cannot draw breath. A fever that steals the spirit from the bone. The blood poison is taking me. In my delirium, words float, disconnected and academic. The patient, I note with a grim, detached irony, is dying. But beneath that cold analysis, the part of me that has discovered what it is to be alive is terrified. I am trapped in the prison of my failing body, a passenger on a terrifying, out-of-control ride. The only constant, the only anchor in my spinning, chaotic world is him. Thane, he is my shelter against the encroaching darkness. I am cradled against his massive chest, his powerful arms a secure, unbreakable cage of warmth and safety. The steady, rhythmic thud of his heart against my ear is a drumbeat of life, a defiant, stubborn counterpoint to the faltering, frantic rhythm of my own. I drift in and out of a shallow, restless consciousness, the world a series of fractured, disjointed snapshots. The stark, breathtaking beauty of a snow-dusted mountain peak against a brilliant blue sky. The rough, comforting texture of his fur tunic against my cheek. The low, rumbling sound of his voice, a constant, soothing murmur of reassurance and fierce, possessive endearments. Hold on, little healer. I have you. You are safe. Once, in a fleeting moment of horrifying lucidity, I see the raw, naked fear in his golden eyes as he looks down at me, and the sight is a physical blow, a pain sharper and more profound than any the fever can inflict. He thinks he is losing me. The strongest, most capable being I have ever known is terrified, and it is my weakness, my failing body, that is the cause. The desperate, helpless guilt of it is a poison more potent than any infection. I try to speak, to reassure him, to tell him it isn't his fault, but the words are a garbled, nonsensical mess, my tongue a stranger in my mouth. He just holds me tighter, his big hands stroking my hair with a touch so gentle it makes me want to weep. Time loses all meaning. There is only the endless rhythm of his long, powerful strides, the steady, reassuring beat of his heart, and the relentless, consuming fire of the fever. I am burning from the inside out, my body a traitorous, self-immolating pyre. And then the world changes. The thin, crisp mountain air grows thicker, heavier, filled with the unfamiliar sense of wood smoke, livestock, and a dense, concentrated human presence. The vast, empty silence of the wilderness is replaced by a low, distant hum of activity, the faint, far-off sounds of voices, of life. We have arrived, Millhaven. The thought pierces the fog of my delirium with a sharp, cold spike of terror for him. He has willingly walked into the lion's den, carrying me, his own executioner, in his arms. The sheer, selfless, honor-bound stupidity of his love is a beautiful, heartbreaking, and terrifying thing. I fight my way back towards the surface, clawing my way out of the deep, dark well of the fever. I have to wake up, speak, and make them understand. My survival is a distant, secondary concern. His is the only thing that matters. With a monumental effort of will, I force my heavy, unwilling eyelids to open. The world swims back into a blurry, distorted focus. We are standing before a crude wooden gate, a palisade wall of sharpened logs. A tense, hostile crowd of armed men surrounds us. Farmers carry pitchforks and wood axes. Their faces twist with anger and fear, and under all of it sits hatred. And all of it, every drop of that venomous, murderous vitriol, is directed at the towering, gentle creature who is holding me as if I were the most precious, fragile thing in the entire world. I feel the deep, resonant vibration of his voice as he speaks, his words a low, desperate plea for aid, for mercy. Please, she's a human healer and she is dying. And I hear their response, the sharp, ugly, unequivocal rejection from the man who stands at the front of the crowd, a lean, hard-faced figure with a captain's insignia on his leather breastplate, and the cold eyes of someone who has decided that authority matters more than mercy. Captain Valerius, I will learn later. The settlement's self-appointed protector, a man whose courage extends precisely as far as it benefits him. We don't bargain with your kind. Put the woman down and back away, or we'll fill you with arrows. They are going to let me die, right here at their feet, rather than allow him to pass through their gate. A fierce, protective rage, hot and pure and powerful, surges through me, a tidal wave of adrenaline that burns away the fever's fog. I will not let this happen. I will not let their prejudice be the thing that destroys us both. Thane, I whisper, my voice a raw, cracked rasp, Put me down." He looks down at me, his golden eyes wide with a deep, gut-wrenching concern. "Ember, you are too weak." "Put me down," I repeat, each word a painful, monumental effort, but laced now with the sharp, clear, non-negotiable authority that has been beaten into me through years of a healer's training. His face a grim mask of worry, he does as I ask. His hands are gentle as he lowers me to my feet, his arms a steady, supportive brace as I sway, the world tilting and spinning around me. I lean against him, my small hand clutching his massive forearm, his strength the only thing keeping me upright. I take a deep, shuddering breath, and then I speak, my voice thin and weak, but carrying a clear, ringing conviction that seems to surprise even myself. "My name is Ember," I call out, my words directed at the silent, hostile faces beyond the gate. "I am a healer. I'm from Millbrook, though raiders burned it to the ground." I lock eyes with the hard-faced man at the gate. "I am sick. It isn't the plague, but some kind of infection, and I need your help." The silence that follows is heavy, oppressive, absolute. The men look at each other, their certainty wavering. "A healer, a human healer." "She's lying," a man shouts. "It's a trick." "I am a healer," I gasp, pushing away from Thane, taking one, stumbling, agonizing step on my own. The world goes gray. I cannot pay you, but I do have knowledge to offer instead." And then a woman's voice cries out from behind the gate. "Gods, it is Ember. I know her. She saved my cousin in Riverside. Let her in, you fools." The heavy wooden bar is lifted, and the gate creaks open. The next week is a blur of a different kind. Not the chaotic, terrifying blur of delirium, but the slow, hazy, disoriented blur of recovery. I am in a small, warm, clean room in a real bed with clean linens. A woman named Morna, the healer of Millhaven, tends to me with a quiet, professional skill that my healer's mind respects. She is a woman of few words, her face lined with exhaustion and the burden of her office, but her hands are sure, her eyes intelligent. She forces foul-smelling, bitter-tasting herbal decoctions down my throat, changes my sweat-soaked linens with an uncomplaining efficiency, and speaks to me in a low, soothing murmur that is a balm to my frayed, overwrought nerves. And through it all, he is there. Thane, he never leaves my side. He is a silent, massive, ever-present shadow in the corner of the room, his stillness a stark, powerful contrast to the frantic, bustling activity of my healing. Morna was resistant to his presence. "He's an orc, child, a beast, it isn't proper." But I, in a rare moment of near-lucid coherence, had made it clear that I would not accept any treatment unless he was allowed to stay. "He stays, or I die. Your choice, healer." His presence is a comfort beyond measure, a silent, powerful testament to his unwavering devotion. It is the anchor that keeps me grounded, the beacon that guides me back from the dark, churning depths of the fever. And as the sickness recedes, as my mind clears and my strength begins to return, my awareness of him, of his quiet, constant, loving vigil grows sharper, more focused, more profound. On the 7th day of my recovery, I wake to find the room bathed in the soft, golden light of late afternoon. The fever has broken. The deep, bone-rattling ache in my muscles has subsided to a dull, manageable soreness. My mind is clear. I feel weak, washed out, but I feel like myself again. And he is there, asleep in a chair that is too small for him, his massive frame slumped in an awkward, uncomfortable-looking position, his head resting against the rough stone wall. His hands, those enormous, gentle hands, are lax on his knees. He looks exhausted, more exhausted than I've ever seen him. The vigil has cost him. My heart aches with a love so fierce, so powerful, it feels as if it might crack my ribs. I sit up in bed. The movement is a little unsteady, but my limbs obey my commands. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, my bare feet finding the cool, solid floor. Though frail, I can still function. I cross the small room and kneel beside his chair. I look at him, my heart so full of love and gratitude there's no room left for words. He has saved me, carrying me through the wilderness, facing down the hatred of my people, and delivering me into the hands of those who could heal me, all without a moment's hesitation, without a single thought for his own safety. He has chosen me over everything. I reach out, my hand trembling, and touch his cheek. His skin is warm and rough with stubble beneath my fingertips. He stirs at my touch, a low, guttural sound rumbling in his chest. His golden eyes open, unfocused at first, and then sharpening with a sudden, fierce, protective intensity as he sees me kneeling before him. "Ember," he says. He's on his feet in an instant, his hands hovering over me, not touching but ready to catch me. "You should be resting." "I'm fine," I say, my voice soft but steady. "I'm better, the fever is gone." He reaches out, his big hand cupping my face, his thumb stroking my cheek. His touch is a question, a confirmation, a prayer. I lean into his hand, covering it with my own, and in that simple, silent gesture, he knows, I am back. A slow, shuddering breath escapes him, a sound of profound, overwhelming relief that seems to come from the very depths of his soul. He pulls me closer, until I am kneeling between his powerful, widespread thighs, my hands resting on the hard muscle of his chest. "You are well again?" he asks, his voice thick with an emotion so raw, so powerful it makes my own eyes well with tears. "I am," I whisper, my voice thick with my own overwhelming emotion. "Thanks to you." He just shakes his head, a small, sharp, self-deprecating gesture. "I did nothing, I was helpless." "You did everything," I counter, my voice fierce with a conviction that brooks no argument. "You carried me, protected me, and brought me here. Thane, you saved my life." I see it in his eyes. The fear, the love, the desperation, the unwavering devotion. It is all there, a raw, honest, beautiful, and overwhelming testament to the depth of his feelings for me. And in that moment, I know with a sudden, stark, absolute certainty what I need. It isn't more rest or medicine. It's him. I need to feel him, taste him, be filled by him, to reaffirm our bond, celebrate our survival, and claim him whole as he has claimed me. "I need you," I whisper, the words a raw, honest, desperate plea. He goes still, his eyes searching mine, his big body tense with a fierce, desperate desire warring against a deep, ingrained, protective concern. "Ember, you are still weak. You must rest." "We must not." "We must," I insist, my voice a low, urgent, non-negotiable command. I rise up on my knees, my hands sliding up to cup his face, my thumbs tracing the strong, rugged line of his jaw. Healer's orders. I have examined the patient, and the patient needs this. The joke holds for a breath, then falls away from my voice. "I need you, Thane. I have to feel alive again, and you are the only one who can make me feel that way." The last of his resistance crumbles under the fierce, undeniable force of my need. He groans, a low, guttural sound of surrender, and then his mouth is on mine, his kiss a wild, chaotic, desperate claiming that is both a celebration and a prayer. His hands are in my hair, his fingers tangling in the long, messy strands, his grip firm, possessive, desperate. My own hands are all over him, mapping the hard, powerful landscape of his shoulders, his chest, his back. I am reacquainting myself with the solid, breathing reality of him, my touch a frantic, desperate, joyful confirmation that he is real, that we are alive, that we are together. He breaks the kiss, his forehead resting against mine, our ragged breaths mingling in the quiet, fire-lit room. "Are you certain, Ember?" he asks. "I do not wish to harm you." "You could never harm me," I say. "Now stop talking, you magnificent, honor-bound fool, and make love to me." His laugh is a low, rumbling sound of pure joy. Scooping me into his arms as if I weigh nothing, he carries me the few quick steps to the bed. Laying me down on the soft furs, he becomes a dark, powerful, beautiful silhouette against the warm, flickering firelight. And then he loves me the way he does everything, with fierce, reverent care, as if I am both the rarest treasure he has ever held and the only thing keeping him alive. There is nothing held back between us now, no wall left standing, only the quiet, certain knowledge that we belong to each other. We lie tangled together for a while after that, our bodies slick with sweat, our breathing returning to normal. His arms are wrapped around me, his face buried in the curve of my neck.
The 23rd day since Ember's arrival dawns with a fragile, precious peace. Several days have passed since the fever that almost claimed her broke, days of watching her strength return under the watchful, competent care of the settlement's healer, Morna. I have been a constant presence at her side, a silent sentinel who has learned the rhythm of her breathing better than my own. The days between the cave and this morning are a haze of fragmented memories, a dark river we forded together. I remember the heat of her skin burning against my calloused hands as I carried her down the mountain, her delirium-fueled whispers pleading with ghosts I could not see. I remember her waking in the thrashing grip of nightmares, eyes unseeing, settling only when I cooled her brow or held her hand. Thane, she would murmur, anchoring herself to my name before drifting back into the dark. Those hours of tending to her, of wiping the sweat from her brow and forcing water past her parched lips, forged a bond that sits heavy and warm in my chest. My body, a machine built for action and violence, chafes under the forced stillness, the profound helplessness of being able to do nothing but watch and wait. But I do not leave, I cannot. My wounds, the ones she tended in the cave, are a distant, nagging memory, the clean aches of healing tissue a pale echo of the burning, life-threatening agony of the infection she banished. I am strong again, my full power returned, but that strength feels like a mockery in the face of her lingering fragility. What good is the power to shatter stone if I cannot lend an ounce to the small, fierce woman who has saved my life, and in doing so has become the center of my entire world? She is awake, propped up against a pile of pillows, her fiery hair a splash of vibrant, defiant color against the pale linen. She's directing two of the village women in the sorting and preparation of herbs, her voice, though still a little weak, carrying the sharp, familiar ring of command. Even in recovery, she is a force of nature, her indomitable spirit refusing to be cowed by the lingering weakness of her body. No, 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 she is saying, her tone fraying toward exasperation. The feverfew must be dried separately, away from the direct light, and for the love of all that is holy, Morna, tell your apprentice that willow bark is for chewing, not for making a decorative potpourri. I watch her, a slow, unaccustomed smile touching my lips. She is a queen holding court from her sickbed, her kingdom a collection of herbs and bandages, her subjects a small, grateful settlement that has, in the space of a few short days, come to recognize her worth. The people of Millhaven have been tolerant of my presence. My role in bringing Ember to them, the clear, undeniable fact that I have been her protector, not her captor, has earned me a grudging, wary acceptance. They still give me a wide berth, their eyes tracking my every move with fear shot through by a new, hesitant respect. I am a necessary evil, a dangerous beast that has, for the moment, proven useful. But it is a fragile truce, a peace that could be shattered by a single misplaced word, a single misunderstood gesture. And as I stand in the doorway of the healing hut, my senses on high alert, I feel something in the air that prickles the back of my neck, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the wind that whispers of a coming storm. This one carries steel and blood instead of wind and snow. The Raiders. The premonition is a cold, hard certainty in my gut, an instinct honed by brutal years of survival in a world where a single moment of inattention means a swift and lonely death. I do not know how I know, only that I do. The unnatural quiet of the surrounding forest, the restless behavior of the settlement's livestock, the faint, almost subliminal tang of sweat and old blood on the wind, it is all there, a language of imminent danger that only a predator can read. The scent is wrong. Too much stale fear under the pine, the birds are too quiet, a hunting party makes noise, a war party does not. You look like a caged bear, Ember says. She has dismissed the village women, and now her sharp eyes are fixed on me, her gaze missing nothing. What is it, Thane? What do you feel? By the ancestors, she sees too much. She reads the subtle, unspoken language of my body with the same unerring, practiced skill she uses to diagnose a patient's illness. The men who pursued you from your village, I say, the one who was after you, he is coming back with reinforcements. She goes very still, but there is no fear in her stillness. There is only a quiet, familiar intensity. It is the calm, methodical focus of a healer assessing a new and dangerous symptom, a problem to be analyzed, understood, and solved. How do you know? She asks. I feel it, I say, the words a simple explanation. The air is wrong, the forest is too quiet. It is the same feeling I would get in the high mountains just before a rock slide, or the sudden, unnatural silence before the attack of a starving winter wolf. She nods, a small, sharp, decisive gesture. I have felt it too, a wrongness, a disturbance in the natural order of things. I thought it was just the lingering effects of the fever. It is not paranoia, I say. It is the instinct of a survivor, and it is a warning. She's silent for a long moment, and I can almost feel the quick workings of her mind. The information is being processed, the threat analyzed, and planning done. Despite not being a warrior, she thinks like a general. How many? She asks at last, her voice a low, sharp, and practical inquiry. The one who leads and at least a dozen more, I say, my mind racing, my warrior's training kicking in, my senses sharpening, my body coiling with a familiar, lethal readiness. They will be well armed, and they will be motivated by a greed that makes them predictable, and therefore dangerous. And the settlement, she asks. There are approximately 50 able-bodied men, I say, my mind's eye mapping the layout of the small village, the strategic choke points, the potential avenues of retreat. but they are farmers and craftsmen, not warriors. They have courage, but they carry nothing but hunting bows and wood axes, and not one of them has trained to fight. And they are led by a captain whose pride is a greater liability than his lack of tactical experience," she adds. "Indeed," I say, "a dangerous combination." After another long, thoughtful moment of silence, she stands up. I reach out as she sways, hands steady on her waist, a supportive brace. Her small hand coming to rest on my chest, right over my heart as she leans against me. "Then we must warn them," she says. "We must help them prepare. We must fight." I look down at her. Weak as she is from an illness that nearly killed her, she still stands to protect the people who wanted her dead. "You will do no such thing," I say. "You will stay here in this room where you will be safe. I will deal with the raiders." Her eyes flash with a stubborn defiance. "And how do you plan to deal with a dozen armed men all by yourself, you infuriating fool?" she demands. "I will do what is necessary," I say. And what is necessary is to use every available resource to its greatest strategic advantage. And right now, our greatest strategic advantage is my mind, and your everything else. I stare down at her at the unwavering conviction in her eyes, and I know with a sudden and frustrating certainty that I cannot win this argument. She is right. Of course she is right. Her healer's knowledge of human anatomy, of its exploitable weaknesses, is a weapon more potent than any blade, and my strength set to the targets she chooses will do more damage than a dozen warriors swinging blind. Together we are far more formidable than either of us alone. "Very well," I say at last, defeated. "We will face this together, but you will stay behind me. You will not engage in any direct physical conflict, and if the tide of the battle turns against us, you will flee. You will save yourself. That is not a request, Ember, it is a command." She looks up at me, a familiar smile spreading across her beautiful, tired face. "We will see," she says, her voice a noncommittal purr. And right then, as I gaze at this tiny, delicate, and resilient being who is so determined to stand and fight beside me, I know I will tear the world apart with my bare hands to keep her safe. I will burn it all down to ash and cinder, if it means that she will live. Convincing the acting council of elders, led by the blacksmith Gunnar, is a different matter. Valerius is nowhere to be seen, having decided that strategic avoidance is the better part of valor. Gunnar and the others listen to my assessment with grim, tight-lipped faces, their expressions hard with a stubborn resolve that holds the fear at bay. These are ordinary people who will hold their ground when they have to. They are people who have carved a life from this harsh, unforgiving land, and they will not surrender it. "You are certain of this, Lord Thane?" Gunnar asks, his voice a respectful rumble. The title still feels strange on my tongue, a cloak I never chose to wear. Refusing it would insult the gift they offered me. "I am," I say. "The signs are unmistakable. They will come with the dawn." A low murmur of fear ripples through the small crowd that has gathered in the main square. I see men look to their wives, their children, their hands clenching and unclenching on the handles of their axes and pitchforks. An old woman weeps. "We have no chance against a war party of trained killers," a young farmer says, his voice a thin, reedy thread of despair. "They will slaughter us." "They will try," Ember says, her voice a sharp, clear, and authoritative command that cuts through the rising panic like a surgeon's scalpel. She stands at my side, a small, fiery beacon of defiance in the face of their fear. Though she still leans on me for support, her voice holds no trace of weakness. "But we are not the same people they scouted a week ago. We are organized now. We have a plan, and we have leadership." She gestures to me, and as all eyes turn in my direction, I feel a humbling sensation. Their eyes hold something fragile and unexpected. Hope where I braced for fear or hatred. Where they once saw a monster, they see a protector now. A shield, a weapon. "Thane knows their tactics," Ember continues, her voice ringing with a fierce, unwavering conviction. "He knows how they think, how they fight, and I know how to use what we have to our greatest advantage. Our strategy will be to set traps and create choke points. The terrain will be our weapon. We will fight with our heads, and we will win." The silence that follows is heavy, and then Gunnar the blacksmith steps forward, his massive hammer resting on his shoulder. "The healer is right," he says. "We are no warriors, but we will not go to slaughter like sheep either. We will fight for our homes, for our families, and for Millhaven, and we will follow you, Lord Thane, both of you." He is joined by another, and then another, until the entire square is filled with the sound of their rising courage and unexpected determination. They are not an army, but they are a people united, and that is a force to be reckoned with. The rest of the day and most of the night is a controlled frenzy of preparation. My warrior's training, dormant for so long, comes rushing back, every instinct, every lesson, every hard-won piece of knowledge sharpened by 5 years of solitary survival. I turn a settlement of farmers into a fortified camp. I show them how to reinforce the barricades at the two main entrances to the village, using overturned carts, sharpened stakes, and barrels filled with rocks to create formidable obstacles. We dig shallow trenches, just deep enough to trip a charging man in the dark. We create killing zones, narrow funnels where the raiders will be forced to break formation and face us on our own terms. I attempt to teach them the basics of shield work, using the flat ends of wagon wheels and reinforced barrel lids as makeshift shields. It is a frustrating, almost comical exercise. These men are used to the wide, swinging motions of an axe or a scythe, not the tight, economical movements of a shield wall. No, no, I growl at the young farmer who voiced his despair earlier. He is holding the shield like a serving tray, his stance wide and unbalanced. It is not a piece of wood. It is a part of your body, an extension of your will. Keep it close. Let the blow glance off. Do not try to meet it head-on. He tries again, his whole face knotted with concentration, and this time when I strike his shield with the flat of my hand, he stumbles but does not fall. A small victory, but a victory. Their courage is greater than their skill, but they will learn, they will fight, and that, I know, is more than half the battle. Ember, despite my repeated protests, is a constant, tireless presence at my side. She moves through the settlement like a whirlwind, her sharp, tactical mind seeing opportunities I have missed, her healer's knowledge providing insights into the enemy's vulnerabilities. She organizes the women and children, turning them into a disciplined and effective support corps. They prepare vats of boiling water and oil to be poured from the rooftops. They sharpen every blade in the village, from kitchen knives to scythes, and they lay out bandages and herbal remedies in the sheltered back of the main hall, preparing for the inevitable casualties. We work together, a partnership, each of us settling into the place the other leaves open. By the time the last blade is sharpened, there is nothing left to plan. We are ready. As the last of the preparations are made and a tense, watchful silence falls over the settlement, Ember comes to me. The moon is high, casting long, skeletal shadows across the square. The air is cold and still, thick with unspoken fear and anticipation. She finds me on the makeshift watchtower we have constructed from the roof of the blacksmith's forge, my gaze fixed on the silent line of the forest. Though pale from exhaustion, her eyes burn fiercely. She carries a heavy fur-lined blanket which she wraps around my shoulders. You should be resting, I say. The dawn will come soon enough. And you should conserve your strength, she counters. She leans against me, her head resting on my arm, but neither of us are very good at following sensible advice, are we? We stand in a comfortable silence for a long time, watching the stars wheel across the vast, dark expanse of the sky. The fear is still there, a cold, hard knot in the pit of my gut, but with her at my side it feels manageable. A known quantity, a problem to be solved instead of a paralyzing force to be endured. I can feel the slight tremor in her body, the telltale sign of her own exhaustion, and my arm tightens around her, pulling her closer into my warmth. I am afraid, she whispers at last. As am I admit. The confession feels strange on my tongue. But not for myself, she says, her voice a fierce, protective whisper that sends another, stronger wave of warmth washing through me, chasing away the last of the cold knot of fear. For you. In the face of imminent violence, her fear is not for her own life, but for mine. She, whom I have sworn to protect, is afraid for me. The beautiful irony of it makes my throat tighten. There is no need for you to fear for me, little healer, I say. I have faced worse odds and survived. You have faced them alone, she counters, her voice a soft, insistent whisper against my arm. You have never faced them with something to lose. And there it is, the undeniable truth of it. For years, I have fought only for my survival. A victory meant another day of lonely existence. A defeat meant a quiet end to a life that had already been stripped of all meaning. The stakes have been low. But now I have everything to lose. I look down at her and I know she is right. I have never been more terrified in my life, not of the raiders, but of failing her, of being unable to protect this precious, impossible, beautiful thing we have built together. You have given me everything, Ember, I say, a home, a purpose. To lose that now, I cannot finish the sentence. The thought is a gaping, black void in my soul. She shifts then, turning in my arms to face me, her small hands coming up to cup my face. We won't lose it, she says. We will fight, we will win, and then we will build a life so beautiful and so strong that no one will ever dare to threaten it again.
The 24th day was a blur of frantic preparation and nervous waiting. On the 25th day, the bell rang. The sound is a jangling that rips through the fragile peace of the settlement and straight into my bones. It is a note I know all too well, the same one that preceded the burning of Millbrook, the toll of a world ending. My strength has been returning over the past 4 days, a gradual process that feels like coaxing a dying ember back to life. But the sudden surge of adrenaline that floods my system is a force all its own, a white-hot wave that burns away the last vestiges of weakness. I am on my feet before I am conscious, the lingering aches in my joints forgotten, my body moving with an instinct born of too many crises. My healer's pack is already in my hands. My mind races through a checklist of emergency supplies: bandages, tourniquets, pain-dulling herbs, stitching needles, cauterizing agents. The familiar, grim litany of a healer preparing for the bloody aftermath of violence. The memories of Millbrook threaten to overwhelm me for a heartbeat. The screaming, the smell of pine and thatch and livestock burning, the desperate, useless scramble to save people who were already beyond saving. I see Gideon's fevered face, Mrs. Thatcher and her boys. Stop it. This is not Millbrook. I push the thoughts down with a practiced, brutal efficiency. This is not Millbrook. I am not the same healer who fled that burning village with nothing but survival on her mind. I am stronger now. Better prepared. And this time, I have Thane. I assess my physical state with clinical precision even as my hands check the seals on my bottles. My fever broke 3 days ago, and though I'm not at full strength, I'm functional. My hands are steady. That's what matters most. A healer with shaking hands is worse than useless. My lungs are clear, my vision sharp, my mind focused. The weakness in my legs is manageable, and the adrenaline coursing through my system will buy me the stamina I need for the hours ahead. Because there will be hours ahead, the alarm bell doesn't ring for minor threats. I glance out the window of the small hut we've been given. Figures move in the pre-dawn light. Villagers stumbling from their homes in various states of readiness, some armed with proper weapons, others clutching farming implements like their talismans against the coming violence. The panic is palpable even from here, a contagion spreading faster than any plague I've ever treated. Thane is already moving. He was awake before the bell, his head tilted, his entire body a study in predators' stillness. He'd scented them. Now, his frame is a dark silhouette against the pale morning light that filters through the hut's single window. He moves with a silent, fluid grace that is a contradiction to his overwhelming size. One moment he is a gentle giant, his hands careful and considerate as he helps me with my morning broth. The next, he is a predator, every line of his body coiled with a deadly, focused intent. His sword is in his hand, the polished steel a cold, hungry whisper in the quiet room. His face is a hard mask of concentration, his golden eyes narrowed to glittering slits, his jaw set in a line of brutal finality. This is not the gentle lover who held me through the long, dark nights of my fever, his warmth a comforting, protective shield. This is the warrior, the protector, the monster they have dismissed. How many? I ask, my voice clipped and professional, the healer's voice, not the lover's. There will be time for fear and emotion later if we survive. He tilts his head, listening to sounds I cannot yet distinguish from the general chaos. 24, perhaps more, they approach from the eastern pass. His voice carries the same professional detachment, the warrior assessing tactical information. They will reach the settlement within the hour if left unopposed. 60 minutes then, to organize a defense, prepare for the wounded, and turn terrified farmers into something resembling a coordinated resistance. Not enough time, but it's what we have. I inventory the settlement's resources. Gunnar's blacksmith forge could serve as a defensive strongpoint, with its thick stone walls, limited entry, and weapons close at hand. While the main square is too open and exposed, its narrow approach streets create natural choke points. Lastly, the healer's hut where we've been staying is vulnerable on the settlement's edge, but it's also positioned as a fallback point if the main defense collapses. Gods, I'm thinking in terms of fallback points and defensive collapses. When did I become someone who plans for battles instead of running from them? The answer, of course, stands before me, checking the edge of his sword with the casual competence that comes from a lifetime of violence. Thane hasn't made me into a warrior. I'll never be that. But he's shown me that there are things worth standing and fighting for, even when every survival instinct screams to run. Stay here, he says, his words command rather than ask, driven by a fierce, primal, possessive need to keep me safe. It is the same tone he used when he forbade death itself from touching me, and the sound of it makes my protective instincts roar to life. Like hell I will, I shoot back. I sling my pack over my shoulder. The tremor that has plagued me since the fever has, for the moment, vanished, burned away by the white-hot fire of my protective fury. You may be the muscle, you great stubborn ox, but I am the God-stemmed brain. We do this together. He turns to me then, and the look in his eyes is a wild, chaotic, beautiful thing, fierce, desperate love at war with a raw, primal, terrifying rage. He wants to argue, to lock me in this room and face the coming storm alone, to be the shield and absorb every blow meant for me. But he knows me, having learned in the close confines of our cave and in the quiet intimacy of our shared bed that I will not, could not, be set aside. I am not a treasure to be hidden away in a chest. Behind me, he says at last, the words a low, grudging concession. The muscle in his jaw jumps, a testament to the battle he is waging with his own protective instincts. At all times. Wouldn't dream of being anywhere else, I say, a humorless smile touching my lips. It is the truth. The space behind his towering form is the safest, most dangerous, and most exhilarating place in the world. We burst from the hut into the chaos, but it is not the blind panic of Millbrook. This is the controlled frenzy we prepared for. I see Gunnar and his men reinforcing the barricade at the forge, their faces set in grim determination. Women and older children are in position on the roofs, ready with the boiling water. The air is thick with the terror of the bell, but the villagers are holding their positions at the choke points Thane and I designed. Captain Valerius is near the center square, shouting something about forming a line, but no one is listening to him. Their eyes are on the eastern path and on us. Thane roars, a battle cry that cuts through the din, and it's answered by the villagers. In that instant, the first wave of raiders bursts from the trees, slamming into the sharpened stakes we'd set. The battle, when it comes, is a chaotic, brutal, and cathartic explosion of violence. The raiders charge into the settlement with the arrogant, overconfident swagger of men who are used to their victims cowering in fear. They are not prepared for the resistance they meet. The villagers, under my shouted, strategically minded directions, have formed a crude but effective defensive line. They have overturned carts to create choke points at the narrow entrances to the square. They have armed themselves with anything and everything that has a sharp edge, and they have found a courage they did not know they possessed. But the true heart of the battle, the brutal, beautiful, and terrifying epicenter of the storm, is Thane. He is a force of nature, a living, breathing avatar of fury. He moves through the chaos with a fluid grace, his massive body a whirlwind of violence. His sword is a blur of motion that seems to be everywhere at once. He is not just fighting. He is dancing, a dark and beautiful ballet of death. The sounds are a symphony of carnage. The wet crunch of his blade shearing through bone, the sickening thud of a pommel strike crushing a skull, the guttural roars that tear from his throat, focused and tactical rather than mindless. He turns his size into strategy, his long reach keeping multiple opponents at bay, his bulk a moving wall of impenetrable defense. It protects them and it protects me, serving as both a shield and a sword. I stay behind him as I have promised, a whirlwind of focused energy in the eye of the storm he creates. But I am not idle. My battle is a quieter, more precise, and in its own way just as brutal. I move through the shifting, chaotic tides of the conflict. My healers pack a mobile arsenal of a different weapon. My knowledge of human anatomy, of the body's various, exploitable weaknesses, is a sharp, deadly, and effective tool. A raider breaks through the defensive line, his eyes wild with bloodlust, his sword raised to strike down a young, terrified farmer. I do not hesitate. My hand dips into a side pouch of my pack and comes out with a small, clay pot filled with a potent mixture of concentrated pepper and a powerful, skin-irritating nettle extract. With a flick of my wrist, it shatters against his face. He goes down with a thin, satisfying scream, his hands clawing at his burning, blinded eyes. Another one comes at me, his face twisted with leering, predatory greed. He sees a small, unarmed woman, an easy prize. He is wrong. I let him get close, feigning a stumble, drawing him into a false sense of security. As he reaches for me, I move my small surgical knife, finding the tender, vulnerable cluster of nerves just beneath his ear. It isn't a killing blow, but it is debilitating. He drops like a stone, his body a twitching heap. A third, seeing his comrade fall, charges me with a roar of rage. I don't have time for another precise strike. This time I go for something more direct. From another pouch, I produce a handful of ground glass mixed with a coagulant powder. As he swings his axe, I throw it into his face. The glass shards do their work, and the powder clots the blood from a dozen tiny cuts, gluing his eyes shut. He staggers back, howling, swinging his axe blindly and becoming a danger to his own men. The battle rages on, a chaotic symphony of violence. And through it all, Thane and I move as one, a seamless partnership. He is the raw, brutal, and overwhelming force. I am the sharp, precise, and strategic mind. Together, we are a storm, and we are winning. The tide of the battle turns on a sudden, chilling recognition. Thane freezes. In the midst of the carnage, his sword lowers a fraction of an inch. His gaze is locked on the leader of the raiders, a massive orc with skin the color of bruised moss and a jaw disfigured by an old, jagged scar. He wears the same clan markings as Thane, but distorted, slashed through with fresh red paint. Grimjaw, Thane breathes, the word a curse and a prayer all at once. The raider leader laughs, a wet, grinding sound. He kicks a fallen villager aside and steps over the body, his eyes locking onto Thane with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. "Brother, I smelled your stench a mile away. Still playing the hero, still protecting the meat before you eat it." "I am no brother of yours," Thane growls, stepping forward, placing his massive bulk between the raider and the settlement behind us. "Leave, now, and I will grant you the mercy you denied the others." Grimjaw's eyes flicker past Thane, landing on me. A slow, cruel smile spreads across his scarred face. "Ah, not meat, a pet." He hefts a great warhammer in one fist, its head dark with old stains and new blood, a wicked beak of a spike curving back from the iron. Does she scream as prettily as the last one, traitor? Does she beg? I know that hammer. A flour-dusted hut, a small body, a sound he could not unhear. The story Thane gave me in the dark is standing in front of me now, swinging from a raider's fist. Thane roars, a sound of primitive, shattered fury that shakes the very ground. He charges, abandoning all defense, consumed by the need to silence the monster from his past. They collide with the force of two avalanches meeting. Steel rings against steel, a deafening clamor. Grimjaw is faster, leaner, fueled by 5 years of raiding and bitterness. Thane is stronger, but he is fighting with the desperation of a man who has everything to lose. Grimjaw pivots, using Thane's momentum against him. He isn't aiming for Thane. He spins, a blur of violence, and blows past my protector. He is coming for me. "No," Thane screams. He throws himself backward, twisting his body in midair, a desperate, impossible maneuver to intercept the blow. The hammer's backspike punches deep into Thane's shoulder, sickeningly loud as it tears through muscle and grates against bone. Blood sprays, hot and startlingly bright. Thane hits the ground with a bone-shaking thud, and the spike is torn from Grimjaw's grip, the whole hammer dragged down and buried in my orc. The impact drives the air from Thane's lungs. Grimjaw stands over him, panting, and rips a serrated knife from his belt, raising it for the killing stroke, his eyes bright with triumph. "Watch her die, traitor. Then follow her." I do not scream, and I do not stop to think. The world narrows to the exposed patch of skin at the back of Grimjaw's neck, between his helm and his armor. My knife is in my hand, a tool for cutting bandages and lancing boils. In this moment, it is the only thing standing between us and oblivion. I move. I am not a warrior, but I am a healer. I know exactly where life is most fragile. I scramble onto the raider's back, a feral weight he doesn't expect. He is a wall of muscle under me, hot and reeking of blood and wood smoke, and he thrashes, reaching back with one huge hand. But I am already there. My fingers find the gap between helm and collar, the soft hollow at the base of his skull, the place I have pressed on 100 living throats to count a pulse. I set the point of my little knife against it. For half a breath, the world holds still. His muscles bunch to throw me. Then I drive the blade down with terrifying anatomical precision, no strength required. I feel it part the skin, find the gap between the vertebrae, sever the cord that binds the body to the will. A small thing, a finger's width, everything. Grimjaw goes rigid. The serrated knife falls from his hand. He topples backward, heavy and lifeless, and pins me for a moment before I scramble out from under him. The battle is over. The head of the snake has been severed. Seeing their invincible leader fall to a human woman, the remaining raiders break and flee, their morale shattered. The settlement is saved, but Thane is hurt. I rush to his side. He is on his knees, his massive body swaying, his face pale. The warhammer still hangs from his shoulder, the spike buried deep, the long haft dragging at the wound with its own grim weight. "Thane," I say. He looks up at me, his eyes hazy with pain, but a triumphant smile spreads across his beautiful, pale face. "We won," he says. "Celebrate later," I tell him. "Right now you are going to sit still and let me fix you." And as I kneel beside him, I know this was never only a battle. It was the home we get to keep now, the future waiting to be built in it, and the certainty that we will build it together. The square is a ruin of overturned carts, bodies, and spreading dark stains on the packed earth. Villagers are emerging from their hiding places, their faces pale and stunned. The adrenaline from the fight is draining from my body, leaving a cold, shaking emptiness in its wake. The hand that holds my knife is steady, but the other one, the one I press to Thane's chest, trembles. I killed him. I put a knife in a man's neck and I killed him. The thought is a cold thing, a fact observed from a great height. It doesn't feel real. The only thing that feels real is Thane, kneeling in front of me, with a warhammer's spike buried in his body. "Gunnar," I roar and my voice cracks. "Gunnar to me now." The blacksmith stumbles over, his face ashen, his hammer slick with gore. His eyes are wide, fixed on the warhammer jutting from Thane's shoulder. "Gods," Gunnar whispers, "Lady Ember." "He is not dead," I snap. "The fear has no place here. I need you to hold him. He is going to pass out when I pull this spike, and I cannot let him fall on the wound. Hold him." Thane's gaze is on me, hazy with pain but trusting. "Ember," he groans, as I put my hands on the haft of the hammer. "Don't talk," I order him. "Gunnar, get his uninjured side, brace him." Gunnar, bless his simple heart, just nods and moves, putting his massive blacksmith's body against Thane's left side, wrapping an arm around his torso. "I have him, my lady." "Thane, this will hurt," I say, my voice low. "Breathe out when I pull. 1, 2, 3. I pull. The spike scrapes against bone with a sound that makes my stomach turn. It is the long, barbed beak of a raider's warhammer, and it does not come easy. Thane roars, a deep, agonized sound, and his entire body convulses. His legs give out. Just as I predicted, his full weight slumps, but Gunnar holds him, groaning under the sudden, immense load. "He's gods, he's heavy," Gunnar gasps. "He's an orc, Gunnar, not a sack of flour," I snap, already pressing a thick wad of bandage against the gushing wound. Blood, dark and hot, pours over my hands, slick and terrifying. It's too much. "Pressure, hold this. Press as hard as you can, we have to move him. Now, to the hut." "Move him?" Gunnar looks at me as if I've grown a second head. "Lady, it took. I can't carry him." "I am not asking you to carry him." I look around the square, my mind racing. You, I point to 2 other men, their faces blank with shock. "Get that cart. Tip over the small one and do it now. We will roll him onto it." It is a clumsy, brutal, and desperate operation. It takes 4 men, including Gunnar, to half-lift, half-drag Thane's unconscious body onto the cart bed. I am screaming orders, my hands covered in his blood, my mind a cold, sharp instrument of pure function. Arterial bleed. No, deep muscle, but fast. Too fast. We get him to the hut, a chaotic procession of grunting men and a bleeding giant. The small cot Morna gave me is useless. "On the floor," I command. "On the furs, easy, gods easy." They lay him out. He fills the small room, a fallen mountain. The men back away, their eyes wide with fear and awe. "Water," I bark at them. "Boiling, and every clean rag you can find, and tell Morna I need her. Go." They scatter. I am alone with him. The hut is quiet, save for his ragged, shallow breathing. The adrenaline is gone. My hands are shaking. "No, you don't get to fall apart. Not now, he needs you." I take a deep breath, the air sharp with the smell of his blood. I check my hands and find them steady again, which is a good sign. I cut away the leather armor, then the tunic, my shears snagging on the thick, tough fabric. His shoulder is a ruin. The spike was barbed. It tore the muscle wide open. I can see the white, gleaming edge of his collarbone. "Okay, Ember, you're a healer. Heal him." Morna arrives as I am cleaning the wound, her face pale but her hands full. "Gods preserve us," she whispers. "He's saved us," I mutter, my voice tight. "Now we save him. I need you to hold this flap of skin back. I have to see how deep the damage is. For the next hour, we work. The world narrows to this single, bloody task. Morna, to her credit, is a rock. She follows my commands, her old, wrinkled hands surprisingly strong, her gaze never wavering. Orc anatomy is not human anatomy. His muscle is denser, roped with thick sinew. His skin is like leather. My needle, a sturdy one I use for setting bones, snaps. I curse, and Morna hands me a thicker sailmaker's needle from her own kit. Heal this, I talk to the wound. You will close, you will not fester, and you will not take him from me. I stitch. It is not neat or the fine, invisible mending I pride myself on, but hard, brutal work, like sewing boiled leather. I pull the thick, waxed thread through his green skin, my fingers aching with the effort. He groans in his unconsciousness, his body twitching. Hold him, I tell Morna, and she puts her weight on his good shoulder. I work until my shoulders scream, until my back feels brittle, until the only light in the hut is the single candle on the floor beside me. I tie the last knot, my fingers clumsy with exhaustion. It is done now, the bleeding has stopped and the wound has closed. I slump back against the wall, my entire body a single, throbbing ache. The knife I used to kill the raider is still in its sheath at my belt. I can feel the hilt, the grip tacky under my fingers. My blood, Thane's blood, the raider's blood, in the end it's all just blood. My gaze falls on the dozen other wounded villagers Morna and her apprentice have dragged into the hut while I worked. They lie on pallets, on the floor, groaning. They are watching me with fear and reverence both. Hell, my work is not done. Morna, I say, the words scraping out of me. The boy with the broken arm, bring him here, and more of that willow bark tea for all of them. I push myself to my feet. The room spins, and I grip the wall for support. Lady Ember, you must rest, Morna says, her voice firm. You are pale as death. You've done enough. I am a healer, I say. My work is done when the patients are stable, not before. I turn to the first man, a farmer with a nasty gash on his head. As I clean his wound, my hands move with their familiar surety. The shaking, the adrenaline, and the rage have all drained away, leaving only the work behind. I stitch, I bind, I soothe. I move from one patient to the next, a small, bloody ghost in the lamplight. I am not Ember, the woman who ran, the woman who loves an orc, the woman who just killed a man. I am just the healer, and the healer has work to do.
The 26th day of our journey together dawns with the quiet throb of pain in my shoulder and the scent of antiseptic herbs. I wake to find Ember asleep in a chair beside my cot, her head pillowed on her arms. Even in exhaustion, she has refused to leave my side. My body is a map of fresh agony. The spike wound in my shoulder burns, a constant reminder of the blow meant for her. My ribs ache where the hammer's head caught me a glancing strike, and a dozen smaller cuts sing their own chorus. But it is a good pain, the pain of survival. I catalog each injury with detached precision. The shoulder, a deep puncture, muscle damage significant but not crippling. Ember's work differs from what the clan healers would have done. I feel the intricate stitches she placed, a web of careful mending beneath the skin. The ribs, bruised but not broken. The cuts along my forearm, superficial, already closing. My left knee protests with a dull ache that speaks of strained ligaments. In the clan, such wounds would have earned me 3 days of rest before resuming training. Under Ember's watchful care, I suspect I will be confined longer. The thought should chafe, but as I watch her sleep, I find I do not mind. She has dark smudges beneath her eyes, evidence of sleepless hours spent tending me along with the dozen other wounded from yesterday's battle. Her tunic is stained with blood, some mine, some belonging to others. There is a small cut on her cheek she has not bothered to treat. The need to tend that wound wars with knowing that the slightest shift would rouse her, and she needs rest, so I remain still and watch her breathe. How did this happen? How did I go from a solitary exile to a creature whose entire world has contracted to this small, fierce woman sleeping in an uncomfortable chair rather than leaving my side? 5 years I survived alone, convinced that solitude was safety, that connection was weakness. 5 years of telling myself that exile was freedom, that I needed no one. And then she came through my cave, mouth bleeding and defiant, and dismantled every lie I had built around my heart. The morning light strengthens, casting golden rays across her hair, turning it to living flame. Beautiful, she is beautiful, but she is also brave and competent. Sarcasm wrapped in compassion, fierce determination clothed in a healer's gentle hands. She's everything I never knew I needed, everything I never dared want. And she killed him for me, not just a nameless raider but Grimjo, my blood brother, the phantom who has stalked my nightmares for 5 years, the architect of my exile. The memory surfaces with crystalline clarity, Grimjo's hammer descending, his eyes burning with a twisted, hateful triumph. My own blade was engaged, my body thrown into the path of the blow meant for her. And then her small form moving with deadly precision. She didn't just strike an enemy. She struck down the past that has been hunting us. The shock in his eyes as he fell, felled by the very weakness he despised, was a vengeance I had never dared to hope for. She violated her healer's oath to save me. She took a life, his life, to preserve mine. The weight of that sacrifice settles in my chest, heavy and profound. But with Grimjo gone, the shadows that have clung to me since the day of my banishment have lifted at last. I am no longer looking over my shoulder. I think of the valley hidden and waiting. For 5 years it has been my secret refuge, a place to hide from the shame of my name. Now it is no longer a hiding place, it is a beginning, a blank page scrubbed clean of clan politics and old blood feuds, a shelter built for two, a garden tended by her capable hands, and a life shared rather than endured, if she will have it, if she will have me. A low groan escapes as I shift, sending fresh pain radiating from my shoulder. Ember jerks awake, her head snapping up, her green eyes instantly alert. "Don't move, you reckless brute," she says, already reaching for pain-dulling paste. "You lost a great deal of blood. I spent half the night stitching that shoulder back together. I will not have you undoing my work with your stubborn refusal to admit you are injured." "You are unhurt," I say. "It is not a question. It is the only fact that matters." "Thanks to you," her voice softens, something raw and vulnerable in her eyes. "You took a blow meant for me, Thane, you almost." She does not finish, but she does not need to. I see it in her face. The terror of that moment, realizing how close death came. "But I did not," I say, "and you are safe. That is all that matters." Her hands are gentle as she applies the paste. Her touch is a balm to deeper wounds than the physical. To be cared for, to be cherished, it is foreign. My entire life has been defined by self-reliance, first as a warrior expected to tend his own wounds, then as an exile for whom any dependency was a death sentence. To now be the focus of such tender, relentless care is both disorienting and comforting. "How fares the settlement?" I ask, "the villagers?" "They are processing," she says, wrapping my shoulder with fresh linen. "Cleaning up, tending wounded, trying to decide whether you are a monster or a savior. The consensus leans toward savior, but it is a close vote." A grim smile touches my lips, and Captain Valerius. Ember's mouth curves into a satisfied smile. Gone, he left before dawn, citing urgent business elsewhere. The villagers are already referring to him as the coward when they think I cannot hear. No one is mourning his absence. "And who is organizing the recovery?" "Gunnar the blacksmith," she says. "He and the elder healer Morna have been coordinating efforts. They are capable, practical. The settlement will survive without us." The words hang between us, heavy with implication. We could stay. The villagers would welcome us, grateful for the protection we could provide. But staying would mean becoming something we are not, rulers, protectors of a place that is not ours. I nod. "We should leave soon," I say, testing the words. Ember's hand still on the bandage. She looks up at me, her green eyes searching my face. Neither of us speaks, and the silence stretches until I can hear my own heartbeat. Then her expression shifts, relief washing over her features like sunrise. "Your shoulder needs at least 3 more days before you should travel," she says, but there is no argument in her voice, only acceptance. "Then in 3 days," I say, "we have done what we can here. It is time to continue our journey." "The valley you told me about," she says, "is the offer still open?" "It was never just an offer, little healer," I rumble, my good hand coming up to cup her face. "It was a promise, a home for us." Her smile is like sunrise breaking through storm clouds. She leans into my touch, her eyes closing. When she opens them again, I see the same certainty that has settled deep behind my ribs. "Then yes," she says, 3 days, and then we find our home." The days that follow are a strange haze of pain, healing, and planning. Ember is a relentless healer, fussing over my wounds with practiced skill, but in the quiet moments between treatments, we talk about the future, about the valley, about what we will build there. "Will there be room for a proper healing hut?" she asks, unwrapping my bandage to check for infection. "As much room as you need," I say. "The valley is large enough for whatever you wish to build." "And a garden," she says, her eyes distant with planning. "I will need to cultivate medicinal herbs, feverfew, willow bark, comfrey." "There is good soil," I tell her, "and the stream runs year-round. Your garden will thrive." She smiles, her fingers gentle as she applies fresh salve. Our garden, she corrects, you will help me tend it. Our garden, the word settles into my bones, solid and real. For 5 years I have been alone, now I will never be alone again. The settlement rebuilds around us. Gunnar proves himself a natural organizer, coordinating repair efforts with quiet authority. The man has the respect of his neighbors, the practical sense to prioritize critical needs, and the humility to ask for advice when he needs it. Watching him work, I recognize something I should have seen from the beginning. This man is already the leader Millhaven needs. He needed the crisis to reveal what was always there. On the second day after the battle, he comes to the healing hut. His weathered face is serious but not afraid. There is a new confidence in the set of his shoulders, a steadiness in his gaze. Lord Thane, he says, then catches himself. Apologies, just Thane, is it? Just Thane, I confirm. I wanted your counsel, he says, pulling up a stool without waiting for an invitation. The gesture speaks of respect, not presumption. On the defenses, we were caught unprepared, it cannot happen again. I study him for a moment. He is not asking me to stay or to take command. He is asking for the knowledge I possess, warrior to craftsman, one practical man to another. The palisade needs reinforcing, I say. Double the posts at the north and west approaches, and a proper watchtower at the north, that is where they came from. I thought as much, he says, nodding. And the men, do you think we could train them to fight, I mean? You could, I say, the basics of formation fighting, spear work, defensive tactics. It would take time and practice, but yes, you have enough able bodies. Would you, he starts then stops, his eyes flick to Ember who is organizing supplies nearby. I know you are leaving, Ember mentioned it yesterday, but if you had a few days could you show me the basics, so I can teach the others after you are gone? This is what a real leader looks like, not someone grasping for power or titles, but someone stepping forward because his community needs him, and he is willing to do the work. I can do that, I say. My shoulder will need another day, but after that, yes, I will show you what you need to know. Relief washes over his face, softening the hard lines around his eyes. Thank you, we owe you both a great debt. You owe us nothing, Ember says from where she is organizing her supplies. She turns to face him, her expression serious. We helped because we could, because it was the right thing to do. But this is your home, Gunnar, not ours. You will protect it because it matters to you in a way it never could to us. He nods, understanding dawning in his eyes. Where will you go? North, I say, to a valley I found years ago, a place to build something of our own. Then I wish you well, he says, standing. He extends his hand and I clasp his forearm in the warrior's grip, and if you ever need anything, Millhaven will remember what you did for us. After he leaves, Ember comes to sit beside me. She takes my uninjured hand in hers, her thumb tracing idle patterns across my knuckles. That was good, she says, helping him without taking over. He does not need us to take over, I say. He needs confidence, the knowledge that he can protect his people. That's something we can give him without staying. We were always passing through, she murmurs. We were, I agree, lifting her hand to press a kiss to her palm, and now we continue passing through together. On the third day after the battle, I take my first steps outside the healing hut. The air is cool, carrying wood smoke and damp earth. The settlement is a hive of activity. Men and women work together, clearing debris, repairing homes, their faces grim but determined. As I walk through the center of the village, leaning on a staff Ember insisted I use, people pause to look at me. But the fear that was once in their eyes is gone. In its place is something simpler, gratitude, respect, the honest acknowledgement that I helped them when they needed it. A few nod, a woman with a bandaged arm offers a small smile. A man repairing his roof calls out a greeting. Children peek out from behind their mother's skirts, curious rather than terrified. One small girl, no more than 5 summers, waves at me with a gap-toothed grin before her mother pulls her back. This is what I have never had, not in the clan where I was valued only for my strength in battle, not in exile where I was avoided and feared. Here, for this moment, I am someone who helped, and that is enough. Then Gunnar approaches, moving with his characteristic steady confidence. He holds a small, carved wooden object. Thane, he says, no title, just my name. He holds out the object, a carving of a wolf, its head thrown back in a silent howl. The workmanship is rough, the knife marks still there, but the spirit of the creature is captured with surprising skill. I made this for you, he says, meeting my eyes. My father taught me to carve, said a man needs skills for the quiet times, not just the loud ones. He pauses, his weathered face working with emotion. My son was cornered by one of the raiders. You saved him. I wanted you to have something to remember us by when you are in your valley. I take the carving, my hand dwarfing the small object. The wood is warm from his grip, smooth from the oil of his hands. This is not a subject offering tribute to a lord. This is one man thanking another for a kindness rendered. I stare at the wolf, throat tight. I do not know what to do with this. The simple honesty of the gesture is heavier than any weapon I have wielded. In the clan, gratitude was expressed through formal ceremonies and political maneuvering. Here, it is expressed through rough wood and honest words. You have a gift, I say at last, my voice rougher than I intend. The spirit of the wolf, it is true, fierce and free. A slow smile spreads across his broad face. Thank you, that means a great deal coming from you. He glances toward where a group of men are working on the palisade. If you are up to it tomorrow, I would appreciate that training you mentioned. I will be there, I say. He nods once, a gesture of mutual respect, then turns back to his work. I watch him go, this quiet man who is becoming the leader his community needs, and a warm certainty takes root low beneath my sternum. They will be fine. We can leave without guilt. Ember has seen the exchange from the doorway. She comes to me, her green eyes soft with understanding. See, she says, slipping her hand into mine. They are grateful, not dependent. That is how it should be. He called me Thane, I say, looking down at the wooden wolf. Not lord, not monster, just my name. Because that is who you are to them, she says, squeezing my hand. A man who helped when they needed it. He was no ruler and no savior, just a good man. That evening we sit together outside the healing hut as the sun sets, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. Ember leans against my uninjured side, her head resting on my shoulder. Tell me about the valley, she says. Everything. I want to see it in my mind. I close my eyes, calling up the memory. It is hidden, I say. A day's journey north, tucked between two ridges covered in pine. There is a stream with clean water, cold and sweet even in summer. Good soil where the trees thin, timber for building, game in the surrounding forest, deer, rabbits, even elk if we are lucky, and it is defensible. Only one narrow approach, easy to watch. It sounds perfect, she murmurs. It is isolated, I warn. No neighbors, no settlement within a day's walk, just wilderness and silence. The winters are harsh. We will need to prepare to store enough food to last until spring. Good, she says. I have had enough of settlements for a while. I want a home that is ours, just ours, where no one will knock on our door at midnight because someone has a fever, where we answer to no one but ourselves. It will be hard work, I say, building a shelter before the snow comes, clearing land, hunting, and preserving meat. We will have only ourselves to rely on. Thane, she says, lifting her head to look at me. Her eyes are fierce and determined in the fading light. I have survived plague, bandit attacks, a mountain journey with minimal supplies, and your stubborn refusal to rest when you are wounded. I think I can handle hard work. Despite myself, I smile. You are certain we could stay here. The villagers would welcome us. You could have a proper healing hut, assistance, regular supplies. As what, she asks, permanent protectors, leaders because we fought off one raid? No, she shakes her head. We are travelers, my love. We helped them because we could, and now they will help themselves. But this is not our home, it never was. And the valley. That, she says, her voice soft but certain, is where we build something that belongs to us. That is what I want, a life that is ours. She is right, we were never meant to settle here, to become the protectors of a place we stumbled into by chance. We were always meant to keep moving, to find our own place. Then we leave the day after tomorrow, I say, once I have shown Gunnar what he needs to know, once you have finished with the wounded. 2 more sunrises, she murmurs, settling back against my shoulder, and then the first morning of the rest of our lives. On the 4th day after the battle, the 29th day of our shared journey, I spend the morning with Gunnar and a handful of other men, teaching them the basics of formation fighting. My shoulder protests the movement, but Ember has cleared me for limited activity. Spears are your best weapon, I tell them, demonstrating the stance despite the pull of healing muscle. Keep formation. Do not break ranks to pursue a single enemy. Watch each other's flanks. A line that holds together is worth 10 individual fighters. They are attentive, eager to learn. These are farmers and craftsmen, not warriors, but they have courage. And courage, directed and trained, can be shaped into competence. By midday, they have the basics. It is not much, but it is a foundation Gunnar can build on. Practice every day, I tell him as we finish. Even just an hour. Muscle memory is everything in a fight. When the raiders come again, and they will come again, you need to move without thinking. I will, he says. He extends his hand. Thank you, Thane, for all of it. for defending us, for teaching us, for not treating us like children who need constant supervision. I take his hand and grip it hard, palm to wrist. Protect them, I say. They trust you. Do not fail them. I won't, he says, and I believe him. That afternoon, Ember makes her own rounds. She shows Morna how to organize the medical supplies, explains the ratios for her pain remedies, leaves detailed instructions for treating the wounded still recovering. You have good instincts, she tells the older woman. Trust them, and if you are uncertain, err on the side of caution. Better to do too little than too much. You could stay, Morna says. Teach me more. The village needs a healer. The village has a healer, Ember says, placing a hand on the older woman's arm. You have been doing this work for years. You know these people, know this place, know their constitutions and their weaknesses. That makes you more valuable to them than I could ever be. Morna's eyes shimmer with unshed tears, but she nods. Then travel well, child, and remember you will always be welcome here should you ever return. That evening, as twilight settles over Millhaven like a soft blanket, Ember and I sit together on the steps of the healing hut. The settlement is quiet, the sounds of rebuilding replaced by the softer sounds of evening meals being prepared, children being called inside, the day settling into peaceful rest. Tomorrow, Ember says. At first light, I agree. She leans against me and I wrap my good arm around her, pulling her close. The wooden wolf sits on the step beside me, a reminder of the good we have done here, but also a reminder that this is not our place. We helped and now we move on. I am ready, she says, to leave, to start our life. So am I say. And as the first stars emerge overhead, distant and eternal, I know with absolute certainty that we are making the right choice. Millhaven will survive. Gunnar will lead with the quiet competence that defines him. The people will rebuild, stronger than before. And Ember and I will find our valley, build our home, and create a life that belongs only to us. And tomorrow we begin that journey in earnest.
The 30th day after I took shelter in a stranger's cave and found my future is the first day I feel whole again, and our last full day in Millhaven. Fever is gone, vanished like morning mist. My hands are steady, my mind sharp as surgical steel, and my body thrums with clean energy that demands I use it. Around me, the settlement rebuilds under Gunnar's capable direction. He and Morna have organized work crews, prioritized repairs, and established patrol rotations with efficiency that would make a military commander proud. They don't need us anymore. They never did. They just needed to believe in themselves, and we gave them that belief. At the center of everything is Thane. He's recovering faster than any human could, his orcish constitution a marvel of biological resilience. But his shoulder still needs careful tending. Even his formidable body requires time to knit muscle and sinew back together. The wound was deep, the hammer's spike having torn through layers of tissue that even now are healing in intricate, overlapping patterns. And he's a terrible patient, the worst I've ever had. He chafes under my restrictions like a caged predator, his body humming with restless energy that has no proper outlet. I'm his keeper now, his healer. His loving, infuriating tyrant who won't let him do anything foolish like ruin all my careful stitching. If you tear those stitches one more time, I will sedate you, I threat as I redress the wound for what feels like the 100th time. I caught him this morning helping Gunnar move heavy timber for the new watchtower, a task that would have been trivial at full strength but is foolish now. And I'll use the strong stuff, the kind that will keep you unconscious for 2 days. He grumbles, a low sound in his chest that I've learned is the orcish equivalent of a pout. It still catches me off guard. This huge warrior sulks like a child denied dessert, and somehow I find it endearing. It was a minor task. He needed help. The man has 2 strong sons and a draft horse, I counter, fingers moving with practiced efficiency as I clean the wound. The sharp scent of antiseptic herbs fills the space between us, familiar and grounding. What he doesn't have is a spare orc warrior to replace the one who insists on behaving like a moss-brained fool with a death wish. The wound is closing clean, in fact. The edges are pink and healthy, no signs of infection, the stitches holding. Another week and I'll be able to remove them. But he doesn't need to know that, or he'll find even more reckless ways to test his healing. He falls silent at my rebuke, golden eyes watching my hands as I work. I'm pressed close to him, leaning over his seated form. He's mine. This huge, honor-bound, infuriating creature is mine, and the possessiveness that thought brings should worry me, but it doesn't. "You're a harsh taskmaster, little healer," he says at last, voice dropping to that low rumble that sends pleasure down my spine. "I'm a competent healer," I counter, voice teasing. And competent healers know that stubborn, thick-skulled patients require a firm hand and no sympathy. My fingers brush against the warm, smooth skin of his chest, and hard muscle jumps beneath my touch. I let my hand linger there, palm resting over the steady, powerful beat of his heart. The rhythm is as familiar to me as my own now, strong, steady, reliable. His body is a landscape of scars and strength. Each mark tells a story, battles fought, hardships endured, survival earned through blood and determination. Some are old and silver, long since healed. Others are newer, pink, and tender, still writing their stories into his flesh. And I understand his deepest wounds are the ones no one can see. The deepest cuts are the ones his clan left, the ones his father carved into his sense of worth with every dismissal, every cold glance, every moment of being judged insufficient. The exile taught him he was unworthy of care, of love, of touch that wasn't violent or transactional. When he flinches from a compliment, when he defaults to that formal, self-deprecating speech pattern, I see the ghosts of his past clinging to him like cobwebs. They tried to break him, they failed, but the scars on his soul are still tender. "Your scars," I say, tracing the faint line of an old blade wound that runs from collarbone to breastbone, a strike that must have come within inches of his heart. "They tell a story. They're a map of my failures," he says, and there it is, that familiar self-deprecation creeping back into his tone like poison. "No," my voice comes out fierce, possessive, brooking no argument. I lean in, lips brushing against the warm skin of his chest, feeling his breath catch at the contact. "They're a map of your survival, a testament to your strength, proof that you're still here, still breathing, still mine." I press a kiss over his heart, and he draws a deep, shuddering breath that I feel reverberate through his entire body. His hand comes up, massive fingers tangling in my hair with a touch that's both gentle and reverent, as if he's handling something precious that might shatter if he's not careful. "Ember," he whispers, and my name on his lips is both prayer and plea, raw and desperate, and filled with so much emotion it makes my chest ache. In that single word, I hear everything. Love, need, fear, hope. A symphony of emotion that he can't quite put into full sentences, so he distills it all into my name and trusts me to understand. It's time. His last wounds can heal now. I will claim him as my own, and my love will run so complete that the old ghosts have nothing left to whisper. This is reclamation, mine of him, taking him back from the world that discarded him and unteaching every lesson his exile carved into his own value. "I'm going to make you feel good, Thane," I whisper against his skin, lips moving across the landscape of scars and muscle. "I'm going to worship every magnificent inch of you, show you what it feels like to be treasured, adored, loved, without reservation or conditions." He groans, a low, guttural sound of pure pleasure that vibrates through my bones straight into my soul. His hand tightens in my hair, the grip turning firm and certain. Heat pools low in my belly. "Are you certain this is wise?" he asks, voice strained with the effort of maintaining control. "My shoulder, you're still recovering from the fever." "My strength is more than sufficient for this," I say. I push myself up, straddling his hips, settling into the cradle of his powerful thighs. Even sitting in his lap, I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. The position makes me feel small, surrounded by his size and strength. In fact, I think this is just what the healer orders, for both of us. His laugh is low, appreciative, rumbling through his chest, and the healer always gets what she wants. "Always," I say, the word a simple statement of fact. Then I begin my work. I undress him with reverence, treating each layer as if I'm unwrapping something sacred. The leather jerkin, still bearing the marks of battle. The linen shirt beneath, soft from wear. Each piece reveals more of the breathtaking landscape that is his body, until he lies bare before me, a green-skinned god of war and wilderness laid out like an offering. He lies beneath me, massive and still except for the rapid rise and fall of his chest. His hands are fisted in the furs beside him, knuckles white with the effort of restraint, body a taut wire of suppressed need. He's letting me lead, giving me control. The gift of his trust, his surrender, is the most intoxicating thing I've ever known. This warrior who could break me with one hand is choosing to lie still and let me do whatever I want. I start with his face, mapping the territory I've come to know so well. My lips trace the hard, angular lines of his jaw, the faint scars that mark him as a survivor of countless battles. I kiss the corner of his mouth, feeling it twitch upward in a ghost of a smile. The tip of his nose, strong and proud. The arch of his brow, drawn down in concentration. I move lower, lips and tongue tracing a slow, deliberate path down the column of his throat. I can feel his pulse against my mouth, wild and chaotic, a beautiful counterpoint to the stillness he's forcing on his body. I lick down to the hollow where throat meets collarbone, and a deep, guttural sound breaks from his chest, vibrating against my lips. When I reach his chest, I take my time. It's a vast expanse of muscle and scar tissue that deserves proper attention. My open hand, splayed wide, can't even cover one of his pectorals. The sheer scale of him is dizzying, the size difference that should intimidate but makes me feel powerful. I can reduce this warrior to trembling need. I can make him surrender. I lick, nip, suckle. I map every scar with my mouth, learning the texture differences, the raised edges, how they feel against my tongue. Each scar has a story he believes is about failure, and I'm going to rewrite every single one with my mouth, replace those stories with ones about survival and strength. This jagged line near his heart, a strike that came too close, this isn't about failing to parry fast enough. This is about the resilience that let him survive when the blow should have been fatal. I lick the entire length of it, tasting the faint difference in texture between scar tissue and healthy skin, and his fingers dig harder into the furs, claws extending to puncture the fabric. This cluster of puckered marks across his ribs from an old spear thrust. This isn't about being too slow. This is about the strength that let him stand and keep fighting when others would have fallen and died. And when I have kissed the last of his scars and rewritten every story they tell, I love him the rest of the way, slow and certain and entirely his, until there is nothing left between us and we both come apart in each other's arms. For a long time, the only sound is our ragged breathing, evening out in tandem. His arms come around me, mindful of his injured shoulder, holding me tight. His heart hammers against my ear like a war drum, slowing to its normal steady rhythm. I shift, propping myself up on my elbows so I can look at him. His face is lax with satisfaction, eyes soft and unfocused and filled with such profound tenderness it makes my throat tight. The warrior is gone, and in his place is just Thane. My Thane, vulnerable and open and beautiful in a way he never allows anyone else to see. Better than sedatives, I say. He chuckles, the sound a low, contented rumble that vibrates through both our bodies, far superior to any medicine. He captures my wandering hand, bringing my fingers to his lips and kissing each one with deliberate care. You've healed me, little healer. Good, I say, because I plan on exploring every inch of you for the rest of our lives. His eyes darken with renewed heat despite how recently we finished. Is that an order? It's a promise, I say. And as I lean down to kiss him again, slow and deep, sealing that promise with my mouth, I know it's a vow I intend to keep. Our work here is done. Gunnar has the settlement well in hand, and Millhaven will not just survive now but thrive. They do not need us anymore. They never really did. They only needed to remember they could stand on their own. And tomorrow, Thane and I leave for the valley he's told me about. Not a borrowed room in a settlement we stumbled into, but a place we build with our own hands. Something that belongs to no one but us. I can hardly wait.
The morning we leave Millhaven, on the 31st day since my world was remade by a small human healer, the air tastes of new beginnings. A fragile peace holds the settlement. The villagers who once saw me as a monster now see me as a protector. Some called me Lord as we departed, and the title sits awkwardly on my shoulders, but Ember sees it differently. She sees leaving as its own kind of leadership. We help them find their strength, and now we step back to let them use it. She walks beside me, small hand tucked in mine, both public declaration and private comfort. Her strength has returned, steps sure and confident. The fever is just a memory. She's a vibrant flame at my side, her presence a joyful counterpoint to my thoughts. The pack on my shoulders carries our combined supplies, her medical tools, my weapons, dried provisions, seeds for planting that Morna pressed into Ember's hands with tears. Everything we need to begin again. Behind us, Millhaven grows smaller. I glance back once, seeing the rebuilt palisade, the watchtower smoke rising in peaceful spirals. We left them stronger than we found them. The thought brings satisfaction I didn't know I could feel, pride in having built rather than destroyed. Gunnar stood at the gate as we departed, rough hand clasped to his chest in respect. Lord Thane, Lady Ember, you'll always have a home here should you wish to return. The word still feels foreign in my chest, like a phrase in a language I'm only beginning to understand. For 5 years, home was a cold cave and my own bitter company. Now it's wherever she is, and we carry it with us into the mountains. The path climbs, taking us higher into terrain I know well from my exile. These are the hunting grounds where I learned to survive, valleys where I weathered brutal winters, peaks where I stood alone and wondered if the world had forgotten me. Now I walk them with her hand in mine, and every familiar landmark feels transformed. Tell me what you're thinking, she says after 2 hours, breath coming faster from the climb. She's strong, but the altitude still challenges her human lungs. And don't say nothing. I can see the thoughts marching across your face in formation. I can't help the smirk that forms on my face. She reads me with the same precision she brings to diagnosing illness. I was thinking these mountains feel different. They were my prison for 5 years. Now they're a passage, a road between what was and what will be. That's very poetic for someone who claims not to be a poet, she observes, squeezing my hand. See, I'm corrupting you. Soon you'll be composing epic ballads and reciting them to the trees. The trees would be a more forgiving audience than you. Her laughter echoes off stone walls, bright and clear and alive. The sound transforms the austere landscape, makes it feel like a world that contains possibilities beyond mere survival. We pause at midday beside a stream, water so cold it makes my teeth ache. Ember unpacks journey bread and dried meat, portioning it with careful efficiency. She's always thinking ahead, always planning. It's a partnership. She plans, I protect, and together we're more than the sum of our parts. Thane, she says as we eat, tone shifting to serious. What if it's not there, the valley? What if your memory made it more beautiful than it is, or someone else has claimed it, or... I silence her worries by cupping her face. Then we'll find another valley, or we'll build on a mountainside, or in a forest clearing, or wherever you choose. The place doesn't matter, Ember. You're my home. Everything else is just a location. Her eyes shine with unshed tears, and she turns to press a kiss into my palm. When did you become such a romantic? When a stubborn human invaded my cave and wouldn't be frightened by a wounded orc. We continue in comfortable silence, the path leading us away from Millhaven and deeper into the wild. The air grows cooler, sharper. Settlement sounds fade, replaced by wind through pines, a mountain stream's chatter, a hunting hawk's distant cry. This is my world, but it's no longer a prison. It's a path, a journey, a new beginning, and I'm not alone. That night we make camp in a sheltered clearing beside the stream. The moon is a silver sliver in a star-dusted sky. We eat dried meat and journey bread, silence between us comfortable. Tell me a story, she says, lying beside me, head pillowed on my arm. I feel the soft rhythm of her breathing, the gentle beat of her heart. I don't know any stories, not the kind you mean. My people's stories are of battles and betrayals, honor and shame. Then tell me one of those, she says, voice gentle and insistent. Give me a story of you. So I do. I tell her of my childhood in the clan, the harsh training that forged me into a warrior. I speak of the raid, the child, the choice that led to exile. And finally I reach the end of the story, the part we wrote together in blood on the streets of Millhaven. I name Grimjow not as a living specter, but as a memory put to rest. I lay it all bare, and for once the words do not taste of ash. They taste of freedom. She listens, hand resting on my chest, touch a silent, steady anchor. She doesn't judge or pity, she just listens. In her listening I feel healing, a cleansing, a release. The ghosts of my past, shame, guilt, anger don't disappear, but they loosen their grip, they become just a story, part of me but not all of me. When I'm finished, the silence isn't empty, it's peaceful. You're a good man, Thane, she says at last, voice low and certain. You were a good man then, and you're a good man now. In the quiet certainty of her words, I feel a final, profound release. The exile is over, not because my clan forgave me, not because the world changed, but because she's seen me, all of me, and she's loved me anyway. The next day, we reach the valley. It's more beautiful than I remember. A hidden sanctuary, a green jewel nestled in the mountain's heart. A river, clear and cold, winds through a meadow rioting with wildflowers. The trees are old and tall, branches a high canopy that filters sunlight into soft, dappled peace. The air is sweet with pine, damp earth, 1,000 flowers. It is a place of peace and beauty, the kind that feels like home. Oh, Thane, Ember breathes, it's perfect. It's a good place, I say, defensible, rich soil and fresh water make for real potential here. It has more than potential, she says, it has a soul. She turns to me, eyes shining with a fierce, unwavering light. We can build a life here, a real life together. As I look down at her, at this small, fragile, indomitable creature who is my heart, my soul, my everything, I know she's right. We can and we will. That night we build a fire in the heart of our valley, our home. The stars are a brilliant, glittering canopy above. The only sound is the fire's crackle. It's time to claim this place in the oldest, most sacred way I know. This isn't just about pleasure or love. This is a christening. Ember, I say. She looks at me, eyes deep and full of knowing. Yes, she says in an answer to a question I haven't yet asked. Coming to her, movements slow and deliberate, full of reverence, I kneel. Taking her hands in mine, I bring them to my lips and kiss each one, lingering on the soft skin of her palms, the delicate bones of her fingers. You're my home, I say, voice rough and honest, my heart, my everything. She smiles, slow and beautiful, making my heart ache with love so fierce its physical pain. And you are mine. Then she draws me down, and in the heart of our valley, under the brilliant, glittering canopy of stars, we make our home. The act is prayer, a ritual of possession and surrender. When I shed my clothes, cool night air is stark contrast to the heat building inside me. She watches, her gaze a physical touch tracing every line and scar. There's no clinical assessment now, only raw, possessive hunger that mirrors my own. Look at you, she breathes, voice reverent, making my chest swell. I go to her, movements a study in controlled power. This isn't the desperate claiming in the healer's hut, fueled by adrenaline and relief of survival. This is deliberate worship. I'm a giant before a goddess, and I'll treat her as such. I undress her with slowness that's delicious torture for us both. Her body, small and pale in firelight, is a perfect, fragile masterpiece. The sight of her, so open and vulnerable beneath my gaze, makes something primal and protective roar to life in my soul. And then I love her the way she deserves, slowly and completely, with everything I am. There's no holding back now, no fear and no distance, only the two of us under the glittering canopy of stars, claiming and surrendering in equal measure, until we both come apart and the whole valley seems to hold its breath around us. She traces the scars on my chest with gentle fingers, and I marvel at the miracle of her, this small, fierce creature who saw past my size and tusks and exile to the man beneath. I love you, she whispers into the darkness. And I you, little healer, I reply, voice rough with emotion, and I you. Later, when the fire has burned low and she lies warm and boneless against me, I reach for my pack and take out the small bone needle and the pot of clan ink I have carried 5 years and never once thought to open again. Ground pigment and a warrior's own blood, the green my people work into the skin of a mate. She wakes just enough to watch me uncap it. She knows the right for what it is, knows it as surely as she knows a true fever from a false one, and she does not pull away. She lays her bare forearm across my knee and holds it still in the firelight. Where they took yours, she says, soft, not quite a question. Where they took mine, I answer. So I give her the mark I was stripped of. 2 clean lines worked into the pale skin of her forearm, the old pattern, careful as any stitch she ever set in me. Let any orc who passes us read it on sight and know her for what she is. She is claimed, she is mine, and I am hers, and there is no elder's knife in any clan that will ever cut this one away.
3 months have passed since Thane and I stood at the edge of this valley and called it ours, and I still catch myself waiting for the catch in it, for the smoke on the horizon, for the day the work turns back into running. It hasn't come. Some mornings that is the strangest thing I own. The cabin is no longer a drafty shell. It has a door that latches true, a hearth that draws its smoke clean, a roof that turned the autumn rains and did not once let them in. My garden came up out of Morna's seeds, and the wild things I coaxed from the woods and bullied into the dark soil, and it gave enough that we will not go into winter on dried meat and stubbornness alone. There are racks of cured meat for the cold months. A pen of goats that Thane gentled with more patience than I knew a warrior had in him. A life. A small, plain, peaceful life, which is a thing I spent 30 years being too busy losing people to believe I would ever be allowed. This morning, I sit on the porch and sort dried feverfew into little linen pouches, as I have sorted it 1,000 times in 1,000 sick rooms for 1,000 people I could not always save. My hands know the work without me. The difference is that I am doing it in the sun, on a porch we raised ourselves, and no one in this valley is dying. I keep waiting to get used to that part. I hope I never do. Thane sits a few feet off with a small block of pale wood between his big hands, shaving curls from it with a blade that could open a man from throat to belt, and instead is coaxing a bird up out of the grain. A mountain hawk, wings half opened, the same shape he carved through the long nights in the cave and broke to splinters by morning, back when he believed he had no right to a made thing that lived. He does not break them anymore. He carves as other men pray. His face has gone quiet and open in a way it never was in the cave, in the days when he was still deciding whether I was a threat he would have to deal with. I have watched a lot of faces over a lot of beds. I know the difference between a man at rest and a man pretending. He is at rest. It undoes something in me every single time. When the bird is finished, he sets it on the mantel, wings open, the first one he has ever let live, and I come in off the porch with feverfew dust still on my hands, and I do the thing I have been carrying toward all morning without quite admitting it. I reach into the pocket of my apron and take out the green stone. It is the one with the gold flecks caught deep in it, the flecks that catch the firelight like trapped stars. I found it near a mill pond on the last good morning of my old life, the morning before the raiders came over the hill and Millbrook burned, and I ran into the mountains with an herb bag, a handful of stones, and the certain knowledge that I was a coward who had saved herself and no one else. I have carried it through every mile since, through the cave, through the fever on the spine, through a town that called my mate a monster to his face. I pressed it into his palm once in the dark when I had nothing else to give a wounded thing, and he gave it back to me in the spring because, he said, it had always been mine. I crossed to the rough mantelpiece, and I set it down. I do it slowly. I am not a woman given to ceremony, but my hands know this is one, know it as surely as they know a true fever from a false one. I set it in the center of the mantle of a hearth that is ours, careful, the way a mason sets the one stone all the others will lean on. There, I say, and step back to look at it and trace the curve of it once with a fingertip. My throat has done something tight and foolish. It's not just a pretty thing I found in a bad year anymore. My voice goes soft on me, and I let it. It's a cornerstone, a promise we kept. I carried that stone the day I ran. I am setting it down the day I stayed. For a woman who measured her whole life by the people she could not hold on to, there is no prayer in any language that says what that is. Thane crosses the room and stands behind me and folds his arms around me, and his chin comes to rest in my hair, and we look together at one small green stone and a wooden hawk on the mantel of a house we built with our own 4 hands. I can feel his heart going slow and certain against my back. The heart I told him once that I could feel deciding things. We kept it, he says, and his voice is not as steady as he means it to be either, and I love him so much in that moment that it is a physical ache, low and good, under my ribs. We are still standing like that when he goes still. It is a particular stillness. I have learned it. It is the one that means the warrior has woken up under the man. The cured meat smell of the cabin, the feverfew, the low fire, all of it falls away from his attention at once, and every line of him sharpens toward the door. My stomach drops as it has not in 3 months. What is it? The old fear is right there, fast and complete. I know what comes over a hill. I have run from it once. I am not certain in the half-second before he answers that I have it in me to run from it again or that I would with him standing here. Travelers, he lets me go and sets one hand near the axe by the door, not on it. An orc male, a human female, coming up from the southern pass. Hostile, my hand has gone to the surgical knife at my belt without my telling it to. The healer's knife. The one I know exactly how to use now, God's help me and would. He draws a slow breath of the changing air and reads what it brings him, and I watch the warrior ease back down under the man as it tells its story. Their scents are wound together, he says, like ours, and they come on openly, not the way scouts come or raiders. He breathes again, and what the air tells him next moves something across his face I have never seen there. No, there is no wariness in them at all. I follow his eyes to the tree line, and they break from it. The orc is massive, lean where Thane's people run to bulk, and there is a scout's economy in how he moves, a man who reads the ground before he trusts his weight to it. Old scars seem the deep green of his arms. He wears the darker green of his clan, The green a man picks who wants the trees to keep his secrets, and his amber eyes go over our clearing once and miss nothing in it, the goats, the garden, the axe by the door, me. But it is the woman I cannot look away from. She is small and she is bright, and the brightness comes off her the way heat comes off a banked fire, so that even across the clearing she seems to warm the gray morning. Wildflowers are woven through braids that have already half come loose, and she walks with one hand resting low on the round of her belly, and I have caught babies and lost them and sat with women through both, and I know what I am looking at before she is 10 steps closer. She is carrying a child, early yet, but the carrying has put a light on her that the cold cannot reach. They stop at the edge of our clearing and take in all of it, the cabin and the goats and the whole small, impossible piece of the place, and the little woman's whole face opens like a window thrown wide. Travelers, Thane calls, formal, rising to his full and frankly ridiculous height, which is a statement, his hands open and away from the axe, which is another. This is a private valley. State your purpose. The woman does not wait for her orc to answer for her. I like her immediately. She steps forward with both hands lifting, and the words come pouring out of her in a warm rush that leaves no room anywhere in it for fear. Oh, please don't mind us. We've come the whole long pass on a rumor, and I told Rune the entire way up that we'd climbed all this for nothing, and find an empty meadow and a story somebody made up by a fire. And now here you are, an orc and his healer with a garden and goats and everything, and I could honestly cry, I might. She presses a hand back to her belly and beams up at the wall of Thane without a flicker, unbothered by the size of him in a way I have only ever seen in one other person, and she is wearing that person's boots. I'm Nell. This is Rune. We heard there were 2 of you up here doing the impossible thing, and we had to come and see it with our own eyes. The orc rests one broad hand at the small of her back, steadying, and inclines his head. Rune, he says, and the word comes out deep and rough as gravel turning over. Stonefang, scout. His amber gaze holds Thane's, level and unhurried, a man who answers to himself and to the woman at his side and to nothing above either. We mean you no trouble. She speaks true. We came only to learn if you were real. I am Thane, my mate says. This is Ember, my mate. Something moves across both their faces then. A recognition. They read how Thane stands in relation to me, and the claim marks on my arms, and the plain, unhidden fact that I stand beside him and not behind him. They know what we are because it is also what they are. And Nell's eyes find mine, and the 2 of us take one look at each other, and something passes between us that has no words in it at all. The quick, easy knowing of 2 human women who each walked off the road and into the arms of a monster, and never once looked back and were right. You're welcome to rest, I tell her, and I notice my hand has come off the knife, that it came off some while ago, talked clean off the field by a woman who could probably talk a siege engine off its wheels. We don't have much, but the stew's hot. My eyes drop, gentle, to the round of her, healer to mother. And you look like you could use a bowl and a chair more than most. Nell laughs, and the sound rings off the valley stone as my own does, bright and unafraid. Oh, I will never say no to either. So we share a meal at our small hearth, and the story comes out over it, most of it in Nell's telling, because Rune is a man of few words and she has enough for them both with plenty left to spare. They have been bonded these many months, the scout and the woman who would not be frightened of him. Now they travel the high country slow and easy, in no hurry to be anywhere, learning what the world will let a pair like them have. The baby is their first. A daughter, the bone women told her, though she says she'd love it the same whatever it turned out to be, and between one breath and the next she is humming, low, some old tavern tune with no business in a mountain cabin, and does not seem to know she is doing it. We heard a rumor, she says, both hands wrapped warm around her bowl, the kind you hear on the road, an exile and a healer building a life up where nobody builds anything. And Rune said it was probably nothing, and I said, well, if it's something, I want to meet them, because there are not so many of us in the whole world that we can afford to walk past one another. She glances sideways at her quiet orc, and her whole face goes soft. He pretended he didn't care. He cared. He broke the snow on the pass the whole way up, so I wouldn't have to. Rune says nothing to this, but his hand finds hers on the rough boards of the table, and the answer is in that, and I have to look down into my stew for a moment. We know a little about that, I tell her, and meet her eyes, and the 2 of us share a small private smile over the steam, woman to woman, healer to mother, fool to fool. They stay only the night. In the gray of the next morning, while Nell has my hands in both of hers at the door, Rune turns to Thane at the edge of the clearing, scout to warrior, and I am close enough to hear it, and I think he means me to be. You chose well, he says low, and his amber gaze travels out over the valley, the garden, the goats, and comes back. A defensible cup, clean water, deep soil. A man could raise children here and never once have to teach them to be afraid. He pauses, and for a man so sparing with words, he seems to want my mate to have this one and to wait it. We are out there when you have need of us. Others, too, more than you'd think. Building quiet lives in the corners of a world that hasn't yet decided what to do with us. You are not the first. You will not be the last. I watch the words land on Thane. I watch them land heavy, and gently, and true, on a man who spent 5 years cert, he was the only one of his kind ever to want a thing this soft and be denied it. He is a long moment finding his own. Travel safe, Scout, he says at last. Both of you, all three. Nell's eyes go bright at that. She reaches up on her toes and squeezes his forearm with one small, fearless hand, and then she turns back to me and says something low and ridiculous and exactly right that makes me laugh and press my lips together against more than laughing, and then they go. We watch them down into the southern pass, the lean green scout breaking the trail and the bright small woman a half step behind with her hand at her belly, 2 figures and the promise of a third, until the trees take them and the valley is ours alone again. I don't move for a while after they've gone. Neither does Thane. The valley is exactly as it was an hour ago, peaceful and green and ours, and yet some small door has come open in me that I did not know was shut. For most of my life alone was the truest word I had. I ran from Millbrook alone. I survived the cave and the spine and the fever cert that whatever I built I would build by myself and lose by myself, the way I had lost everyone else. I stopped believing, somewhere in the burning years, that there was anybody else out there doing what I was trying to do, which was to keep one small light lit in an ugly world and not apologize for it. There is. They just walk down my pass with a baby coming and a hand that finds the other hand without looking. Thane comes to stand with me, and we look together at our half-finished, holy hours home with its mantle and its one green stone. I follow his eyes to it. We're not alone, I say quietly, and he understands I don't mean only the 2 travelers on the pass. No, he agrees, and pulls me in against his side and wraps his arm around me until I fit there as I have always somehow fit. We are not. I am quiet a moment, my hand spread flat over his heart out of the old habit of it. And then my thumb moves against him as it does when I am turning a thing over before I say it, and I think of the small, bright woman going down the pass with her hand at her belly, and I think of the year that is coming, and of what 2 pairs of hands in a green valley might raise that is more than meat racks and goat pens. My hand drifts once, low over my own middle, and stills there, and I do not say it. Not yet. Some things a woman lets the quiet carry a little longer, and turns over alone first, and grins about into her own collar. He tightens his arm around me as though he heard the not saying anyway. He probably did. The cabin behind us is still half raised. The meat racks want turning before the day warms. The goats have to go down to the lower pasture before the afternoon rains come over the western ridge. There is more work in this one valley than 2 pairs of hands can hope to finish before the snow, and for the first time in my life that thought does not fright me because it is not the work of staying alive. It is the work a person builds a life around. I rest my head against his chest. He lays his chin in my hair. We stand there a while longer than the work allows, the 2 of us, looking at a small green stone and a hawk with its wings open on a mantle we built ourselves, and I do not wait for the catch in it. There isn't one. If Ember and Thane got their hooks under your ribs, thank you for staying with them all the way to the valley. Would you leave a review? Even a sentence or 2 helps other readers find these books, and every single one means the world to me. https://www.amazon.com/review/create-review and ASIN equals B0DR9 P1 BC5. Start at the beginning. Soulbound to the Orc, Book 0 of Stone and Storm is free. A merchant guard who braids flowers into her hair, a disgraced orc scout, 1 blood moon night, and the ancient ritual that takes the blood of enemies turned allies and a word spoken out loud. https://dlbookfunnel.com/gffit8out8u. Browse the whole series on Amazon. https://www.amazon.com/stores/author/b0fsig6kq5. The saga continues in Warbound to the Orc, the next book in Stone and Storm. New hearts, new clans, the same promise, a love worth bleeding for and brave enough to name. The story isn't over. Warbound to the Orc, Book 2 of Stone and Storm, is the tale of a human spy her own crown means to spend like loose change, and the orc chieftain who sends his mate across a negotiating table built to be her grave. Turn the page for the first chapter. The mud of the war camp does not stop at my boots. It works up through the soles, into the seams, past that into the marrow. A wet, cold 3 layers of good wool we're never going to keep out, the kind that makes a body temporary. Rain hammers the oiled canvas of the command tent in a frantic, ceaseless tattoo. That small mercy covers the sound of my breathing. It does nothing to drown the voices inside. I go still, my hand stalled a hair short of the heavy, waterlogged flap. The girl is perfect for this. Lord Petran's voice cuts clean through canvas and storm both. He never raises it. He speaks with the bored ease of a man choosing which wine goes with dinner, and that is so much worse than shouting. Pretty enough to be noticed, competent enough to seem legitimate, and expendable enough that her loss won't matter. Expendable. The word doesn't strike. It sinks, slow and cold and heavy, a stone going down through still water, and the weight of it fills me until there is no easy breath left. The worst of it is how ordinary the word sounds in his mouth. Just a shape made by a tongue that has spent its whole life tasting expensive things and ordering people to their deaths. A physician's word when there is nothing left to do for you. My hand drops to my side. The little singing fish charm tied to the toggle of my cloak knocks against my hip and lets out a flat, off-key warble, as it always does at exactly the wrong moment. A deeply ridiculous object. A carved wooden trout with mismatched eyes painted on in colors no trout has ever worn, grinning like it knows something I don't. A gift of honor from the northern clans. I earned it talking a fishing rights treaty into being with a knife to a chieftain's throat under his own banquet table, which tells you most of what you need to know about the honor a person earns in my line of work. I press my palm flat to the wood and silence it before it can give me away. My pulse throws itself against my ribs. My hands stay steady. They always do. That is the whole trick of me, isn't it? 5 years of practice keeping my face a pleasant, receptive nothing while powerful men weigh my disposability across a table that smells of cigar smoke and old contempt. Control is the only coin a woman of my station is permitted to carry, and I have learned not to waste it. Daughter of a minor lord's second wife. Too highborn to work afield, too lowborn to matter at court. Just useful enough to be handed out like loose change to whoever needs change. And if the orcs kill her? The second voice is Lord Castellan, and I don't need to see him to picture him. Older and drier than week-old bread, with a face that looks carved from a potato left too long in a cellar. If his house had an honest motto, it would read pragmatism over principle, and they'd have it stitched in gold. Precisely. Papers rustle, a crisp and final sound, a quill going across good vellum or an execution order being signed. I can no longer tell those two apart. That gives us our justification for what comes after. The king wants a catalyst. The people want a martyr. Either she charms the savages into favorable terms, unlikely given what they are, or she dies and we have our war at last. A war we are finally arranged to win. Either way, the crown comes out ahead. Well, that's just damn perfect. The cynicism comes up easy and familiar. It always does when a man like Petran says the crown comes out ahead. Behind my pleasant blank face, my private estimate of this assignment slides from probably fatal to guaranteed disaster, garnished with a sprig of state-sponsored betrayal. I step back into the dark, careful and fluid. My boots make a wet sucking sound against the churned earth, and the wind takes it and swallows it before it can travel. 5 years of slipping through hostile camps, gathering whispers in taverns where the ale is watered and the knives are not. All of it serves me now here, against my own people. Its own particular flavor of joke. I am a ghost in this camp until the moment they need a corpse. Acceptable loss, casus belli, perfect bait, the holy trinity of my career. I ought to have it embroidered on my diplomatic sash in thread of gold, right beside the crest of the house that sold me. I turn for my own tent at the ragged edge of the camp. The path is less a path than a river of churned mud that stinks of horse and wet pine. The rain has thickened from the miserable drizzle that followed us over the border. It plasters my hair to my temples and runs in cold little rivers down the back of my neck. I pass guards hunched under makeshift oilcloth, pikes leaned against the trees. Every one of them stares out at the dripping black wall of the tree line, hunting for orcs in the dark and finding nothing. The real danger in this camp is standing politely behind them in a soaked cloak. The servants tuck their chins and slide out of my way without once lifting their eyes to mine. No one here knows my name. To them, my name is Asset. My title is Bait. The camp sprawls across a clearing 3 days' ride from the capital and festers there like a sore that won't close. The air hangs thick and low, fat with the smell of overflowing latrines and wood smoke that hasn't the heart to rise in all this damp. Under it runs the metallic tang of the storm coming on, charging everything with a fine, restless static. We crossed a day and a half of burned country to get here, past what the maps so prettily call the contested lands. Past villages reduced to blackened posts and crumbling foundations that whisper, if you let them, how fast and how brutally a place can be unmade. The old fields have gone to weeds and thorny scrub, the land taking itself back, inch by inch, from the men who fought and died over it for a generation. Burned in orc raids 5 years gone during the Sorrowmark campaign. That is the official telling. That is the version that lives in the histories Petran likes to quote at dinner. Or it was human soldiers, putting the torch to our own. A dark and treacherous thought, and I have learned not to flinch from those. I gathered whispers in border garrisons 2 winters back. Quiet talk of scorched earth tactics laid neatly at the savage enemy's door, of fields burned to deny the orcs a harvest. A decade of war has guttered up into battle and sunk back into sullen standoff. Nobody truly remembers who lit half these fires, and nobody with power has the smallest reason to care. It is all only leverage for men like Petran. Fuel for fine speeches about unavoidable conflict and the heavy burden of civilization. What a thorough and complete disaster this whole stretch of the world has been made into. Inside my tent, the air is somehow colder than the storm I left. It smells of mildewed canvas and damp wool, and faint underneath, the sharp particular scent of my own fear. Water beads and falls from a seam near the back pole, building a small muddy puddle on the ground tarp, drop by patient drop. Rating, home sweet temporary home. 2 stars, and one of those is for the indoor water feature. I sit on the narrow cot and the ropes groan beneath me. I pull my leather satchel onto my lap, the one fixed thing in a life made entirely of shifting coordinates. I have carried it since this God's-damned career began 5 years ago, a parting gift from my father when I was packed off to the diplomatic corps. Here, girl, go and be useful somewhere far from me. Almost certainly the cheapest sturdy bag he could lay hands on. But the leather has worn smooth where my fingers always settle, scarred where the road has been unkind, and the whole thing reads like a map of my life drawn in wear. Inside it, tucked beneath an honest layer of dull travel documents, are 3 months of work. Tight-bound journals filled edge to edge with cramped script, a cipher I built myself out of old trade dialects, and the herbalist shorthand I picked up down in the southern deltas. On one page, half a line about a silencer protocol for the containment of assets. I read it once and dismissed it as propaganda. I am no longer quite so sure. Everything I have been able to learn about orcs' lives in this bag. The clans do not run as the chaotic hives Petran describes to anyone who will listen. They run on honor, strict and ancient and exacting. The cornerstone of all of it is honor debt, a whole patient web of obligation owed and obligation answered. A web can be crossed if you have taken the time to learn where the strands run. To learn them, I tracked down a disgraced scholar. He had lived 2 years among the Bloodpeak clan, our own appointed negotiating partners, before the last war soured everything. I found him in the cellar of a borderland tavern, reeking of cheap ale and paranoia. He was certain Petran's agents were already on the road to silence him, for knowing too much about customs, the war effort would rather no one understood. I remember the grime worked into the cellar steps, the smell of sour wine, the fear coming off his skin like a second sweat. He clutched a filthy mug. His eyes kept darting to the shadows in the corners, as though the dark itself had been set to listen. "They don't want peace," he told me, hoarse, his fingers trembling around the cup. "They want an excuse, that's all. The Bloodbeak are honorable, girl, brutal, aye, but honorable. They don't suffer fools and they don't suffer insult. So Petran will insult them, because insult is the only move the man knows. He'll spit in their faces and he'll call it diplomacy." It cost me a month's stipend, near to everything I'd managed to set aside, to buy his journals. It cost me a promise to forget the cellar I'd found him in. His notes ride here now, the pages gone brittle, kept alongside my own observations in my own coded hand. Not that Lord Petran has asked to see a single page of it. He does not want my research, he does not want understanding, and he most certainly does not want peace. He wants a martyr, and he is looking at her. I open the journal to a page near the middle, my own careful sketch of the pavilion grounds, drawn last month during a protocol inspection I invented for the purpose. 2 ancient oaks frame the heavy canvas pavilion. A supply shed sits to the east. Behind that, screened by a run of crumbling decorative stonework, an old service passage slips back to the foundation of a collapsed granary, choked with weeds, marked on no official map and watched by no one. A way out, should it come to that. Or, depending on the night, a way in. I turn the page to the ward documentation. The pavilion's protective enchantments anchor to 4 iron posts, 1 at each corner of the clearing. Standard work for neutral ground. They draw their strength from the sun, which means they hang weakest in the soft hinge hours of dawn and dusk. Good to know, I think, tracing the diagram with 1 finger. Not that I have a mage to make use of it. I have myself, a bag of absurd carved animals, and 3 months of intelligence Lord Petran has decided is beneath his notice. Rating, under-resourced, overexposed, and standing with both feet on a trapdoor, would not recommend to a friend, would not recommend to an enemy, honestly. Cannot in good conscience recommend to me. 6 months back, I shared a surprisingly decent wine with an orc trader at a neutral zone outpost near the Dragon's Teeth. Over it, he told me things most humans never trouble themselves to learn. How trade is made fair. How a greeting is properly offered. That the Bloodpeak clan's chieftain is a man named Kaduk, whom his own people call Stonehard but Skyfair. And then the part that landed coldest, dropped in like an afterthought. Kaduk's father, the chieftain before him, was killed at a peace talk 5 years ago. Ambushed across the negotiating ground, betrayed under a banner of truce. One more inconvenient truth Petran will breeze straight past, and knowing the man, I suspect he didn't overlook that history at all. I suspect he filed it away as precedent. If a chieftain was killed at a peace talk once, then a chieftain can be killed at a peace talk again. I am not the ordinary sort of envoy. Thoroughness is the only armor I have ever been issued against being thrown away. And of course that very thoroughness is exactly what makes me such perfect bait. I close the satchel and press both palms flat to the worn leather. The familiar ridge of the journals through it, my one solid anchor in a world built entirely of shifting lies. I count slowly to 5. I breathe in the damp, cold air that tastes of ozone and rot, and I let it back out. I am in control. My pulse runs high but within bounds, my hands are steady, and my face, were there anyone here who cared to look, would give them nothing. I am the composed and competent and expendable diplomat, exactly as ordered. There is, I find, a strange clarity in hearing it said aloud. Whatever quiet hope I'd let myself carry, that competence might one day buy me respect, or failing that a little basic consideration for whether I lived. That hope is gone now. It is almost a relief to set it down. Thunder rolls in nearer this time, a deep growl low in the belly of the sky. The storm sweeps down off the northern peaks at last. The light patter against the canvas swells into a hard, relentless drumming. The wind comes up behind it, rattling the poles and snapping the canvas against its frame like something trapped and frantic. The cold drops away beneath me by 10 degrees in the space of a breath. I pull my cloak tighter at my shoulders. The wet wool smells of horse and road dust, and threaded through it, the green metal smell of the storm itself. Rating, perfect weather for a diplomatic catastrophe. Also, I'll grant it, perfect weather for an escape. A servant brings my supper without knocking, sets a wooden tray on the folding stool by the entrance, and is gone again before the flap has finished settling. Cold, greasy chicken that looks to have died of old age and disappointment. Bread with the texture and approximate flavor of road dust. A water skin of something faintly metallic that the camp is generously calling water. I eat because my body will need the fuel, not because I have the smallest appetite for any of it. Through the thin, rain-lashed walls, the camp takes on its evening shape. Horses stamping and blowing. The guard changing over with low, sharp curses the wind carries off. Somebody laughing a harsh bark of a laugh that gets hushed before it finishes. The singing fish swings from the cloak where I've hung it, a scrap of crudely carved wood wearing its manic painted grin, forever making its small noise at the least convenient moment. It marks me, that fish. A woman who walked out the far side of at least one assignment everyone had written off as fatal. So far, 4 more tokens are tucked through my gear, each wrapped in its own oilcloth. A jade turtle out of the Eastern Territories, silk tariffs, and 3 poison merchants. A brass bell from the Mountain Kingdoms that hasn't rung in years, feuding dwarves. A strip of woven leather from the Southern Plains, gone stiff with age, a water rights talk that boiled over into open war before I could stop it. A river stone from the Coastal Alliance, worn through the middle by the sea, salvage rights, and a great deal of patience. 5 places, and 5 times I did not die in them. I should run. The thought surfaces clean and whole, and it is no idle fancy. It is a real option, sitting there waiting to be picked up. Pack what matters. The journals, the tools, the tokens. Take a horse that isn't mine. Be gone before the first gray of dawn, with the storm to wash the tracks away behind me. My hands begin before my mind has finished deciding, the old muscle memory taking the work over while I think. I draw my personal journal out of the hidden seam at the bottom of the satchel, the one carrying the observations that would hang me if read, and fold it back in among the research notes. I cinch the flaps down. I gather the tokens and wrap each one again in its cloth. My fingers find the jade turtle last, cool and solid in my palm. In the Eastern Territories, they call me she who sees clearly, in their own tongue, with their own grave courtesy. It is a title I have never once felt I deserved. My hands keep packing. I am halfway through lacing my sturdy travel boots, when the tent flap is thrown back, without a word of warning. Lord Petran's assistant stands in the gap, framed against the driving rain. Ilara. The water sheets off her impeccably tailored cloak and pools on my ground tarp. The storm has not disturbed one strand of her. Her blonde hair stays coiled, her face a smooth mask of bored superiority. This is the woman who has looked straight through me for 3 days running, her gaze sliding off me as it would off a stool. Lady Bryn, she does not meet my eyes. She fixes instead on a point somewhere past my left shoulder, addressing the tent pole as if it were the one with the appointment. His lordship requires your presence. Now. My hands go still on the laces. My half-packed satchel sits there on the cot, looking, to my eye, like an accusation. For one long pulsing moment I let myself imagine it. Standing, holding that vacant gaze of hers until she sees me. Walking past her out into the rain. I could be gone within the hour. No one would think to count me missing until morning muster. But Ilara is here, the flap is open, the storm is loud, and the mask closes over my face before I have decided one thing or another. I finish tying my boots. I stand. I smooth down my tunic, a pointless little gesture, and I make it anyway. The half-packed satchel stays where it is, a quiet witness to a choice I have not yet found the nerve to make. I follow her back out through the driving rain and the sucking mud toward the command tent, the wind winding my cloak around me like a shroud someone fitted in advance. The command tent is an island of warm arrogance set down to mock the freezing muck outside. It smells of wet wool and lamp oil and Petran's expensive, cloying cologne, something musky and floral that works far too hard to cover the rot hanging over the whole camp. Lord Petran sits at the heavy folding table beneath maps held flat by polished stone weights. 3 of his advisors cluster at his shoulders, faces underlit by the guttering lanterns. Older men, all of them, their features gone soft with the easy arrogance of position they were born holding. They scarcely glance up when I come in dripping onto their borrowed patch of dry floor. Ah, Lady Bryn. Petran does not lift his eyes from the document he's reviewing. He makes a small notation in the margin with a silver stylus. A change of plans. We leave for the pavilion grounds at first light tomorrow rather than this afternoon. The rain has made a mess of the roads and will want full daylight for the approach. I wait. My cloak builds its puddle at my feet. The silence stretches out, filled only by the rain drumming the canvas above and the dry scratch of his stylus. He offers nothing more. No word on why a change of departure time required dragging me through a storm like a dog whistled to heel. This is about control. The understanding settles in cold and certain. All of it only ever about control. About making sure I know my place in the order of things. About making sure I understand that my time and my comfort and my continued existence are all subject to his whim. That I never once forget whose hand is holding the leash. Understood, my lord. My voice comes out smooth, and even 5 years of practice making cert, not one thread of resentment shows through the weave. The schedule is otherwise unchanged. He sets the stylus down and looks up at last. His gaze travels over me, cool and appraising. A man checking a piece of campaign equipment for cracks before he trusts his weight to it. His eyes are the exact gray of cold dishwater. Introductions tomorrow morning. The site tour in the afternoon. Formal discussions begin the day after, provided the orcs prove themselves capable of civilized speech. He lets the insult hang there a beat, savoring it. 3 weeks of negotiation, possibly 4, depending on how cooperative they choose to be. He takes the stylus up again, and his attention drifts back to his papers, already half gone from me. Which gives you ample time to make yourself useful. Useful? In his mouth the word means bait and nothing else. 3 weeks. Possibly 4. 3 or 4 weeks of walking the edge of a blade in my fine gown, playing my given part, waiting to learn whether tonight is the night I become the sacrifice. I've prepared the cultural gifts for the introduction ceremony, I tell him, keeping my voice even. Obsidian mirrors for the chieftain, to signify clear sight, and woven blankets worked in the traditional clan colors, to signify warmth and respect. And if it would help, I can review the architectural survey of the grounds with your captain, to talk through defensive positioning. I offer it on purpose, all of it. A small test to see what he does with competence handed to him freely. One of the advisors, a portly man whose jowls tremble when he moves, lets out a snort. An architectural survey, how very thorough of her. He makes thorough sound like a charming failure of breeding. Lord Petran waves a hand, a small dismissive flick of the wrist. Your research is noted, Lady Bryn. Your diligence does you credit. He makes the praise land like a slap. Your role, however, is unchanged. You will look the part of a legitimate envoy. You will stand where I place you. You will speak only when you are addressed, and you will leave the actual negotiating to those of us with the experience for it. Experience in getting people killed, I do not say. Of course, my lord, the mask does not so much as flicker. Good, he dips the stylus in the ink. Go and prepare yourself. See that your appearance is impeccable in the morning. Wear the cream gown, the one with the gold embroidery. We want you looking valuable. He returns to his documents, and his dismissal is total. I have already ceased to exist for him the moment I stopped serving his need to remind me of my place. Valuable enough, I think, to be worth the killing. I turn and go back out into the storm. The rain hasn't eased by a hair. The camp is the same miserable pit of mud and low misery it was. The guards hunched under their inadequate shelters with grim faces. The horses standing heads down, enduring the deluge with the patience of creatures who were never asked. I am soaked clean through again by the time I reach the dubious shelter of my own leaking tent. Inside, I peel off the sodden cloak, and the singing fish swings free of it and begins to drip onto the ground tarp. Plink, 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 a tiny, maddening metronome counting off the hours I have left. My satchel sits on the cot, still half-packed. I should finish it. The thought comes whispering back. I should wait until the camp is asleep, slip past the pickets, find a horse, and ride. No one would count me gone until morning muster, and by then I'd be miles off, swallowed whole by the storm. Gone, free of all of it. And yet I do not reach for the bag. Not yet. I could not tell you why. I sit instead on the damp cot, where the rough blanket scratches at my skin, and I draw the research notes out one more time. The coded pages run cool under my fingers as I open to the section on orc honor debt. A chieftain who accepts a gift must answer it with one of equal or greater value, or else lose face before his people. An insult to clan honor must be answered too, either in ritual combat or in compensation both sides can agree to call fair. There is structure here. There are rules, old and complex and patient, whole ways of moving through conflict without anyone having to die at the end of it, if only a person takes the trouble to learn them. Lord Petran is going to break half of them inside the first hour, and he will never know he's done it. He moves by the human rules of political dominance. He assumes the orcs run the same beneath a thin coat of savagery. It has never once occurred to him that another people might keep a different and better law. I can see exactly how it goes. The whole grim thing plays itself out behind my eyes. Petran offering terms from his position of strength, talking down to the chieftain, brushing their customs aside like crumbs from the table, treating a sacred negotiation as a stage he's been given to perform on. And the orcs will answer insult dressed up as diplomacy, the only way honorable people can. When one of them puts a blade through me in the chaos of it, Petran will gesture down at my body and call it proof of the barbarism that justifies the war he already wanted. A flawless plan, engineered start to finish for failure, with me set in the middle of it as the catalyst. Rain drums the canvas roof in its relentless tattoo. Thunder rolls and shivers the ground. The storm settles in for the long haul, turning the whole world outside the tent into one churning dark of wind and water. The cold creeps up out of the ground and into me, and I let it. I spend another hour with the journals by lantern light, committing the details to memory, learning by heart every single thing that would make me dangerous if I were ever taken. Somewhere around midnight, I give up the pretense of sleep entirely. I sit just inside the tent's mouth, tucked under the little overhang, wrapped in the one blanket that stayed mostly dry. The rain comes down in long silver sheets that wash away footprints and smother every sound. And the wind brings me that scent again. Wild and sharp, it cuts clean through the rain and mud smell of the camp. Leather and wood smoke and pine resin, and beneath all of that a musk that is warm and unmistakably alive. My research had told me orcs carry a scent of their own. Here it is. The books never once captured what it does to the back of the neck. Orc scouts, almost surely. Watching from somewhere out past the reach of our inadequate firelight, taking the measure of us, counting our numbers and weighing how ready we are or aren't. I wonder what they make of our sodden little camp out there in the dark. Do they see strength in it? A threat worth the trouble? Or do they see the very thing I do? A gathering of frightened boys led by ambitious lords playing at war, spending lives like mine as if lives were small change. Tomorrow I learn which Kadic is the real one. The stone-hard but sky-fair leader the traitor spoke of over wine, or the savage brute Petran has already decided he must be. The thought ought to frighten me. I wait for the fear and it doesn't come. What rises in its place is a cold, hard, settled resignation. And beneath that, surprising me, a small, stubborn flicker of defiance. 5 years on the disposable list, and somehow, against every reasonable odd, still here to be insulted. Maybe my luck is finally running thin. Or maybe I have gotten clever enough, or angry enough, to see the trap for what it is before it closes its teeth on me. I sit there in the cold a long while. The rain wears itself down to a steady drizzle. The eastern sky lightens to a bruised and watery gray. Somewhere in the long hours between the storm's violent peak and the exhausted hush of dawn, the decision finishes making itself. The window for running has closed. And I am not going to play my assigned part as someone's convenient bait. Not for Petran, not for the crown. Damn that, and damn every one of them. Tomorrow I walk into those negotiations. I will wear the valuable cream and gold gown. I will stand precisely where Petran sets me, and then I will do my job. The real one. The one I trained for and bled my savings for and gathered 3 months of intelligence to be able to do. The one where I try, against everything, to broker a peace. And if it gets me killed in the end, then at the very least I will have died doing a thing I chose for myself, instead of dying as a pawn knocked off the board in someone else's game. I stand, my muscles gone stiff with the cold. I shake out the damp blanket and fold it down square as I fold everything. Then I duck back inside the tent to ready myself for the day that everyone but me has already decided will be the one to kill me. Luna Draven writes orc romance for readers who want the fantasy and the feelings, big worlds, bigger warriors, and the soft, stubborn women who refuse to flinch from either. Her heroes are gentle where it counts and dangerous where it matters, And they always say the brave thing out loud in the end. Her heroines keep their hope like a blade, sharpened, carried, and never once apologized for. Join the newsletter and be first in line for every new release. http://www.dreamcrestpublishing.com